A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Your Coca-Cola bottler presents Claudia. Claudia, based on the original stories by Rose Franken. Brought to you, transcribed Monday through Friday, by your friendly neighbor who bottles Coca-Cola. Relax, and while you're listening, refresh yourself. Have a Coke. And now, Claudia.
Dear?
Lie still, I'll go.
No, I'll go. I just wanted to know if you heard the bell, too, or if I was dreaming. What time is it?
7:05. Who can it be this hour of the morning? Where's my robe?
On the hook in the bathroom. Don't let the kitten out, though. Oh, David, won't it be nice someday to have our own apartment and see the sunshine when you wake up?
What makes you think we will? Somebody's got to live in the dark apartments in New York.
It won't be us. I don't care if I live in a cellar. I'm going to have the sun.
You mean the attic. Hey, the kitten's sound asleep on my bathrobe.
Isn't that smart? He must have pulled it down off the hook.
Very smart. Hey, look, Mr. Cat, if you don't mind. And no back talk.
David, we have to find a name for him.
That we do.
Say, who can that be?
Oh, telegram.
Telegram? Who from?
I'll tell you when I find out.
Well, open it. Hurry up. Come on, quick.
Hartley and Julia. From London. Well, what do you know? They're flying back. They'll be home this afternoon.
But I thought they expected to be away for another few weeks.
Yeah, so did I.
Anyway, I'm glad they changed their minds. I can't wait to meet them.
Well, that's good. Look, darling, the place is freezing. Run back to bed. I'll turn on the radiator.
Hey, David, don't turn that one on. It leaks. Oh, this is an awful way to live. Leaking radiators, dark rooms, no privacy, paint peeling off, and this dreadful furniture.
In the light of a cold, bleak November morning, it doesn't look too pleasant, I'll admit.
A home is an awfully important part of a person's life.
The more
I live in this apartment, the more I realize it. Have Julia and Hartley a nice home?
Oh, very. I think we ought to run over there this afternoon for a minute.
Oh, let's. David, isn't there anything I could do before their plane gets in?
Such as?
Oh, have things in the icebox, eggs, milk, butter.
I don't think so, darling. The house has been left open, and I imagine Julia's icebox is pretty well stocked.
Well, do you think they'd like to come over here for dinner? I could manage.
I imagine they'll probably be glad to stay home after being away so long.
I know I would. Darling, don't you really want a cup of nice hot coffee? Sort of dividend before breakfast.
Lady, I would give my eye teeth for a cup of nice hot coffee.
Why didn't you say so instead of encouraging me to run back to bed?
Oh, I'm bashful.
Since when? Say, David, look at me as if you'd never seen me before.
All right. I'm an utter stranger. I've never seen you before. Why, you little hussy.
David, please be serious. Listen, would you consider me pretty?
Pretty.
Pretty what?
Pretty.
Oh, skip that one. Would you consider me an...
bright? No.
You're going to get no coffee. Goodbye.
Hey, come back. You're beautiful, brilliant, and bewitching. What else begins with B?
Bedazzling?
Bedazzling. Come here, my bedazzling little wife.
David, listen, I really mean it. I've got stage fright about meeting Julia and Hartley. After all, they're practically my father and mother-in-law.
Now, how do you figure that one out?
Well, Hartley's your only brother, and he's 14 years older than you are. You told me he's been like a father to you all your life.
But Julia would not like to be placed in the category of my mother. Julia does not like children.
Really not?
No, that's not fair. I don't think she could have any.
Oh, poor thing. She's awfully blue-bloodish, isn't she? I mean, it sort of sticks out.
You mean, does she say bean for Ben?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, but she was born saying it, so one forgives her.
I see what you mean. Do you think she's going to think you married a little nobody?
Just because you don't say bean for Ben? No, if she does, though, we'll just introduce her to your mother.
That's a sweet thing to say.
Anyway, you didn't mean a little nobody. You meant a little somebody.
I meant that Julia probably had a dozen debutantes lined up for you to marry.
No, just one.
Oh, you never told me about it. Was she attractive?
If you like the type. She had a very deep, husky voice.
That's nice.
And a winter place in Palm Beach and a summer place in Bar Harbor.
She sounds perfect.
But she didn't have very much of a chin and no sense of humor. Now, hurry up. Get that coffee. Well, here we are.
David, don't ring the bell yet. The wind's got my hair all mussed up.
Your hair is fine.
Hey, wait a minute. My ears show?
Your what?
My ears.
Is it supposed to?
No, you know I don't wear my hair so my ears show.
The left one peeks out a little.
Oh, that's what I meant. Just a minute now, don't
Too
ring
late.
yet.
In Julia's house, the servants are psychic.
Oh, good afternoon, Mr. Norton.
Well, hello, Watson.
Very nice to see you again, sir.
This is Mrs. Norton, Watson.
Yes, sir, I thought so, sir. I'd like to wish you both all the luck and happiness in the world.
Thank you, Watson.
Does Mr. Norton expect you, sir?
No, we just dropped in.
I was afraid of that, sir. Mr. and Mrs. Norton are just leaving. But if you'll step in the drawing room, I'll hurry and tell them you're here.
How can they be leaving if they just came home?
That's Julia,
Oh. David, what a wonderful room.
isn't it? That wallpaper is 18th century.
Oh, it's like poetry. David, you never told me they lived in this kind of a house. It's like a museum.
Wait till you see the library. Hartley's been collecting folios and first editions for years.
Does he read them?
I don't think so. They're too expensive. I went to an auction once with him, and he bought a first folio of Shakespeare for $22,000, just like that, without batting an eyelash.
$22,000 for a volume of Shakespeare without batting an eyelash?
Worth it, too. Hartley's not a banker for nothing. It's a good investment.
What'd Julia say?
She approved. Julia's got a good business head on those sleek shoulders.
Shh, I hear them coming.
Well, David, my lad.
Hello, Hartley.
How are you, boy?
Oh.
Glad to see you.
David.
And Claudia.
Claudia. How nice. How terribly nice. Claudia, let me look at you. David, she's a lamb.
I think I'm entitled to a kiss.
Of course. You don't look like David at all. Yeah, I could tell your brothers under the skin.
That's very gratifying. Thank you, my dear.
Look here, I'm sorry we came in on you like this. You two look like you were bound for someplace.
Well, sit down for a minute anyway. It's such a nuisance. We've got to go to a cocktail party for Lord and Lady Radcliffe. We met them abroad. And tonight, Baritza's giving a concert at Carnegie. We've got to be there. She'd never forgive us.
Is that why you shortened your trip and came home?
Only partially. Hartley wasn't agreeing too well with the London fog.
Oh.
Sinus began to kick up, you know.
Well, you look fine, both of you.
How do you think David looks?
Fine, fine. Looks like you've been taking very good care of him.
Tell us about your apartment, Claudia. David wrote us that you'd found a furnished place.
Oh, it's the worst little hole in the wall.
Really? But it's a very nice building, as I remember. The neighborhood is excellent.
I know, but this particular apartment happens to be on the second floor rear. Dark as pitch.
And the most dreadful furnishings.
I should think you children would have wanted to start out with your own furnishings.
Oh, we did. There's a housing shortage, Hartley.
Oh, yes, of course, of course. We bought this place so many years ago, I've been spoiled.
Oh, it's so beautiful. What kind of dogs do you have?
What kind of what?
Dogs.
Dogs? My, none.
New York is no place to keep dogs.
But it's such a big house. You must have a yard.
Yes, we have. As a matter of fact, we had the garden done over while we were gone. Wait till you come again soon, and we'll show you. What kind of a dog have you got, my dear? David was always crazy about dogs.
Well, we happened to get a most beautiful Newfoundland.
A Newfoundland? Mm-hmm. In a tiny apartment?
Yeah. It was a little crowded, but we didn't mind.
The owner wanted him back, though, so after a couple of days we had to give him up. It was quite a blow to both of us. Major was a swell pup.
You're both completely mad.
And now we only have a little kitten. David bought him for me last week.
The car's here, sir.
Oh, dear.
No hurry, no hurry. Don't you children rush away now. Plenty of time.
No, we mustn't keep you.
We should have telephoned before we came.
Matter of fact, we should have phoned you. We would have, too, but the clipper was late, and I just about had time for a steam. Julia had her masseuse waiting for her.
You come for dinner next week. A wedding dinner. A bit late, but after all, David ran off and got married so fast, we never even had a chance to meet you.
I hope you're not disappointed.
Disappointed? On the contrary, my child.
You're very sweet.
You don't know how sweet, Julia. She wanted to come over before you got here and stock your ice box.
Oh, David, why'd you tell him that?
Because I love you. Well, shall we ring and let our butler open the door for us?
No, we'll just use our key.
Good. We'll use our key.
Put out the light, darling. Oh, the radiator's leaking.
The place is cold, too. I tell you what, let's go out for dinner.
Oh, David, must we?
Must we what?
Go out to dinner. It's so nice to be home.
Leaking radiators and all?
What'd you expect? The place has missed us. We were away for an hour. It got cold and damp. Just think Harley and Julia were away for months, and their house never even knew they were gone. Just kept on running. I'd hate to have a house like that.
It's so ungrateful of it, isn't it?
Hey, David, it is cold in here, isn't it? Let's eat supper in the kitchen. It'll be warm and fun.
To have supper in the kitchen with you, Mrs. Norton, would not only be warm and fun, it would be an honor.
David, you really mean it?
I really mean it, darling.
I'm so glad we're us. I feel so rich.
So do I. Even though I can't buy a Shakespeare folio for $22,000.
Guess we're crazy.
I guess we are. Aren't you even a little bit envious of Hartley's and Julia's gorgeous house?
That's all there is to it, a gorgeous house with nothing alive in it but servants. I bet it hasn't even got a mouse in it.
Say, talking of mice, look who's here.
Oh, will you look at the size of it coming out to me? Oh, you precious little ball of fur. Was you lonesome? Is you glad Mommy came?
Claudia,
oh, you
stop it before I commit an act of cold-blooded murder.
What's the matter?
I take back every nice thing I've ever said about you. My cup of bitterness runneth over that I am married to a woman who talks baby talk to a cat. The next thing you know, you'll be talking it to me.
You have a very exaggerated opinion of yourself, hasn't he, Snookums? I should talk baby talk to him. Who does he think he is, anyway?
Snookums? Don't make a sissy out of him. Give him a respectable name and let him grow up like a decent human being.
I can't think of a name good enough for him.
What's the matter with Rover? He roved out
Oh,
Sis.
Rover, that's a dog's name. I wouldn't even give a dog that name. Snookums, do you want to be called Rover? He doesn't.
Come here, you. Come to your pappy. Come on, come on. Hey, you little monster, you've got claws already, do you know it? Say, what do you think you're doing? That's my tie. Let go.
You're practically talking baby talk yourself. Why don't you give him a name?
Well, all right, let's see now. How about, Leo the Lion?
Leo the Lion, I wouldn't hear of it. I want something important for him.
Something in the, say, $22,000 bracket, perhaps?
22,000? Yes.
Shakespeare? Shakespeare?
Oh!
All story material used on this broadcast of Claudia was under the supervision of Rose Franken and William Brown Maloney. Have you noticed how many more of those familiar red coolers have been appearing in food stores lately? They are there so you can pause when you're marketing and have an ice-cold Coca-Cola. Then you can shop refreshed. And that cool, refreshing drink will remind you to take Coca-Cola home to the family. Have your grocer or service station attendant put a case in your car. Then you'll be certain always to have plenty on hand for the hospitable pause that refreshes. Every day, Monday through Friday, Claudia comes to you, transcribed, with the best wishes of your friendly neighbor who bottles Coca-Cola. So listen again tomorrow at the same time. And now this is Joe King saying au revoir, and remember, whoever you are, whatever you do, wherever you may be, when you think of refreshment, think of Coca-Cola. For ice-cold Coca-Cola makes any pause the pause that refreshes.
Arch Oboler's Lights Out, Everybody. It is later than you think. This is Arch Oboler bringing you another in our series of stories of the unusual. And once again we caution you, these lights out stories are definitely not for the timid soul. So we tell you calmly and very sincerely, if you frighten easily, turn off your radio now.
Now, The Ugliest Man in the World by Arch Oboler.
Gun in my hand. In all my life, I've never had a gun in my hand. Smooth gun, hard gun, cold in my hand. Bullet won't be cold. Warm bullet, hot bullet, burning hot. Hot as the blood. No, I can't think of that. Lift the muzzle up. Press the trigger. Trigger cold against my finger, cold as death. But life is colder. Rhythm to that. Poet dies with final rhythm. Poet dies who never wrote a poem. Headline for the tabloids. Poet dies with final rhythm.
Ugliest man in the world is suicide.
Poet dies with final rhythm.
Ugliest man in the world is suicide.
Poet dies in final rhythm.
Ugliest man in the world is suicide.
Poet dies in final rhythm.
Poet dies in final rhythm. Suicide.
Ugliest man in the world. All right. I'll think the thing for the last time. Tear the words around in my head over and over the way they've torn for 30 years. Ugliest man in the world. Ugliest man in the world. Ugliest man in the world. Press the trigger and stop it. Press the trigger. No. No, I can't. I've got to wait. Think it all out clearly. For the first time in my life. How it started. Why it's ending this way. Think it all out clearly from the very start. Then press the trigger.
School today, Paul.
There's the start. First day of school. How old was I? 9 or 10. She kept me home away from others. I didn't know why until that day she said...
School today, Paul.
I said...
All right, Mother.
She took me to school. Into a room full of more children than I'd ever seen in my life. I was so happy. I wondered why her face was white and set. She said...
Miss Edwards, this is my son. I want him in your class. Please, be kind to him.
For a moment, not a sound. Row on row of children looking up at me, staring up at me, gaping up at me. And then one of them started laughing. Another laughing. Another. And another. I stood there, a little boy, looking down at their twisting mouths, my ears filled with the sound of them, making fun of me, I knew, but why? Why?
Ugliest boy in the world.
Ugliest boy in the world. That's why you kept me away from children, Mother. Kept me away until you didn't dare to any longer. Oh, Mother, Mother. Before you let others see me, why didn't you close your hands around my neck, put a knife in my heart, drown me, bury me, put me away where eyes couldn't see me? But you didn't. So this was my boyhood. Tears. Tears without end. A boyhood of tears. A boyhood of tears. Took me out of school. Kept me away from all the others. What good was it? I knew.
There wasn't a mirror in the house.
Not a mirror. I didn't dare. You didn't dare. Until that day you died. Alone. So quiet in the house. I sat down. So quiet. And then suddenly, as if the clock were talking to me, yes, I remember, look at yourself. Look at yourself. Yes. Look at myself. A mirror. Oh! My face. Can I bear the memory of my face? Can I think of it even now, gun in my hand? Yes, I will. What did I see? What is my face? A brow? No brow. A thing that sloped away. Nose? A thick wad of ugly flesh protruding out between two close-set eyes. My eyes, Mother of God, my eyes. Two tiny, red-rimmed, green-flecked globes that stood out far beyond the lids and twinkled like a fat, round pig's. My eyes. That was why they laughed at me, my eyes.
Ugliest man in the world.
Yes, I was that. No longer boy. Ugliest man in the world. Not even tears could help me now. The world outside. At last I had to go out into it, make a living, get a job.
Step up, ladies and gents. Step up. The one and only. One time. 1 cent.
Wasn't bad there.
That's
No.
when I said, come on, ladies and gents. That's when I said, the ugliest man in the world, and only a dime. The very small part of $1. Something to talk about. Something to tell your children and your grandchildren.
Couldn't mind after a while. Faces looking up at me again, staring, whispering, getting their dimes worth, spiel talking faces, staring, whispers, snickers. Didn't mind. Why should I? I could get away from them. Yes, stand there in the noise and laughter and leave them far behind. Leave the smell of them and the noise of them and the twisting faces of them. Shut my eyes and leave them quickly. Quickly. I'd be in a field, sun-drenched, face to the sky, the warm sun touching me, soft grass cushioning me, my arm outstretched. All around me such peace and loveliness. I'd lie there so happy. And then a breeze touching my face, and a small white cloud in the sky, and then another. And all at once, the clouds were like a woman's face, looking down at me. A woman. There was a woman.
Hello, big fella.
Huh? Oh, hello.
Lousy day, huh?
Yeah.
Sure give you a play. I mean, the yokels, don't they?
Yes.
Me, I'm with Sammy Morton. You know, the grime show.
I don't...
Not one of the strippers, you understand. I do a high-class number, you know, semi-classical. Sure is a hot night, ain't it?
Do you like the moon?
Moon? Oh, sure. You been working in 10 shows long, big fella?
So complete, the moon.
Boy, you sure pack 'em in. I heard tell you sell more pictures than anybody in the show. Dimes sure add up, don't they?
Your face. Did you ever look down from the clouds?
You mean have I ever been high? Boy, I'm high now. I like the dark, big fella.
There was a woman. Talking. They were talking.
Yeah, sure, Sam. What do you take me for, a chump? Well, what do you think? His face makes me sick to look at him, but he's got a pocket full of dough. So we get along fine. And last week I got a telegram from my mama. Poor mama and the mortgage. And yesterday, while he was looking at me up in the clouds, I got another handful of bucks. And maybe in a couple of weeks, You. All right, so you heard. So what? What are you staring at? I don't like your face. You heard me. I don't like your face.
I gave you...
You gave me a couple of laughs.
Love?
Love? Do you hear that? Love. Do you think any woman could love a mug like yours? It ain't a face. It's a mug, a puss, a pan. Go on, beat it. Get out of here. No more walks with me, big fella. I've had a belly full of laughs and Hey, what do you... No, stay away from me. Don't...
Go on, beat it. Get out. Yeah, get out as far as I could get out. Any place. Anywhere. Any place, anywhere. Get away. Get away. Got away. Good and far away. Fields, grain, a farm. They didn't care what kind of face, just work hard. Work, hour after hour. And I couldn't think. It was good I couldn't think. But I'm thinking now. Gun in my hand, stop that thinking. Gun in my hand, no. Got to think out my life. Think it out clearly. Think of that day she waved at me. Was working, bent over, sun hot on my back, grain thick around me, filling the world, covering, hiding me. I straightened up. Something moving through the grain in the road, climbing the hill so far away, could hardly tell just what it was. Shaded my eyes from the sun. I saw a woman on horseback. Oh, no, so small. Must be a girl. I saw her arm wave at me. I dropped in the grain. I hid. Leave me alone, leave me alone. The next day again, standing in the grain, a tiny figure on horseback waved at me. I dropped in the grain again. No more. Just the sky and the grain and the work was all I wanted. The next day and the next, a girl on horseback riding far off there on the roads, waving at me in the grain, waving at me day after day. And one day I didn't drop in the grain. I stood. I waved back at her. Waving at me because she couldn't see me, see my face. Postpan, Mom. I don't remember how. In spite of myself, one day I was hiding in the grain at the edge of the road, waiting for her. I wanted to run, yet I stayed. Wanted to cover my eyes, yet I looked. Looked with eyes as big as all my loneliness. Horse knew I was there. She didn't. She started singing a little song as she passed. A song without meaning, warm as the sun. And I saw her, young, lovely, young and lovely. The words tumbled over and over my head as I watched her go by, young and lovely. I began to see her face everywhere. In the grain, in the sky, and at night in the dark.
Ugliest man in the world.
Thinking of the loveliest face in the world, I tried to stop. But I couldn't help it. I couldn't. The loneliness in me was a pain I couldn't endure anymore. Again and again I hid in the grain and watched her go by me. Just a quick moment. And then she was gone. And I was left in loneliness again. If she couldn't see my face. Yes. If she were blind. I read a book like that somewhere. A woman never saw the man she loved. If she couldn't see me, only know me as I am, my voice, my thoughts, my dreams, ambitions. If she couldn't see. Dangerous dreams, daydreams that brought me to a gun in my hand. But I was lonely. I had nothing. So I had dreams of her. Blind, not knowing my face. And her lips. If she were only blind. If she were only blind. Wish, father to the deed. That day, working in the grain, looked up. She was riding by. So early? Why so early? Her little hand waving at me. Then the rush of an auto. I ran, the grain tearing at me, holding me back in a moment. She was in my arms.
Help me. Please help me. I can't see. I can't see.
Can't see. I dreamed it, prayed it, and now...
I can't see.
Oh, what have I done? What have I done?
Concussion, nerve.
No, I had nothing to do with it. Just a thought. I had only a thought. But now she couldn't see me as I was. Couldn't see me. Couldn't see me.
You've been very kind to me, Mr. Martin. Oh.
Music. Everlasting music in my ears.
It's so good having you to talk to. You've made these wonderful days, Paul.
Music, everlasting music, her voice, being with her, knowing her.
You've such a good mind, Paul. The best I've ever known. I needed a mind like yours. Oh, Paul. I'm laughing because you've made me happy again. You, Paul. And I bless you for it.
Happy days, endless days, quicksilver days. Then, the day.
Paul, I've been waiting for you.
I wanted to be here sooner, but the grain...
The grain? Is it very tall and bold now, Paul?
Very.
Remember how the grain used to keep us apart? Before I even knew you.
Before you...
I'd wave and the grain was between us, and I never knew you.
Is knowing me important?
Paul.
Do you know me now?
You're the only one I've wanted to be with.
Do you know me now?
Oh, Paul. Paul, listen to me. I know you better than I could if my eyes were open and twice as wide as they ever could have been.
You're lovely.
And so are you.
You've never seen me.
When people have talked together as much as you and I, every little hope and hurt, dream and plan, don't they know more than if they looked at faces? What do you look like, Paul? No. Let me guess. I've sat here in the dark and seen your face so many times before me.
My face?
Yes. Let me tell you. It's a large, virile face. A face that matches all the strength of you. Strong, straight mouth. A firm chin. Skin brown yet soft. A straight nose that's not too small, but not too large. And then your eyes.
Eyes?
Oh, yes, your eyes. They're large and dark and gentle. Gentle is the way of you, Paul. How close was I to knowing you?
Give me your hand.
Oh, no. I don't want to touch your face.
You can't.
Later. Not now, Paul. I want you to read me something.
Read?
Yes, so strange we were talking about faces, and I've had this book for you to read. Look. Do you know the book, Paul?
Cyrano de...
Yes. Brave Cyrano de Bergerac. You read the play, of course.
I never have.
Oh, then I envy you. I wish I'd never read it so that I could hear it all over again. Please read it for me. Start any place. Read it, Paul.
Thou lovest her? Tell her. For I do surmise thou art a hero in her eyes.
That was Lebray, Cyrano's friend. Now go on, read Cyrano's speech.
Shall I woo the loveliest maid in France? Look at me, friend, with my poor big devil of a nose. I dream, even I, of walking neath that beam, loving, beloved.
Paul, you read it with your heart.
He was ugly.
Well, the rest of him was beauty. Just his nose. Read Cyrano's lines, and I'll try to remember Roxane's. She was a woman he loved, and he never dared tell her of his love because of his ugliness. Read, Paul. The top of the page. Roxane calls, Sister. Oh, sister. Read, Paul.
No, call no one here. You come back, I should have gone away. I longed for harmony to end my day.
I love you. Live.
In fairy tales, long since, the princess said that. And the ugly prince lost all his plainness in that sudden sun. But see, I finished as I was begun.
I made your grief. I.
You made my bliss. I lacked all woman's kindness. Even this, my mother found me ugly. And I had no sister. Lest they mark an ugly lad, I shunned all women. You became my friend. One soft gown brushed my path before the end.
Paul, you cry.
Cry? What is there to cry about?
That's true. There's no reason to cry. It's just a play in life. No man could be such a fool.
Goodbye.
Oh, Paul, no. Don't go yet. I haven't had a chance to tell you. Paul, we've talked so much of anything and everything, but never of this. My eyes. An operation. I'll see again. That's why I didn't want to see your face with my hands. I'll see you with my eyes, Paul. See you with my eyes. See you with my eyes.
See again. See what? A face to laugh at.
Ugliest man in the world.
A face to jeer at.
What's the pan?
A face to shout at, but not to love. Not to love. Cyrano, the author, gave you a paper nose, but my ugliness is flesh and blood to see, to hate. She'll never see me, never. Lift the muzzle, press the trigger cold against my finger, cold as death, but life is cold as thoughts in my mind like a whirling circle. Press the trigger, press the trigger.
Paul.
Who is it?
Paul, where's the light?
You see?
It's been weeks I've been searching. Where's the light, Paul?
Forget me.
So dark. In your hand. Oh, Paul.
I wasted too much time thinking.
My dearest.
Forget me, I tell you. You knew me in the dark. Well, now it's light for you, and I'm not meant for the light. Forget me.
I want to know you. In the light, your ugliness. Yes, Paul. I've known. First when you cried with Cyrano, then I asked the others and they told me.
But you don't know. My face, a thing
apart, as my blindness was apart from me. I love you.
You...
Love you, yes, I love you.
You don't know.
But I will know. Turn on the light, Paul. I'm not afraid. Turn on the light. I love you. Live for me.
In fairy tales, long since, the princess said that. And the ugly prince lost all his plainness in that sudden sun.
Creaking Door. The manufacturers of State Express 3-5 Filter King cigarettes take pleasure in presenting The Creaking Door. Good evening, friends of The Creaking Door. The Creaking Door We're going to take a little trip to the isle of Hyde, to the land of voodoo and zombies and walking death. Don't look too closely at the faces of the zombies. It would be terrible if you saw yourself. In world class. Get the taste of new smooth State Express 3.5s today. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. It's a blend that has been perfected after years of constant research by our master blenders. And the recent development of an entirely new process which gives you an even smoother 3.5 smoke. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. Smooth in world class. Get the taste of new, smooth State Express 3.5s today. Do you believe that one can travel in time? They do in Haiti. In fact, the local witch doctors, for a fee, can sometimes be persuaded to bring back from the past or future an article of your choosing.
Yes, white man.
I want to see you.
You wish me to travel for you.
How did you know?
Many doors which are closed to you, white man, are open for my people.
I've heard rumors, but they sound impossible. Are they true? I mean, can you really travel in time?
I can do many things which you would not believe. Even if I did them in front of your eyes, you would not believe them. There, Luca is offering you something to drink. He cannot ask you, for he cannot speak.
Oh, he gave me quite a start. I didn't see him standing there. It's very dark in here, isn't it?
Only for those who have eyes.
I beg your pardon?
I have been blind for many moons.
You just told me that this man was offering me something to drink. Well, how
I have no eyes, but I see more than you, white man. Take the drink. Otherwise, Luca will stand there forever.
Thank you. Is he also blind? I mean, his eyes seem to have an odd glazed look.
Luca is dead. What is it you wish to speak to me about, white man?
Dead? What do you mean, dead? He was standing here.
You people do not believe, so therefore for you they do not exist. For us, the living dead are always with us.
Zombies?
What is it that you wish me to bring?
Can you travel in time?
Tell me what it is you want to be done, and I will tell you if I can do it and how much it will cost you.
I want you to go into the future. Let's say 70, 80 years from now.
Go on.
Can you do that?
What do you want me to bring?
I want you to bring me my wife's skeleton.
And if I do this thing, can you pay me my price?
I'll pay you anything at all.
You are a clever man, Mr. Hayward. If you possess your wife's skeleton now, then she, of course, cannot exist, but she will not be dead. You will not have murdered her, but you will be rid of her. This is your idea.
Yes. I can't think of any other way. I don't really believe it will work, but I can't think of any other way.
If you want to be rid of the woman, then there are many ways, surely. In your world, a man can get rid of a wife quite easily, I've been told.
Not this wife. She won't give me a divorce, but I can't go on living with her.
And you also covet her money, which she will not give to you if you leave her. But you haven't the courage to kill her, is that right?
It isn't a question of not having the courage. I just couldn't do it.
Very well, Mr. Hayward. For a fee which we will discuss later, I will do this thing for you. I will cause your wife to disappear from the face of the earth. I will bring back her skeleton from the future. Once it arrives here, in this time, she will cease to exist.
Where will she go?
I think it is better that you don't know that. When must I do this thing?
Not yet. I don't want to do anything yet. I was talking to this person, and I heard that these sorts of things happened. I didn't believe him. I just wanted to inquire.
Think about it and make up your mind.
I will. I'll let you know.
There will be no need to let me know. Once you have made up your mind, I will know it. And I will do the thing you ask.
Is that you, John? About time, too.
I'm sorry I'm late. I was kept at the office.
I don't believe that, and you know it. Where did you get to?
I told you. I had business to attend to.
You're lying.
For heaven's sake, Betty, don't you understand? I don't enjoy our life together. Why do you insist on us staying together?
Oh, I know I'm not attractive, John. I'm tall, I'm big, I'm fat. I know that. But I wanted to get married, and I knew that I'd have to settle for quite a bit less than love. Well, you're the one that I decided on. I love you, John. Oh, I know you don't love me. But that doesn't matter. I love you. And you've had the use of my money. It's a fair bargain, isn't it?
Well, I've had enough, you hear. I'm sick and tired of being married to you.
Well, that's a pity, because there's nothing you can do about it. Unless you murder me. And I don't think you have the courage for that, have you?
I'm warning you, Betty. You better give me the divorce I want, or else
Or else what?
Or else I'll get rid of you. I swear I'll get rid of you. All right. Maybe I haven't got the courage to do it myself, but I can always get someone to get rid of you. Don't forget that.
Hadn't you better be going? It's past 2 o'clock.
Well, no, don't worry. She won't wake up till dawn. I dosed her drink again.
Does she know about me?
Well, she's talking about that woman, but she can't know anything.
Well, what are we going to do, John? I'm not prepared to carry on like this, snatching an hour here, an hour there. I want you for myself, all the time.
So do I, Carol. You know that, but what can I do? She won't give me a divorce.
Leave her.
It's all very well to say that, but what will we live on? You know how much I make. That wouldn't keep you in perfume.
Then get rid of her. Everything will go to you then.
I know, but
what?
Well, it's not as easy as that. I couldn't just kill her. I couldn't murder her.
You're pretty spineless, really, aren't you, John, dear?
It's not a question of being spineless. You talk about this as if it were just a question of having a haircut. I couldn't just murder her.
On this island, there are plenty of men who would do the job for you if the money was right.
I couldn't do that either. I thought about it, but I can't do it.
Well, I'm not prepared to hang on much longer, my dear. You'd better make up your mind pretty quick which of us you want. Because it's either her or me. You can't have us both.
But I'm working on something. There is a way.
What way?
I'd rather not say. I'll give her one last chance tomorrow. If she won't agree to a divorce, then I'll do it.
I'm sorry, John. That's final. I won't give you a divorce. You can do what you like.
All right. You asked for it. I've tried to be reasonable, but you just won't try to understand. I hate you. Do you hear? I hate you. I can't even find it in my heart to feel sorry for what's going to happen. I have done it. But I mean, it was only 10 minutes. When one moves back and forward in time, then time itself becomes unimportant. Where is it? Luca has the bones. They are in a small box. He will bring it to you. No, I don't want to see it. Do you wish the bones to be destroyed? No, I can't do that. Then she really would be dead. Then you must take them with you. Yes, all right. I'll take them with me. Put them down over there. She no longer exists. How can she exist? Her bones are at your feet. Her body could not exist without bones, could it? I suppose not. You must keep them with you always. You must not allow any part of them to be lost. Otherwise your wife will be incomplete, you understand? But I can't keep these with me. Well, good heavens, the police will immediately suspect me of murdering her. She has disappeared, and all of a sudden I have a complete collection of human bones. You need not worry on that score. These bones are 100 years old. Your wife disappeared this morning. It's impossible. It must be impossible. It is impossible. But it has been done. Now we come to the question of payment. What is it worth to you, Mr. Hayward, to be rid of your wife? Anything. I'll pay you anything. I'll give you any money you want. I don't want money. What use would I make of money? Well, what do you want? At present, nothing. Nothing? At present. You mean there's no payment? And you want no payment? Oh, I want payment. And I will get it ultimately, but not yet. So what do you want? You, Mr. Hayward. That is my payment. I want your soul.
In world class. Get the taste of new smooth State Express 3.5 today. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. It's a blend that has been perfected after years of constant research by our master blenders, and the recent development of an entirely new process which gives you an even smoother 3.5 smoke. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. Smooth and world class. Get the taste of new, smooth State Express 3.5s today.
When you die, I want your soul. It is very simple.
You're talking rubbish. I didn't agree to anything like that.
I carried out my part of the bargain. You must carry out yours. And don't worry, Mr. Hayward. I'll collect. I know exactly when you're going to die. And I'll collect.
What are you doing?
What does it look as if I'm doing? I'm packing, getting out of here.
Well, a man of action. And what about Wifey?
She's not here.
Where is she?
Never mind where she is. She isn't here. That's enough, isn't it?
Darling, I never thought you had it in you. Did you really get rid of her?
I didn't say that.
I didn't know murderers were so touchy about it.
I'm not a murderer, do you hear? I'm not a murderer.
All right. Well, what are we going to do? Why are you packing? Won't that make the police suspicious?
For the last time, can't you understand? I've got nothing to fear from the police.
Then why the rush to get away?
It's this island, this place. I can't take it any longer. Even the atmosphere is evil. I can feel it all around me. I'm getting away.
Well, you might have let me know.
I was going to collect you on the way to the harbor.
I'll go and pack.
There isn't much time. I'll pick you up in about 2 hours.
2 hours? You must be mad. I can never be ready in 2 hours.
Well, that's when I'm leaving. If you want to come with me, you better be ready then. If not, I'll go without you. One thing is for sure, I'm not staying in this place a minute longer than is necessary.
Unlucky for some. You'll follow me, sir. Are you alone, sir?
Well, my wife will be joining me before we sail.
Not much time to go, sir.
I know she knows the time. She'll be here.
Here you are, sir. Keep very nice and happy. Anything you need, sir. Can I bring you anything?
No, that's all. Thanks. I'll ring if I need anything.
Very good, sir. I hope you have a pleasant voyage.
But Carol didn't turn up. I don't know if she just missed the boat, but she didn't turn up. We sailed less than an hour later, and I breathed a sigh of relief. I'd done it. There was no doubt about that. But I refused to believe it. I forced myself to open the box which Luca had given to me. It contained a human skeleton, no doubt about that. But I couldn't bring myself to believe that it was Betty's. Only that morning I'd woken up in bed with her beside me. It was impossible. These bones were old, but then of course they would be old, coming from 100 years in the future. It was impossible. I was frightened. I needed a drink. I went down to the bar. Hey, little man. Glad to see you. I didn't know you would have bought this pop. Neither did I till a couple of hours ago. Made up your mind on the spur of the moment, eh? How's the wife? Well, that's one of the reasons why I'm leaving. Well, she's disappeared. Left me. Left you? But I thought I saw her up on deck a few minutes ago. I tried to keep the shock and horror from my eyes as I looked at Bates in utter disbelief. What are you talking about? That's right, old boy. I could have sworn it was your missus. I had to get back to the cabin. If Betty was back, it meant only one thing. Someone had destroyed her bones. But she couldn't be back. The bones must be there. I looked at them just before I left, and I locked the cabin door. I raced down to the companionway. I fumbled for the key, and I opened the door. The box was gone. It's impossible. Who could have taken it? It's impossible.
I was looking for you, Mr. Hayward.
What you? What do you want?
I took the liberty, sir, of unpacking for you.
You did what?
I'm your cabin steward, sir. It's my job.
The box. What did you do with the box?
I beg your pardon.
You're a fool, man. The
box that was standing there. What did you do with it? It had a big padlock on it.
Oh, that old wooden box. I thought you wouldn't be needing that on the voyage. I took it down to the hold.
Well, get it back here. Get it back at once.
Oh, I don't know that I can, sir. It's packed away with all the other stuff that isn't wanted on the voyage. It would be very difficult to get at. Anyway, your wife told me that you wouldn't be needed on the voyage.
My wife? What are you talking about? My wife isn't on board the ship.
Oh, yes, she is there. You told me yourself that she would be joining you before we sailed. Well, she did. She came down to the cabin while you were in the bar.
Where is she now?
I really couldn't say that. She didn't speak very much. In fact, usually, she behaved rather strangely.
How strangely?
Well, if I believed all these legends that you hear on the island, I'd say she behaved like a zombie, one of the living dead.
The living dead? Of course. If she had come back from the dead, but she wasn't dead. No one had killed her. She had just ceased to exist. But if she had appeared again, she must be one of the living dead, and the fact that she was on board the ship meant that she wanted revenge. Revenge on me. I needed time to think. I went up on deck and strolled as casual as I could round the deck, smoking one cigarette after another. Nothing helped to calm my jangled nerves. I was forced to the conclusion that I was being haunted. Haunted by my wife, who was neither alive nor dead.
There you are.
But you came quite a start.
I say, your nerves are in a pretty bad state of
There's nothing wrong with my nerves.
Your wife's looking for you, by the way.
My wife?
Yes, it was her after all. Remember I said I thought I saw her? Well, I wasn't mistaken. Spoke to her just now.
Where did you see her?
Oh, on the after deck, not 50 yards away. She was standing gazing off into space. I say, there's nothing wrong with your wife's eyes, is there?
Why do you ask?
Well, it might have just been the light, but they have a sort of dead look in them. A sort of dead look.
Bates walked up and met me, and I looked towards the stern of the ship. I thought I saw a shadowy figure standing there. The light was pretty bad. Then the figure started to move towards me. There was a slight thinness from the time the figure seemed almost to disappear, but it would reappear again, and all the time it was coming closer. At last, there was no doubt at all. I didn't know in what form, alive or dead, but it was my wife. There was no doubt at all that it was Betty.
Hello, John, dear. Don't look so surprised. You thought you got rid of me, didn't you? Well, you haven't, you see. You'll never be rid of me. I'm going to haunt you forever.
Well, Mrs. Hayward, it's very peculiar.
What is the trouble, Doctor?
He's completely paralyzed and he's dumb. Can't speak a word. You can see there's no doubt about that, and he can hear. But otherwise, he's completely helpless. I should have thought that he must have had some terrible shock, some unbelievable shock. Anyway, whatever the reason, and I can assure you that it's all in the mind, there's nothing organically wrong with him at all. Nothing physical, you understand. Whatever the reason, to all intents and purposes, your husband is completely paralyzed and dumb. I'm afraid that the only thing for him will be to keep him in a home.
Oh, no, Doctor. I couldn't do that. My darling husband. No, Doctor. I'll look after him myself. I'll keep him at home and look after him myself. It'll be a pleasure. So you see, John, dear, you weren't so clever after all. Now here, drink this. Oh, you think I might be poisoning you, do you? Well, don't worry. I'm not. Not yet, anyway. Maybe later. But not until you've suffered a bit more, my dear John. I want to tell you the whole story. I want you to know how stupid you've been. Believing a silly yarn like that. Travel in time and bring something back indeed. Don't you remember who first put the idea in your head about the witch doctor? It was me. I knew you'd go and find out. It was easy to bribe that so-called witch doctor. Just as it was easy to bribe the steward of the boat. I wanted to get my revenge on you for deceiving me with that woman. Harold, I wanted revenge. But I never dreamed it would be so convenient. Now I can sit and watch you suffer. And you can't do a thing. And of course you never know when I will get to that voice. Although I promise you, it won't be for a long time.
In world class. Get the taste of new smooth State Express 3/5 today. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. It's a blend that has been perfected after years of constant research by our master blenders, and the recent development of an entirely new process which gives you an even smoother 3/5 smoke. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. Smooth in world class. Get the taste of new, smooth State Express 3/5 today. Manufacturers of State Express 3/5 Silver King cigarettes invite you to listen next Saturday at 9 o'clock when they will again present The Creaking Door.
Signal Oil program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Rated by independent research, the most popular West Coast program in radio history. And Signal gasoline is tops, too. Tops in quality. It takes extra quality, you know, to give you extra mileage. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal circle sign in yellow and black that identifies friendly dealer-owned Signal stations from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story. Dark Moon.
It was a miracle, the kind of miracle peculiar to a piece of Southern California acreage, where only a few years ago, a handful of men in puttees and riding breeches put their caps on backwards, grabbed their megaphones firmly, and set their cameras to grinding out an industry. Yes, it was the kind of a miracle that happens to someone almost every day in Hollywood. Russell Benton told himself all this as he walked into the oak-paneled office of Matthew Ellsworth, movie producer, cast an eye on the artificially young secretary behind the artificially old desk and introduced himself.
I have an appointment with Mr. Ellsworth. I'm Russell Benton.
Oh, yes, Mr. Benton. Mr. Ellsworth is expecting you. This way, Mr. Benton.
Don't bother. I know the way.
Oh, thank you.
Am I on time, Matt?
You're early. Sit down.
Yeah, this is one appointment I didn't want to miss.
Nervous?
Yeah, a little.
Relax. It's not going to hurt a bit. You know, I've got a lot of confidence in you, Russ.
I hope you're right.
Funny, isn't it? Only a week ago, you were just another name. A face that dropped in once a week at the casting offices around town. Now I've got every movie columnist in the country on my back trying to get your life story.
A little premature, isn't it?
I don't know. I think your screen test will be everything I want it to be.
I hope so.
And if you make it, Russ, you'll be right at the top. It's a smash vehicle, this one we're testing you for. I think you're right for it. It needs a leading man with a touch of character. And in my opinion, you can't miss.
Dark Moon.
3 years on Broadway and still going. We spent $500,000 for the picture rights of Dark Moon, you know.
Tell me, Matt, there was another guy.
John Bradford?
Yeah. He's up for the part, too, isn't he?
He made a great test, but I think you'll top him. The New York people seem to think he's terrific. I'm not so sure.
Uh-huh. What about my test? When does it happen?
As soon as they're ready on the set.
It's a little like waiting to be hanged.
Relax, I said. By the way, what do you think of the part?
It's a natural for me.
Shame I didn't find you when I was casting the play in New York.
It wouldn't have been hard. I was there at the time.
Oh, what made you leave?
Circumstances, Matt.
Theatrical?
Matrimonial.
Oh. I didn't know you were married.
I'm not. Been divorced for 2 years.
Couldn't make a go of it, huh? Or am I on a touchy subject?
No. It was simple. She liked mink. My pocketbook didn't.
An actress?
Yeah, she's probably still back there. I haven't seen her since we split.
Oh, that's too bad. I've only been married for about a year now, but I think I have a pretty wonderful girl. An actress, too. I met, excuse me. Ellsworth. Yes, he's in my office. Good, we'll be right down. Let's go, boy. They're ready to shoot. We'll be on the set in 10 minutes.
And in 10 minutes, the miracle begins to happen, Russ. As soon as you face the camera, the second Matt gives you the cue to begin, you forget about everything except the scene you're doing. Forget about Cassie and the marriage that fails. Forget the struggle, the futile hope, and even the miracle that placed this opportunity in your lap. As you get into the scene, all you know is that you're giving the greatest performance of your life. And when the cameras finally stop grinding, you can tell from the look on Matt's face that you made it. That the name of Russell Benton is as good as on 1,000 theater marquees over the magic title, Dark Moon.
Cut?
Good morning.
All right, Fred. How was I, Matt? What do you think?
Terrific. As far as I'm concerned, it's settled.
Who else is there?
A handful of New York backers. I'm flying back there tonight with the Prince. Call you as soon as it's definite.
It's happening right before your eyes, Russ. The wonderful night before Christmas feeling is real, not a dream anymore. And now with a big hurdle behind you, you know you can't miss. It's too good to keep, Russ. And early that evening, you drive over to Laura's home in Beverly Hills. She'll be proud of you now, and that's important. You want Laura to be proud.
Russ, darling, I heard. I'm so happy for you.
Me too.
Have they said anything definite?
Matt's gone to New York with the Prince.
Oh, you mean about Don Bradford?
Yeah.
Well, the New York people have held out for him all along. But don't worry, darling. Matt will make him see the light. Come on now. The party's out by the pool. Let's join them, shall we?
Wait a minute, Laura. I thought you said a small party.
Come on, they won't bite. I'll introduce you to some of the nicer ones.
Well, if you... Say, isn't that Frances Connors, the columnist?
Uh-huh. Queen Frances herself. I want you to meet her.
How do you do it, Laura?
You'd be surprised. Now, be nice to her, darling. She can make or break any actor in Hollywood.
Do I kneel down and kiss her hand?
No. Just give her a captivating smile, A26, darling. The impressive one. Frances! Excuse me. Yes? Oh, Laura. Frances, I'd like you to meet Russell Benton. This is Frances Connors, huh?
Aha! Mr. Lucky himself. How do you do, Russ? I've been waiting to meet you.
How do you do?
I've heard the good news. Congratulations. It's a great story and a great part, darling. I'm all for you.
Thanks.
Don't let it spoil you, Russ.
Go on, Francis. I love it.
Well, let's have the story. What did you do up to now, Russ?
Oh, the usual stock. Several years of theater work in New York. That's about all.
Ever been married? Divorced? Kidnapped? Shot at?
Married and divorced, yes.
Russ, you never told me.
You never asked, Angel. Why should I...
Mr. Benton, excuse me, please.
Yes.
You're wanted on the phone, so said it was important.
Oh, you'll excuse me?
Of course, darling. I'll think up some questions while you're gone.
Be right back. Hello?
Hello, Russ. This is Kathy.
Kathy?
Oh, don't sound so happy, darling.
Where are you?
In front of my fireplace in Hollywood.
But I thought you were in New York. How did you know I... What made you call here?
It wasn't too hard to find you, dear.
What do you want?
I just want to talk to you, if it isn't asking too much.
Well, you better forget it. I told you once I was through, and I meant it.
You're being very foolish, you know. This is business.
Business?
Your part in Dark Moon.
Maybe I didn't make myself clear. I don't want to talk to you about that or anything else.
I think you will, Russ. It's so nice. You're a success now.
Matt Ellsworth seems to think so.
Does he?
Anything odd about that?
No, I just wonder sometimes whether Mr. Ellsworth knows you as well as I do. Perhaps I ought to have a talk with him.
What makes you think you could talk to Ellsworth?
Well, that shouldn't be hard, darling. You see, I'm his wife.
With the prologue of Dark Moon, the Signal Oil Company is bringing you another strange story by The Whistler. But now let's tune in on another strange story. Listen.
That's strange. I just bought that battery a short time ago, and it's dead already.
Nothing so strange about that, lady. Chill nights and mornings put quite a strain on batteries. And some batteries hold up better than others.
You mean all batteries are not alike?
Indeed, they're not.
That's why when you're investing money in a new battery, it's not good business to take a chance on new or unknown brands. Make sure that you're choosing a real quality article, such as a genuine Signal battery. Every rugged Signal battery is made from the very finest materials according to exacting specifications laid down by Signal Oil Company. And Signal batteries are guaranteed for long, trouble-free service.
Who stands back of that guarantee?
Signal Oil Company, which supplies the product for almost 2,000 dealer-owned Signal stations, is proud to stand back of every Signal battery.
One more question. Where can I get a Signal battery?
From your neighborhood Signal dealer, the same man who checks your battery when you get gasoline and recharges it when it's low. Just another good reason for making your next battery a genuine, guaranteed Signal battery. And now, back to the Whistler.
Yes, Russ. Kathy is Matt Ellsworth's wife. You stand dumbly at the telephone, her words still reverberating in your ears. Putting it together now. Matt's remark this morning about marrying some actress, the most wonderful girl in the world, he'd said. Yes, Russ, it's true. Kathy is Mrs. Matt Ellsworth. She can ruin you with a word. You make a hurried excuse to Laura. Hasten down to your car. Drive to the number Kathy gave you, high in the hills overlooking Hollywood. And as you walk up the steep stairs to her front door, you make a decision, Russ. That if Kathy tries in any way to keep you from getting that part, you'll do anything to stop her. Even kill her.
Sit down, darling.
Thanks.
Nice of you to come. I thought you'd change your mind.
I simply wanted to find out what was on yours.
Well, aren't you even going to say you're happy to see me?
I'm not a hypocrite, Kathy.
Just as sweet as ever, aren't you?
Suppose you get to the point.
Point?
I don't want to stay here any longer than I have to.
Well, as I told you, it's about Dark Moon.
Naturally.
My husband doesn't often make mistakes for us. However, I think he's making one on this picture. And I've told him so.
What kind of a mistake?
There's a charming young actor I've come to know very well in the past year. I think he's made to order for the lead. And the New York backers seem to agree with me.
Don Bradford?
Yes. I want him to have that part.
Why?
I told you, he's charming. He's competent. I like him.
I see. I might mention that Matt doesn't seem to agree with you. At least not after my screen test this morning.
Yes, that's right. So I'm afraid there's only one way to convince him.
Oh?
You're going to tell him you don't want the part, Russ. You've decided not to take it.
What? You think I'm crazy?
No, that's why I'm talking to you. I've put some high cards in front of Matt, Russ. But I haven't played the ace.
What do you mean?
He doesn't know we were married. There are some things I could tell him.
You wouldn't do that.
I don't think I'll have to. Because you're going to gracefully decline in favor of Don Bradford.
I think I know why you're doing this.
I told you I like Don Bradford.
No, it isn't that. You know as well as Matt that I'm right for this one, and this part will make me overnight. And you resent that, don't you, Kathy? Nothing could hurt you more than seeing me successful. It's not a boost for Bradford, it's a kick at me.
All right, call it anything you want. But Matt gets back from New York tomorrow night at 9:30. I'll give you until 9 to make up your mind.
Where can I get in touch with you?
Right here. I'll be waiting. You won't disappoint me. Now, will you, darling?
No, Kathy. I won't disappoint you.
You know she's deadly serious as you leave the house. Know that this woman will stop at nothing to ruin you. And calmly, without emotion now, as you guide the car through the dark streets back to your house, you decide to kill her. It will involve a risk, a terrible risk. But you're ready to take any kind of a chance now, with destruction 24 hours away. Yes, all you can do now is improvise. Prepare in advance for the questions that are bound to come. The next morning, you call Laura.
Hello?
Hello, Laura. This is Russ. I wonder if you could give me a hand.
Well, why not?
Anything planned for tonight?
Free as a bird.
Good. This may sound a little premature, Angel, but I thought I'd drum up a little thing at my place. You know, for 10 or 20 or so. A celebration.
Oh, sounds like fun.
I'll be busy all day, though. I have to get a few things for the party. I might not get there until around 9. Could you be a pal, sort of get things started for me?
Well, what time?
8:30 or so. I'll leave the place open, have everything ready for you. Suppose you could round up enough people to make it interesting?
Free party, darling. They'll be standing in line at the door.
Then I can count on you.
Of course, dear. You won't be long, though.
No, Laura. I won't be long.
But, Russ, you mind if I admit I'm a little confused?
It's very simple, Jeff.
Is it?
You're not the biggest agent in the world, you know. You were saying the other day you'd give anything to handle me. After all, 10% of my salary after this picture is shot. And...
I know, Russ. I just don't understand why you signed up with me now after you turned me down.
I can trust you, Jeff. That's why. I want you to do a favor for me.
Oh.
I'm having a little party tonight. I can't get there until after 9, and I want to tell him I was tied up with my agent, say from 8:30 till 9 o'clock.
You want me to say...
Yeah, uh-huh.
Oh, look, Russ,
That's all you know. That's all you have to say no matter what comes up. And tomorrow, I give you a 7-year contract as my manager. Now, what about it?
What can I lose? It's a deal.
Yes, Russ. It'll be a straight story, and you can stick with it. A conference with your new agent, Jeff Harris, until 9. A room full of witnesses ready to testify. You arrived at the party a few minutes afterwards with your arms full of groceries. That it's simply impossible that only a few minutes before you made the fatal visit to Kathy Ellsworth's house high on the hill. Yes, it's foolproof, isn't it? At 5 minutes to 9, you step out of your car, walk up the steep stone steps to Kathy's door, and press the bell.
Sorry I kept you waiting, darling. I was on the phone. Come on in.
No hurry, Kathy.
Let's go into the living room, shall we?
Any way you like.
Sit down.
I'll stand.
All right. Now, what about it?
I want to make very sure of one thing, Kathy. You are going through with this?
Well, of course I am. Matt will be here in half an hour, Russ.
There's no way I can change your mind?
I told you the way.
Too bad, Kathy. Too bad.
Bust now.
Mr. Benton.
Good evening, Angelo. Open a little late, aren't you?
Every night, Mr. Benton. Take my advice, my friend. Never go into the delicatessen store business. Work all day. Work all night, too.
I thought you closed at 9. 10 after, isn't it?
10 o'clock we close.
Oh, well, that's a break for me. I got a bunch of hungry friends on my hands tonight. What do you suggest?
Or maybe some salami, Swiss cheese, beer.
Great. A pound of each of those. Some kosher dills if you have any. A couple of loaves of rye bread.
Hey, take it easy.
And some champagne, Angelo.
Champagne?
Yeah, half a case. After all, Angelo, this is a celebration.
You try and shake the picture of her out of your mind as you leave the delicatessen and drive toward your house and the waiting guests. It's a grim picture, Russ. Kathy slumped limply against the overstuffed chair near the fireplace, awaiting the arrival of her husband in a matter of minutes now. A cold dread creeps over you, Russ, and the awful finality of what you've done makes you realize only now that, important as it seemed a few minutes ago, Dark Moon and the new career wasn't worth this. No, Russ. It wasn't worth murder. But there's no changing it now. You steady yourself. Take a firm grip on your nerves and the bundle of groceries and open the heavy front door of your house.
Hello, Russell. Dave. Here he is, gang.
Hail the conquering hero.
Look, reinforcements.
Oh, manna from heaven. Oh, what is it? I'm starved.
Hey, take it easy.
Ah, that's my boy.
Give me a hand, will you, Dave?
Oh, what is it?
Champagne.
Will I give you a hand? Here, let Uncle Dave
Oh,
take care
be
of it.
gentle, old man. I don't want to christen the floor.
Always get this way when I hear that magic word.
Where's Laura?
Out there in the wilderness somewhere. Laura!
Here you are, Dave. Take care of the champagne, will you?
You bet I will.
Laura?
Oh, Russ.
You did a great job in the party. Thanks.
When you're a great man, I'll be your secretary. Did you take care of everything, darling?
Huh?
Your business. The thing that tied you up.
Oh, yes. Everything is fine. Did Matt call yet?
No, not yet. When does he get in?
He ought to be in now.
Nervous?
Yeah, a little.
I don't blame you.
Well, he'll be over in an hour or so. It was nice of Frances Connors to accept tonight. Is she here yet?
No. Let's see, there was something Oh, yes, I knew there was something I had to tell you.
Yeah. Right. Telephone. Okay, I'll take it in the den. Excuse me a minute, Laura.
Yes.
Yeah?
Russ,
Yes?
this is Matt. I'm calling from the airport.
What do they say, Matt?
Brother, did I have a fight on my hands. We went round and round for 6 straight hours, with me talking Russ Benton while they talked Don Bradford.
How'd they like my test?
Great. They thought you did a great job.
It's all set, then?
Yeah, that's why I called you, Russ. I didn't want to keep you in suspense any longer.
That's nice of you, Matt.
I just wanted you to know I tried my best.
Tried your best?
They were too much for me, kid. I'm afraid it's going to be Bradford.
Bradford?
As I said, they loved the test and all that, but they were set on Bradford from the
Bradford?
first. And after all, they're putting up most of the dough. Russ, hello. Hello, Russ.
He couldn't have done it better with a sledgehammer, Russ. The room swims before your eyes. There's a buzzing in your ears, wiping out the sounds of the party in the next room. And you realize Matt's voice is still coming out of the receiver on the table. You pick it up, lay it in the cradle.
Hello, Russ. Hello.
You've committed a murder, Russ. You've killed Kathy. And for what? You stumble up to your room where you can be alone and sit smoking cigarette after cigarette while the party downstairs goes on without you. You can almost see Matt on his way now, on his way to find Kathy. You picture his car cutting through the night, winding along the tree-lined streets high over Hollywood. You can hear his steps as he walks up the brick path to the door, the key in the lock. You can see him as he walks into the living room, calling for her, puzzled. And you can see the sudden stroke of terror in his eyes as he finds the answer. You don't know how much later it is that the sound of your own doorbell downstairs snaps you out of it. And as you hurry back down, Dave is letting 2 men in. One of them is Matt. The other, a grim-faced man in a gray suit, is unquestionably a police officer.
Well, Matt, welcome home.
Hello, Dave.
Hello, Matt.
Russ, can I see you a minute?
Sure. Let's go in here. You made it here in a hurry. Come straight from the airport?
No, I didn't.
I thought you were sore the way you hung up on me.
Hung up on you?
Yeah. Right after you gave me the jolt about Bradford. And it was a jolt, too, you know. That's no reason to hang up on a guy.
I guess we were disconnected.
Oh, I'm sorry.
This is Inspector Hyde, Russ. Homicide detail.
Homicide?
That's right. I'd like to ask you a few questions, if you don't mind.
Of course. But I don't understand.
I'd like to know where you were tonight, Mr. Benton.
Why? Is something wrong?
It's my wife, Russ. Kathy was murdered tonight.
Murdered? Why are you asking me?
You didn't answer my question, Mr. Benton. Where were you all evening? Here?
Why, practically.
Practically?
Yeah, I was tied up with Jeff Harris, my agent, until pretty late. You can check on that. Then I stopped on my way here and bought some things for the party. Look, why are you asking me?
We had to ask a few questions, Russ. My wife had written the name Russell on a memo pad. After it, 9 o'clock.
Good Lord, Matt, I don't even know your wife. Until this moment, I didn't even know her name.
What about it, Mr. Ellsworth?
I'm surer now than I was before.
What are you talking about, Matt? How could I?
I had to do it, Russ. The inspector insisted we talk to you as a matter of routine. Even though I knew it was ridiculous. It wasn't Russ here, Inspector. I think I can vouch for that.
Okay. Sorry we bothered you, Mr. Benton.
Matt, you don't know how this makes me feel.
I know, Russ. Thanks. Come on, Harding. We'd better get down to headquarters.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending to tonight's story. Meantime, see if you can pick the winner in this discussion.
That's a smooth-running motor you have there, Mary. What kind of gasoline do you use?
Signal, Jim. I like the go it puts into the old buggy.
Hey, that's interesting. I use Signal, too, because I like its good mileage.
Mileage or performance? Which is the better yardstick of gasoline quality? Well, fact of the matter is, it takes superior performance to give you extra mileage. You see, the only way any gasoline can give you quicker starting, faster pickup, and smoother knock-free power is by helping your motor run more efficiently. And when your motor runs more efficiently, naturally you enjoy extra mileage, the thing Signal gasoline is famous for. That's why we say, to be sure of the tops in gasoline quality, there are just two things to remember. One,
in gasoline, it takes extra quality to go farther.
And two,
Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline.
And now back to the Whistler.
Well, Russ, you've brought it off. Somehow, somewhere, you found the strength to face Matt and the inspector. And as you guide them back to the front door, you know the worst is over. That in spite of that damning piece of paper with your name on it, there's still no reason for them to suspect you. Still no known connection between you and Kathy. Still no discovered motive. And even though it was futile, Russ, even though the reason for the whole terrible night vanished into thin air with Matt's telephone call, you're safe. And with Matt still on your side, there'll be a future for you somewhere. As you open the door for them, Laura comes up to you looking a little worried.
What is it, Russ?
It's nothing, Laura.
Matt, aren't you going to stay?
No, Laura.
What is this? What's the matter?
It's nothing, Laura. There was just some question about where I was tonight at 9 o'clock.
Oh, well, you told him, of course.
Yes.
You know where he was, miss?
Of course. He was at Kathy Ellsworth's front door. She told me so when I called to ask her why she hadn't arrived at Russ's party.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Wednesday night at this same time, brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories. Signal has asked me to remind you, to get the most driving pleasure, drive at sensible speeds, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story was Frank Lovejoy. The Whistler was produced by George W. Allen with story by John W. Hart, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. Next Wednesday, for a full hour of mystery, tune in a half hour earlier. Enjoy The Saint as well as The Whistler. Marvin Miller speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Signal Oil program, The Whistler. whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Rated by independent research, the most popular West Coast program in radio history. And Signal gasoline is tops, too. Tops in quality. It takes extra quality, you know, to give you extra mileage. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal circle sign in yellow and black that identifies friendly dealer-owned Signal stations from Canada to Mexico. And now, the Whistler's strange story. The Body Off Billingsgate.
It was a grim scene there on the dock at Billingsgate, with the early morning fog swirling eerily around the three figures bending over the shapeless mass on the planking. The Scotland Yard inspector, the sergeant with his notebook, and Peterson, the nervous little fisherman, stammering answers to the inspector's methodical questions.
Offhand, I say the man's been dead about 12 hours. You got that, Sergeant?
Yes, sir.
Now, Mr. Peterson, you say you'd moored your boat out there on the river?
That's right, Inspector. About 2 hours ago it was. Then, as I was coming in the small boat here, I spotted the body in the water.
I see.
Nearly ran into it, I did. Any idea who he is, Inspector?
Looks like an American. Blow on the head, Sergeant. Blunt instrument. Put that down.
Yes, sir.
Now, let's have a look in his pockets.
Blow on the head. How do you suppose a poor bloke come to this?
Gangster affair, probably. Most of the gangsters seem to end up this way. Well,
what is it, Inspector?
A check for £5,000 from the Barclays Bank. Signed by Wilfred Greenwood. Stay here and look after things, will you, Sergeant?
Yes, sir.
Medical examiner will be up shortly. I'm going over to have a talk with the manager of that bank.
Yes, sir.
Blimey, what a way to die. How do you suppose...
You heard what the inspector said, man. Blunt instrument.
Yes, it was obvious that the man had died as a result of a blow from a blunt instrument. But there was something more important than that. Something the inspector was to find out later at Barclays Bank. Something which indicated that the most important cause of the man's death was a normally harmless instrument, just an ordinary fountain pen. It had been more than a month before, in a fog like this one, that Victor Milton groped cautiously toward the glowing yellow rectangle of an outdoor telephone booth in the murky darkness,
Yes.
listening.
Yes, operator. I want to put through a trunk call to London, please.
That's right. Hurry it along, will you?
No hurry, John.
Victor!
Cancel the call. Hang up.
What the deuce? Vic, I didn't know you were in Leeds. I thought you...
Thought I was in London, I know. Who are you calling?
Just a friend, Vic.
Don't hand me that. You're the boy who's been tipping off the opposition, aren't you, Greenwood?
You're wrong, Vic. I've nothing to do with it.
2 weeks since you joined the organization. 2 weeks since the other mob has been knocking off our trucks. Funny coincidence, isn't it?
No. Wait a minute, Vic. I can explain.
You can begin by telling me who you were calling in London.
I told you, just a friend.
Quit stalling. I got a train to catch. Who was it, John? You better talk or I'll...
No, you won't.
Drop it. Drop that gun. Tell me who you were...
Call it up. I won't tell you, Vic. I'll kill you.
Give me that. Get back now. There, that's better.
Vic, don't do it. Don't!
And that's how it began, Victor. With a young man named John Greenwood dead at your feet at a public telephone booth in Leeds. You bend down quickly, take his wallet and gun, and hurry off into the night. It's 3 blocks to the railroad station, and the train's due in 5 minutes. You stop for a moment on a bridge over a canal near the station, drop in the gun and wallet, and then hurry up onto the station platform.
This way, Cappy.
Okay, got it. Thanks. Thanks a million.
Oh, you're not Tuppy.
Tuppy?
I must sound awfully silly. It's a family nickname for my brother. I thought you were Tuppy, you see. He was never on time for a train in his life.
Well, I'm sorry to disappoint you.
Oh, it's not that at all. It's
If you'd be good enough to sit down, I shouldn't wonder if I could start reading my paper.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't realize we were in your line.
Sure. Sure, go ahead. We'll sit down over here. Thank you.
Well, who's the old boy? Colonel Blimp?
He'll hear you.
That's funny, isn't it? You never know who you'll run into in a fog. Colonel Blimp or...
Or what?
An angel from the first cloud on the left.
You Americans always come straight to the point, don't you?
How did you know I was an American?
Oh, the way you talk.
Oh, now, wait a minute. I've only been here for 2 weeks, but I've been working hard. I say bowler instead of derby, petrol instead of gas.
You're as bad as Tuppy. He wants to sound like an American and can't pull it off either. I do wish he'd got here.
You're not worried, are you?
No, but he promised to ride to London with me to see Father. It's my first trip to town in almost a year, you see. I've been to school in Leeds and... Oh, dear, I must sound like an awful chatterbox.
Oh, not at all. What's your brother doing in Leeds?
He's just taken on a new job. Commercial traveler, paint, hardware, that sort of thing. He's young, of course, and a little irresponsible, but he'll settle down. No danger of Tuppy's turning into a spiv.
Spiv?
Yes, you see, a spiv is
It's a new word in our vocabulary, sir. An unfortunate addition, I might add.
Oh, how do you mean, Colonel?
Captain.
Sorry.
It's quite all right. A spiv, sir, does no work, pays no taxes, produces nothing of value, yet flourishes like the green bay tree. Black markets, hijacking, and so on. Shameful thing, shameful.
Well, now you know what a spiv is.
It serves me right. When did we get to London?
Around midnight.
Oh, wonderful. I'll see you home.
Oh, I couldn't.
Oh, not another word now. After all, I have to do something useful now and then. What do you think I am, a spiv?
Governor, King's Road.
You really shouldn't have gone to all this trouble.
My dear young lady, it's after midnight. The fog's as bad here as it was in Leeds.
That'll be 10 bob.
Okay, here you are, driver.
Careful in the fork now, it's a better.
I'm certainly grateful to you. It's the first time I've been here, you see. Father just moved in last week.
Oh, I see. Well, think your father's still up?
I'll be insulted if he isn't. He knows I'm coming.
Hillary!
Father!
Oh, it's so good to have you home, my dear. And Tuppy? Oh, I'm afraid I'm...
Tuppy missed the train, Father.
I thought I'd better see your daughter home, sir. It's a little late for her to be out alone.
Well, thank you, young man. Come in, won't you?
Thank you.
Now, Hillary, don't you think you'd better... Oh, the telephone. Make yourself at home, will you? Hillary, I'm sure the young man can do the spot of brandy.
Well, now, see here, it's pretty late. Perhaps I'd better be going.
Nonsense. You heard what Father said.
Drunk call from Leeds. That must be Tuppy with some excuse or other.
Don't be too harsh with him, Father. Do you prefer brandy or whiskey, Mr.?
Yes.
Good heavens, you know, I don't even know your name. We've come all this way and we haven't even been introduced.
I'm sorry. My name's Milton. Victor Milton.
Well, how do you do, Mr. Milton? I'm Hillary.
How do you do?
Yes, I'm listening, officer.
What is it, Father? What's the matter?
I see. Identification from the coat? Yes, I'll catch the first train north. Thank you. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Father, what's happened? Is it Tuppy?
That was the police up in Leeds.
He's not in another scrape.
Not anymore. He's dead, Hillary.
What?
His body was found in the fog by a telephone booth. Been robbed.
I can't believe it.
I'm awfully sorry. I guess you two want to be alone.
Yes. Thank you for seeing Hillary home, Mr.
Milton. If there's anything I can do...
Awfully kind of you, Mr. Milton. Our name is Greenwood.
Greenwood?
Wilfred Greenwood. My son was John. John Greenwood. We always called him Tuppy.
Rob. But why would anyone rob him? He never had anything. He never...
I think it was something else, Hillary. And I'm going to find out who killed him if it's the last thing I do.
With the prologue of The Body Off Billingsgate, the Signal Oil Company is bringing you another strange story by The Whistler. But now I'd like to ask one of the ladies here in the studio a question. Did you serve iced tea for supper?
Iced tea? Of course not. In this weather, we prefer a hot drink.
Precisely. And just as you choose a different diet in cool weather, remember your car needs a different cold weather diet, too, if you want to keep performance up and wear down.
Just what do you mean by a cold weather diet for a car?
Well, first of all, the transmission and differential should be drained and refilled with the correct winter grade of Signal gear lubricant. If your front wheel bearings and speedometer cable haven't been repacked for 5,000 miles, now is a good time to tend to that. And, of course, for a sweeter running motor, the old oil should be drained and replaced with the correct winter grade of Signal Premium Motor Oil. That amazing new type oil that actually keeps motors 6 times cleaner and reduces cylinder wear 1/3.
One more question. What is the correct winter grade of oil?
That differs according to the make of car, its age, and the climate. But your Signal dealer can tell you exactly because he has an official factory chart which shows just what lubricant the manufacturer recommends for each part on your particular car. This is just another extra in Signal Dealer's complete line of services and products to help your car run better, look better, and last longer. And now, back to the Whistler.
It's a terrible shock, isn't it, Victor? The knowledge that the man you killed in Leeds was the brother of the girl you met riding up to London. John Greenwood, Hillary's brother. And it's hard for you to believe that her brother could be like that. That he could be the son of an obviously influential and respectable citizen like Wilfred Greenwood. But that's the way it is, Victor. A thing that might happen once in a million times has happened to you. It unnerves you, doesn't it? But not enough to destroy your role as innocent stranger. They haven't the slightest reason to suspect, Victor. And you decide that their friendship might be valuable. You send flowers and condolences to John Greenwood's funeral, then wait a few days before telephoning Hillary.
Oh, hello, Mr. Milton. Thank you so much for the flowers.
Oh, I'm sorry I couldn't do more to help. But I realize that at such a time...
You've been most thoughtful. Father appreciates it, too.
I read about some flowers this morning in the Times.
Oh?
Yes, the carnations are blooming in Hyde Park. Say, I'll bet you haven't been out in the fresh air for a week.
Well, as a matter of fact...
You haven't.
That's right. Only...
You know, I think a stroll through the park or perhaps some boating would be just the thing for you.
Well, I think so, too, Mr. Milton. I'd like very much to go. It is restful out here, Mr. Milton. I do feel relaxed now.
That was the general idea.
But at your expense. Aren't you tired of rowing?
Oh, not at all. And I can use the exercise.
I don't believe it. Though if you're anything like Father, you...
Too involved in business?
You're all the same.
Oh, no. No, I don't overdo it.
Father does. Lately, anyway. To tell the truth, Mr. Milton, I'm worried about him.
Oh?
He's taken Tuppy's... John's death so hard. I really didn't expect him to be this way. John always got into scrapes, and Father's been so very proper. There were times when they had real differences. Father's so hurt by it that...
Haven't the police any idea who shot your brother?
No. But Father won't give up.
I wish I could help some way.
You've done a lot already, Mr. Milton.
Make it Victor, will you?
All right, then. Victor.
That's better. Much better.
Yes, Victor, it's going well. And as you continue to see Hillary during the days that follow, you begin to feel more secure, knowing the friendship of influential people like the Greenwoods makes everything solid. The suite at the Carlton, the office in Oxford Street, your pose as the enterprising young American businessman. Yes, Hillary will solve some problems, but not all of them.
What's wrong, Ernie? What's holding us up?
Money. They got 2 of our trucks again last night on the Great North Road. Suiting materials, tweeds, worsteds. Close to £4,000.
Oh, I'd like to know who's tipping them off.
Oh, could be anyone. They've got a man on every corner. There's no getting away from them.
We need money, huh?
Yeah. Quick.
All right, Ernie. All right, I'll get it.
Who do you know over here? Well, you just...
I said I'd get it. Never mind how. All I need's a little time.
You like it here, Hillary?
It's heaven.
Well, that's because you're here in my arms.
It's sweet of you to say that.
What are we waiting for, Hillary?
I don't know, Vic.
It's the first cloud on the left, and we're sitting right on it. Together.
I never want to let you get away.
Would you think it's strange if I proposed right here on the dance floor?
Well, Vic, you shouldn't. What will Father...
He won't object. And what if he does?
I don't know.
Oh, we've wasted too much time already, Hillary. Let's do it. Let's elope.
When?
Right now.
Darling, we can't.
Oh, yes, we can. I've already got the special license.
Well,
Oh, Hillary, please.
We can talk about it on the way.
On the way?
Yes, darling. After all, you can't expect me to be married without my hat and coat.
Well, go ahead, Mrs. Milton. Ring the bell.
I feel so nervous now that we're back, Vic. I don't know how to face Father.
Why so jittery? He's all prepared. You wired him, dear.
I know, but...
Here. I'll ring. Come on, chin up, darling.
I don't know why I'm acting like this. Hello, Father.
Well, Hillary, you did get back. And you, Victor, married to my daughter.
That's right, sir.
Well, what are we standing here for? Come in, you two. I've had the champagne on ice ever since I got your wire.
Father, you darling.
I must say, Victor, you Americans don't let any grass grow under your feet.
Well, sir, with a girl like Hillary.
Oh, it's all right, my boy. I'm pleased. You must know that by now.
The quality of the champagne certainly says something, Mr. Greenwood.
Good. But it doesn't say nearly enough. Now, come over here. Both of you to my desk. Now, where's my checkbook?
Oh, now, Father, we really didn't expect you.
Never mind now, dear. Haven't any family heirlooms to pass along, but my bank account can certainly stand a substantial present to both of you.
You only embarrassed Vic.
Oh, where are my glasses, Hillary?
Mr. Greenwood, Hillary's right.
Here. I can't see without them. Vic, you make out the check.
But, sir,
Go on now.
You may as well do it, darling. He always gets his way.
Well, all right. What's the date?
Darling, our wedding day. How can you forget? It's October 11th.
Oh, sure. I'm all mixed up today, darling. October 11th, 1947. Oh, now, let me see. October is the 10th month, isn't it?
That's right.
Mm-hmm. 10, 11, 47. Who shall I make it out to, Mr. Greenwood?
Call me Dad, won't you? And make it payable to yourself, of course. You'll be the man of the house, I hope. Found my glasses yet, Hillary?
I don't see them anywhere.
Pay to the order of Victor Milton?
5,000 pounds.
£5,000.
You sound like you don't believe me, Ernie.
I'll feel better when I see it.
Skip it. You better keep your eyes on the road. If they hijack us again tonight, we're through. How much farther to Leeds?
10 miles. The boys are meeting us at the warehouse and the... Crikey!
What's the matter?
Look up ahead.
It's a roadblock. Gun it up.
I can't.
Give it a guess, I said.
The load's too heavy. We'll tip over.
Who is it? Do you know them?
It's them again. The same ones. I know that lorry of theirs.
Let the truck go then. Let it go. Jump and run for it.
No, Vic, we ain't got a chance, Vic!
What's the idea? Where are we?
Keep moving, mate.
What did you do to Ernie?
Keep moving.
Nice bunch of guys. Pulling me off my own truck. Slapping a blindfold on me. Driving me for miles.
Maybe you'll wish it was further. All right. Hold it here, mate.
Come in. Where did you find him?
He jumped off the truck when we held it up. All right, mate. You can take off that blindfold. Here, I'll do it.
Fine thing. Shoving a guy around like... What the...
Vic!
Mr. Greenwood.
For a moment you can't believe it, can you, Victor? That you're standing face to face with your new father-in-law, Wilfred Greenwood.
It can't be that. There must be some mistake.
There's no mistake. He was on the truck. He said it was his.
I see. All right. Go back to the truck.
But
I'll take care of him. Give us an hour. Alone.
Righto.
So, Pop, you're in this racket too, huh? You're the guy that's been hijacking my trucks.
It was you, Vic. You killed John.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I've had men working on my son's murder ever since he was killed, and I told them to bring me the man who did it, no matter who he was. They brought you, Victor, and they don't make mistakes.
Simple as that, huh? Of course, Mr. Greenwood, now that I'm your son-in-law...
Hillary is better off rid of you.
Wait a minute. You can't shoot me without...
You didn't wait for it when it was John. No, Vic,
You're doing nothing.
Oh, let that go!
Give me that gun. Give it to me. That's better, Mr. Greenwood.
What are you going to do?
I haven't much choice.
Oh, you won't get away with it, Vic. My men will be back here in an hour.
I can get lost in England in less than an hour.
You'll never stop running.
I'll be alive, Greenwood, and with enough money to run a long ways, thanks to you.
What?
Your check for £5,000.
Vic, you did kill him, my son, didn't you?
Yes, I killed him. Thought you were smart planning him in my gang as a stool pigeon. Yes, I killed him, and I'll even show you how.
No, Vic!
Yes, sir?
Good morning. I'd like to cash this check, please.
Very well, sir. Oh, Mr. Greenwood's check. Pay to the order of Victor Milton, £5,000.
Yes, I'm his son-in-law.
Of course. All right, Mr. Milton. If you'll wait just a moment, I'm sure we can honor it for you.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending to tonight's story. Meantime, since tomorrow is Thanksgiving Day, I want to say for Signal Oil Company and the almost 2,000 Signal dealers who serve the 7 Pacific Coast states from Canada to Mexico, we hope that your Thanksgiving cornucopia will be filled to overflowing, not only with good food, but also with good health and good cheer. Certainly all of us can be thankful from the bottom of our hearts that we are living in America, the land of abundance and freedom for all. We of the Signal Oil family like to feel that in our 17 years of serving the West, we have played a part in furthering the way of life that is America. Because Signal dealers own their own business, they are carrying on the tradition of the independent businessman who has played such an important role in building America.
And Signal Oil Company, by supplying Signal service stations with constantly finer products, has helped each Signal dealer keep abreast of that ever-present healthy competition, which is the key to America's continuing progress. Competition which helps all of us here in America enjoy the highest in the world standard of living. And now back to the Whistler.
Yes, the man discovered by the fishermen at Billingsgate died from a blow by a blunt instrument, according to the records at Scotland Yard. But in a strange way, the real cause of his death was the stroke of a fountain pen on a scrap of paper. If another man had held the pen, the victim might never have died. But the fatal pen marks could never be erased or changed. They were still there on that check for £5,000 found in the dead man's pocket, signed by Wilfred Greenwood. Even 12 hours in the cold water of the Thames River hadn't blurred a line. The Scotland Yard inspector waited quietly as the cashier at Barclays Bank examined the check carefully.
I say the check is wet, Inspector. It's...
Yes, the man it's made out to, this Victor Milton, was found dead at Billingsgate Dock a few hours ago.
Oh, I see. A suicide, Inspector?
Hardly. Gangster affair, I'd say. Revenge for something the bloke had done. You've seen that check before?
Oh, yes. Only yesterday Mr. Milton was in trying to cash it, Inspector. We had to refuse him, of course.
Why is that?
I felt quite badly. He acted so strangely, almost desperate.
I dare say he was.
It seems he'd written the check himself for Mr. Greenwood to sign, but he post-dated it. I explained that the check couldn't clear for another month.
He post-dated it?
Yes, it was dated 10/11/47. You see, he was obviously an American, and they write a date differently than we do. They put the month first and the day next. While here in England, of course, we put the day first and the month second.
Then this check he wrote
is just reversed. He meant to indicate October the 11th, but actually in writing 10/11, he made it November 10th.
It's odd. Just a difference in custom.
That's right. But I had to tell him we couldn't honor the check until a month from now. Strange fellow, you know. He seemed so anxious to have the money. But when I suggested he have Mr. Greenwood write him another check, he didn't say a word. Just looked at me and walked out.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Wednesday night at this same time. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories. Signal has asked me to remind you, to get the most driving pleasure, drive at sensible speeds, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story were Wally Mayer and Alma Lawton. The Whistler was produced by George W. Allen, with story by Leslie Edgley, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. Next Wednesday, for a full hour of mystery over most of these stations, tune in a half hour earlier. Enjoy The Saint, as well as The Whistler. This is Marvin Miller speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please. Mutual Broadcasting System presents Quiet, Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet, Please for tonight is called Some People Don't Die. My name is Dewey Lancaster. You probably have never heard of me unless you're vitally interested in the subject of prehistoric cliff dwellers, and practically nobody is. There are a few cliff dwellings in the United States that I don't know about as well as their original inhabitants did. The Tarican, Mesa Verde, all the big ones, most of the little ones. They're quite interesting. Quite. Now, when I tell you that this particular one is called Mesa Encantada, don't look superior and say you know where the Mesa Encantada is. Because the Southwest has more enchanted mesas than there are main streets in the United States. And the chances of your finding this particular one is about 7 million to 1. And you don't want to find it anyway. I'll say you don't. Let's cut out all the preliminaries and say that it was several years ago, 6 to be exact, that I first came to Mesa Encantada. Muriel and me, my wife. I recognized it at once. How? Well, I'd seen pictures of it in various cliff dwellers' houses. Sure, other people saw some of the pictures, too, but I was the only one that recognized them as pictures of a particular mesa. And I'd been quietly looking for it for several years. I just stood there and looked at it, with the sun about a foot off the horizon, and nothing between us and the sunset but a million giant saguaros. Just me and Muriel and Fermine, my Yaqui Indian helper. It was pretty impressive, rearing up out of the desert about 1,000 feet, and that peculiar shape, and the walls sheer red rock, so smooth you couldn't imagine a possible foothold all the way to the top. I was pretty happy. I just stood there and looked, and all I could think of to say was, well. Well, I said, here we are. Muriel didn't say anything. Fermine did.
Que sí, como no.
Matter, Fermine. Don't you like it?
No, amigo, I do not like him one nickel.
No, come on now, Fermine, just because they call it enchanted.
This place many more enchanted than you think, amigo. This baddest place in whole country.
Ah, you people always say that.
Not me. I never said him before, didn't we? This Cholo, he gets scared pretty easy when something is where old people live one time. But you never hear Fermine say nothing from being scared of these places ever, am I? Caramba, que no, amigo. Only this place I don't like, boys.
It'll look better tomorrow morning for me.
Maybe to you, amigo. But you don't look at me from the morning, I tell you.
What?
You pay me off, senor amigo. Not me, I don't stay, pues.
Oh, come on now, Fermine. Stop it.
No mirror, amigo. Fermine, when he is scared, he don't kid you about him. I think it's más mejor you come along with me and not be here forever.
Now, listen, Fermine.
No, I got my ears shut. I don't stay here, not Fermine. I take my money and I go from this.
Well, how are you going to go? I'm not going to let you take the car.
Pues I walk. My pay, por favor.
Fermine, listen.
You come with me.
Don't be silly. I've been looking for this place for a long time, son, and I'm not afraid of it. Come on, be reasonable.
I am more reasonable than we think, senor patron. You and senora can stay, and I do not like it. But me, tengo mucho miedo. No quiero estar aquí. Please to pay me my money.
What are you afraid of, Fermine? You've been with us at a dozen of these cliff dwellers' places.
That's right. Look, the senora isn't afraid for me.
But I am.
Of what, for the love of Mike?
Of what is up there?
You know what's up there, Fermine. Broken pottery, a few skeletons.
You're not afraid of the dead people, are you?
Pero estos difuntos no son muertos, senor.
You're crazy for me.
No, senor.
What did he say, do?
He said these dead ones aren't dead.
What do you mean by that, Fermine?
Some brujos.
Wizards?
Que sí.
Well, now, look, Fermine, I'm a pretty good wizard, too. You stick around here tonight, and if any of these wizards come around, I'll put my own special variety of hex
Senor,
with...
you speak to Fermine, not to some fool Cholo. Mira, senor, Fermine has been with you long many years, so do not try to tell him that kind of stuff like he knows better.
Yes, I guess you're right, Fermine.
Senor.
I'm sorry.
Senora, you know Fermine is not superstitious Indio, pues? So you listen. This very mal país, how you say baddest, Senora, you are my father and my mother. I do not want for you have bad death. Only not just you. And in your soul. These brujos take her too also. Please, you come away from here with Fermin before I am too late.
Well, thanks, Fermin, but we're staying.
I see. And I go.
Fermin, now don't be silly.
Con permiso, senora. It is not I who am being silly. Adios, patron. Adios, senora.
Fermin!
Go after him, Dewey. He'll get lost sure as anything. We're 30 miles from the town. Stop him.
Fermin! Fermin! I caught up with him in the gathering darkness, and we stumbled across the desert together for half an hour, tripping over the straggling roots of greasewood bushes, snagging our faces and hands on the cholla patches that seemed to lie in wait for us. And I used every argument in my catalog. Finally, I got mad. All right, Fermin, if you want to desert us, I said. And I told him where he could go. I can still see the bulk of him, stocky and sturdy against the stars that splattered the sky. And I can still hear his voice. And remember the sadness in it.
No, senor. It is not I that will go there. They will take you there yourself. You and the senora. And the day will come when you will remember what Fermin has told you.
And the day has come, and I remember you, Fermin. And you turned and moved away to become a part of the night. So I came back to the place where we'd parked the car close under the shoulder of the mesa. Muriel had turned on the headlights, and they were a beacon for me as I plodded back. And when I got there, Muriel was gone. At first, I thought she just wandered over for a moment. When she didn't come back after 15 minutes, I started to look for her. I looked for nearly the whole night long, shouting her name as I stumbled all the way around the towering mesa. It must have been only a little while before dawn that fatigue dragged me down to the cold ground for a brief sleep. I was awakened almost at once, it seemed, by the sound of a great gong that began in my dreams. It persisted until I forced my eyes open and saw that the sun was rising. And she was not there. I was alone at the foot of the enchanted mesa. In the quick daylight, I took the car and drove in ever-widening circles around the base of the mesa, sounding a horn and shouting Muriel's name until the needle on the gas gauge warned me to continue on foot. And I examined every inch of the mesa itself through my binoculars. And far at the top, 1,000 feet above me, I could see the man-made wall and the windows of the old cliff dwellers' mansion. But there was not the slightest sign of life anywhere. I was the only living thing on all these thousands of square miles of desert. So in despair, as the sun was declining again to the west, I drove the car back to the giant saguaro where we'd parked the night before. There was no mistaking the place, of course. I got out of the car and walked toward the smooth red precipice. And there, leaning against the rock, was a ladder. A ladder of mountain ash wood. The rungs lashed onto the uprights with rawhide strips that looked to be 1,000 years old. And hanging on a rung just above my head, a beaten silver Navajo bracelet studded with turquoises. Muriel's bracelet that I bought for at Acoma, the village in the sky, 2 years before. Well, what would you have done? I didn't think of Fermin's wizards, his dead men who were not dead, until after I climbed all the way up the ladder, till after I'd retrieved Muriel's bracelet. And I remember thinking that perhaps this ladder indicated some racial connection between the cliff dwellers of ancient times and the modern Zunis, who used ladders such as they used to climb up to the second-story entrances to their pueblos and lock their doors by hoisting up the ladders behind them. Perhaps Muriel had found it, lying under a mesquite bush, and dragged it over to the mesa. And then I remembered out of my scientific musings. Where was she? Where was she? That was when I discovered the doorway. A black doorway leading into the mesa. The passage beyond, dark. So now I knew where Muriel was, and I was a little annoyed that she'd beaten me to the discovery, and I was irritated that she'd not waited for me. I called her. Muriel! No answer. I called her again. Muriel! Then there was a scraping sound behind me, and I looked back at the doorway just in time to see the ladder slipping away from the ledge. I leaped for it, but I was too late. It crashed to the ground. So now you've done it, Muriel, I said to myself. And I was an angry man. I started down the passageway in the dark, and I called her name again. Muriel! A man's voice answered out of the darkness.
I'll take you to her, Mr. Lancaster.
Who are you?
I'm sorry I startled you, Mr. Lancaster. My name is Kino.
Who are you? Where's my wife?
I live here, Mr. Lancaster, and your wife is safe for the moment at least. Come along with me, please.
No, the race of the cliff dwellers have been extinct for a long, long time. We have only surmises as to what became of them, what they called themselves, what they looked like, where they came from, and where they went. Our unsolved mysteries. And here, in this place, crowned with perhaps the most ancient of all the cliff dwellings, was a man who spoke as perfect English as you and I.
Yes, I am one of the cliff dwellers, Mr. Lancaster. We here in the Mesa de los Miradores, we are the last of our race.
Well, I thought this place was called La Mesa Encantada.
We call it the Mesa of the Watchers.
Well, why?
You'll see. There is a stairway here.
Now, how could a man, a cliff dweller, if he really was one, how could he be speaking perfect English to me, here in the heart of a 1,000-foot mesa far out in the desert? How could that be? I wondered if I were dreaming.
No, you are not dreaming, Mr. Lancaster.
Can a man read my mind?
We can do many things, Mr. Lancaster. And you must not be surprised at my speaking English. Many of us can speak several languages. You see, from time to time, we send our people out into your world. We have been doing that for hundreds of years.
You've been out there?
Oh, yes. As a matter of fact, I was in your Navy during this last war. Aviation radioman 3rd under Lexington.
Oh, I don't understand this.
We don't expect you to, Mr. Lancaster.
Well, where's my wife?
I'm taking you to her. Be careful, the stairs are steep.
And the stairs were steep. Too steep for more conversation, although you can understand how anxious I was for information, for news of Muriel. I followed a man who called himself Kino up, higher and higher. And in the brief pauses to rest my aching legs, I managed to put in a few questions. Is my wife all right?
Oh, yes. She's quite all right.
How long can we stay here?
For a long time. Shall we start again? There is still some distance to go.
I am a trained mountain climber, but those stairs were almost too much for me. Kino, though, wasn't even breathing heavily. I had to stop oftener and oftener, and though I thought I was trying his patience sorely, he remained calm and courteous.
There are about 1,000 of us.
I hope we'll get a chance to study your people and their customs.
Yes. You may do so.
I'm amazed that there are people here. Living people, I mean.
Yes. I'm sure.
My assistant ran away from us last night.
Yes. The watch was stolen.
He said you were wizards up here. You know, wizards?
Yes. I know. Shall we go on? It's only a little way now.
The last few hundred steps nearly tugged me out. But at last I staggered out into a kind of platform at the very top of the mesa, a platform of living rock surrounded by a parapet carved out of the mesa itself, perhaps 4 feet high. The world was cool up there, and the desert seemed a long, long way below, and the stars were very close.
This is the place of the watchers, Mr. Lancaster. I wish you a pleasant good evening.
Yes, but where... And the huge slab of rock swung into place over the trapdoor we just come through. I was alone again, on the peak of the Mesa of the Watchers. And far below me somewhere, 1,000 primitive men and women went about their several ways, uncaring that a stranger watched the night for them. But I wasn't alone after all. For a voice, an old, dry voice, spoke to me in the cold darkness.
Yes,
It was a voice in oddly accented Spanish. And I looked around for the one who asked me, who was that? I could see no one, but I replied, Un americano, que se llama Dewey Lancaster. And I said, Kenneth, who are you? Dry as dust voice answered me.
Soy Don Albanúez Cabeza de Vaca. A tus órdenes.
What?
Sí. Es verdad.
Have you ever heard of Cabeza de Vaca? The Spanish explorer who tramped from Arizona to Kansas and back with his black servant Esteban in 1537. In 1537. And I heard his voice 6 years ago. But I couldn't see anything but stars and the blackness of the desert down below. And what kind of tricks were Keno and his cliff dwellers playing on me? I lost my head for a second. I yelled at the top of my lungs. You're trying to scare me? You can't scare me! But they did. They scared me nearly to death. Nearly. The first way they scared me, the dream. I dreamed that I'd fallen asleep and awakened again. Awakened with a man Keno standing over me.
Get up, Mr. Lancaster.
Well, it's about time.
Yes, indeed. It is about time.
What are you trying to do to me? Where's my wife?
Your wife? Why, you'll see her very soon. Don't worry about her.
I want to see her now.
Not now.
Are you going to let me out of here, then?
No, Mr. Lancaster. No, I think not. We didn't ask you to come here. You see, you mustn't be surprised at the kind of welcome we give you.
Well?
We have customs, you see, of our own.
I turned my mind in my dream. Erased all the stories I heard of Indian cruelties and tortures. And in my dream, I shuddered at those thoughts, and my voice wasn't very steady as I spoke in my dream. Well, if you're going to kill me, do it quick.
I am not going to kill you, Mr. Lancaster.
You're not going to torture me either.
No. You must merely receive the kiss of most beings.
And I thought I heard the dry, crackling voice of old Cabeza de Vaca, muttering something behind me. But Keno spoke again.
Stand still, Mr. Lancaster.
And at his quiet, smiling words in my dream, I was suddenly powerless to move. Powerless to move away from the flat, ugly head of the great rattlesnake that Keno thrust before my face. I tried to scream. I had no voice. The sound of the snake's rattle filled my ears. Its eyes bore into mine, and the little darting, forked tongue flickered close to my eyes. Then there was the sound of the gong again. And an intolerable pain of effort in my dream resounded in the darkness. The second time they scared me. I awoke, and the pain on my lip was something unendurable. Then I knew it was no dream. I remember a sense of surprise that I was still alive, though I knew death was not far away. And a voice spoke to me in the first rays of the morning sun.
Dewey.
Muriel, where have they been keeping you? And then I saw the mark of the snake, the kiss of Mocene on Muriel's lip, too. And I cried out. Muriel! The snake!
Yes, Dewey. I have kissed Mocene, too.
They killed me?
No, Fred. No. We have not killed you.
Well, what?
No, indeed, on the contrary. Now, my dear friend, you are one of us.
What are you talking?
Let her tell you. She knows.
Muriel, what is he talking about?
We're worse than dead, Dewey.
Well, what do you...
Mocene has kissed us. And now, we can never die.
So, that is right. You are watchers now, like me. And like Cabeza de Vaca, there.
And that was the third time he scared me. I looked past his pointing finger. And there against the breast-high parapet was what I thought at first to be a mummy. A tiny, fragile, dried-up skeleton encased in leathery, ancient skin. And at his feet, a great, shining, silver-mounted conquistador's helmet, and an ancient sword. And slowly, the desiccated mummy turned his head to us. And the skull of a long-dead man, and the eyes were pinpoints under the naked brows. And the grisly mouth opened, and the dry as dust words came out.
Sí, compadre. Nosotros, todos los miradores. Bienvenido, compadre.
Yes, it was truly Cabeza de Vaca. No, Muriel and I can never die either. Well, I know, I tried. I could tell you first-hand stories of the conquest, stories I had from Cabeza de Vaca himself. I won't. I won't tell you how I escaped the place so I could tell the rest of the world about the last of the Cliff Brothers and the Enchanted Mesa. Here, 16 floors above the street in a hotel room in a great city, I had the word from Kino yesterday. He said they'd followed me. They knew where I am. He said I'd better come back. On account of Muriel, he said. Well, they can't kill her, of course. But these people of the Mesa are true sons of their cruel ancestors. So I'm going back. Muriel and I, and Kino, and Cabeza de Vaca will be there for a long, long time. Maybe they'll let us out to see what this world is like 100 years from now. If we're good. And if the world is still here. Good night.
You have listened to Quiet, Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper. The man who spoke to you was Ernest Chappell.
And Sid Cassell played Fermine. Muriel was Anne Seymour. And Ted Osborne was Kino. William Adams played Cabeza de Vaca. The music for Quiet, Please is composed and played by Albert Berman. Now for a word about next week's Quiet, Please. Here is our writer-director and my good friend, Willis Cooper.
For next week, I've written you a story about a man who wasn't satisfied with his lot in life and who tried to change it. It's called Little Fellow.
And so, until next week at this time, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell.
Quiet, Please comes to you from New York. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Lipton Tea and Lipton Soup present Inner Sanctum Mysteries. Welcome to the shadowy borderland of the Creaking Door, all you hardy adventurers. Into the land of the grisly, ghastly, gruesome, horrid, shocking, and monstrous. I mean, Inner Sanctum. Of course, I assume that we're all old friends here, but if by any chance there's a stranger among us, perhaps I should state the purpose for which we are here assembled. Our object is to make your spine tingle and your hair stand on end. That's right. When we're through, you'll discover that a fiend in need is a fiend indeed.
Heavens, you stop talking so scary, or folks will tune us off their radios.
Oh, Mary, I'm just trying to scare them into the chills, so they'll have to drink Lipton tea.
Well, that isn't necessary at all. For a great many years, people have been enjoying Lipton tea without any persuasion from you. That famous Lipton flavor has won the praise of tea experts all over the world. And you know, folks, these experts describe the Lipton flavor by saying that it's brisk. B-R-I-S-K. Now, brisk means that Lipton tea always tastes fresh and full-bodied. Yes, tangy and vigorous. Never flat or wishy-washy. That's why I always say you don't know how good tea can be till you know how good Lipton's is.
And now, friends, let's go from tea to terror. Yes, the title of tonight's story is Terror by Night. It's an original radio play by Emil Tepperman. Tell me, have you ever been alone with fear? Alone in the night and frightened? Well, here's Ann Shepard in the role of Linda Dixon to tell us what happened to her.
It was a Friday night, and I think I was already a little nervous as I drove north into the mountains. It was the first day of my vacation. I started from the city early enough to arrive before nightfall, but my car was 6 years old and developed motor trouble. So now I was driving through the night with 50 miles more to go, and I was tired and nervous and irritated. And then I heard that siren in the distance. At first I couldn't place it. And then I remembered the state prison was somewhere in the vicinity. The siren. That meant a prisoner had escaped. I reached over and turned on the radio. They were broadcasting an alarm.
I repeat, motorists are warned to be on the lookout for Lee Hartley, who escaped from the death cell at State Prison at 9:15 p.m. He is 5'10", dark-haired, regular features, no distinguishing marks. Hartley is a confirmed killer. He is believed to be armed. Beware of Hartley. He would rather kill than eat. I better give you that again.
He would rather kill than eat. And that man was loose. I stared ahead at the lonely road spinning toward me through the windshield.
It has been established that Hartley was helped to escape from the outside by his sweetheart, Helen Hearn, a red-headed woman just as vicious as Hartley himself. It is thought that Hartley and the Hearn woman may have separated after the escape. All motorists are warned to beware of a dark-haired man and a red-haired woman, alone or together.
My hand was shaking a little as I turned off the radio. I looked in the car mirror and shivered. I, too, have red hair. There was a storm coming up, and I was driving into it. And the night was black, and I felt small and lonely and frightened in the car. Then I saw them in the mirror, the headlights sweeping up behind me. A car. It had come out of nowhere. It was pulling alongside, cutting me off. I cowered behind the wheel and then watched the door of that other car open. A man stepped out. Oh, I breathed a sigh of relief. It was a state trooper.
You driving all alone, miss?
Oh, yes, officer.
Sorry if I scared you. We're stopping all cars. Where are you heading for, miss?
Oh, I'm going up to Seven Lakes Hotel. That's near Carstairs. You see, I started out late from the city, and I'm having motor trouble.
Yeah, sure. Can I see your driver's license, please?
Yes, my driver's license, of course. Here, I've got it somewhere in my purse. I seem to be all fingers. That escaped prisoner, Hartley.
How'd you know about him?
Oh, well, I heard the prison siren. Then it came over the radio about Hartley and his red-haired girlfriend.
Say, you've got red hair, too.
Well, you don't think I'm that woman.
Find that license yet?
I'm sure it's in here. So many... Oh, here, I've got it. Here's my license.
Thanks. What time did you say you left the city?
About 5 o'clock.
Took you a long time to get this far.
I told you I had motor trouble.
Oh, sure did. Okay, Miss Dixon. Here's your license. You can go ahead.
Thank you. Oh, darn. There it goes again.
More motor trouble.
No, it's the same thing the mechanic said it might have. There it started.
You want to get that fixed first chance you get?
Yeah. It's late, though. All the service stations are closed.
There's one that's open all night about 2 miles up the road.
Oh?
You better stop there. Bill Slater's place. He's a good mechanic.
Yeah.
He'll fix you up. Tell him Joe Nesbitt sent you.
Right, thanks, I will.
And listen, Miss Dixon.
Yeah.
You be careful. Don't stop to give anyone a lift, man nor woman.
Oh, don't worry, I won't. The night closed in on me again, but I didn't feel quite so nervous, knowing that the trooper was somewhere behind me on the road, and Bill Slater's service station ahead. In a few minutes, I saw the lights on the service station. I swung into the open space in front of the pumps. I stopped. There was a rumbling of thunder in the west. The storm was moving up fast. There was another car, a coupe, parked at the pump. But there wasn't anybody in it. And I didn't see any attendant around either. I pressed the horn button. And no one answered. No one came out of the office. Still no response. Everything seemed so quiet and suddenly ominous. I found myself shivering. I had a curious feeling that someone was watching me. I've got to get away from here fast. It started again. It won't start. It won't start. For a long time, I sat behind the wheel, listening for the sound of footsteps stealing up behind the car. There were none. Then I could bear it no longer. I had to get out of the car. I had to see what was in that office. I opened the door of the car and stepped down on the gravel. Anybody in there? No answer. I clenched my fists and stepped inside. There on the floor at my feet lay the body of a man. His mechanic's jumper was stained red with blood, and his throat was cut from ear to ear. How long I stood there, I'll never know. I was petrified, unable to move, unable to take my eyes from the bloody body. What's that? Someone coming downstairs. Hartley. It must be Hartley, the killer. He must have been hiding somewhere upstairs. I've got to get away outside. But how? My car won't run. That other car, the coupe, I could jump into that. Yes. If I could reach that coupe before he comes down.
Anything wrong, sister?
Too late.
Anything I can do for you, sister?
Yes, it's my car. It won't start. I thought someone here might help me.
Sorry. There doesn't seem to be anybody around. That's my coupe over there. I stopped for gas and no one came out, so I went in and looked around.
Did you find anyone?
There isn't a living soul in there.
Oh.
You look kind of tired.
Oh, no, I'm all right.
My name is Taylor.
Oh?
John Taylor.
I'm Linda Dixon.
Linda Dixon, huh? Glad to know you. Traveling far tonight?
Well, I'm going to Carstairs. Seven Lakes Hotel. They're expecting me.
Now, what do you know about that?
What?
Carstairs is the town I'm heading for, too. Isn't that a coincidence?
Yes, I'm sure it is.
Your car won't run, huh? Tell you what, we'll put your baggage in my car, and I'll give you a lift to Carstairs. You can send for your car in the morning.
Oh, no.
I'll have your bag switched to the jiffy.
Please, no, I would rather not.
We are all switched. Now, come on. Get in here.
He took my arm and helped me into the coupe. His hand was strong. His grip was hard. It hurt me.
There you are. Snug as a bug in a rug.
We drove away into the night, leaving behind us the dead man in the service station.
From where we sit, it looks as if pretty Linda Dixon has gotten herself into an awful jam. And believe me, she's shaking like jelly.
My goodness, that poor girl. And just think, this is supposed to be her vacation.
Why, Mary, she's in the country now, isn't she? In fact, it looks to me like she's going back to the soil. Horizontally.
Oh, dear. Why do you always look on the dark side of things? Seems to me you're always pessimistic. Of course, lots of folks feel that way at times, like when they've been working too hard and they're tired. But, you know, I think there's nothing better for that let-down feeling than a good hot cup of Lipton's, the tea with the brisk flavor. That brisk flavor really perks you up. You see, that word brisk, B-R-I-S-K, is just another way of saying that Lipton tea tastes full-bodied and vigorous. Yes, tangy and spirited, never flat or wishy-washy. So try Lipton's real soon, won't you, folks?
Well, now, let's go back and see how pretty little Linda Dixon is making out, all alone in the car with a strange man. But after all, she shouldn't be too scared of him. He's just a felon and needs a friend.
The storm broke a few minutes after we left that service station. We drove through sheets of rain. I sat stiff and tense beside the man who called himself John Taylor. He had both hands on the wheel, and he stared out through the windshield. My eyes focused on something on his right hand. There was a stain, a small stain, but it was wet and red. I couldn't take my eyes off it.
What are you looking at?
What? Oh, nothing. Nothing at all.
Think I'll turn on the radio. Did you know there's been a jailbreak?
Harley is 5'10", very dark hair. Don't be fooled by his pleasant manner. He is a killer by instinct. Take no chances with this man. He is absolutely...
I looked at the man beside me.
Helen Hearn is a clever and dangerous woman. 5'3", red hair, very pretty.
I caught Taylor looking at me out of the corner of his eye. What are you looking at?
At your hair. It's red.
There was a streak of lightning, and looking out of the rain-swept window, I glimpsed a signpost. The lightning illuminated the sign, and my heart skipped a beat at what I saw. That sign we just passed.
What about it?
Well, it said Kerhonkson ahead. We're going the wrong way. We should be on the Carstairs Road, not on the Kerhonkson Road.
That's funny. Must have taken the wrong turn.
Well, aren't you going to turn back?
Sure. Whatever you say. We'll turn right around and go back. Uh-oh. We're in the ditch.
In the ditch?
That's no good. She won't budge. Well, it looks like we're stuck here for the night. look scared.
Oh, no. I think I'd better get out and walk. Perhaps there's a house nearby.
Walk in this weather?
Oh, I don't mind the weather, really. I don't.
You can't walk in this storm?
Well, nevertheless, I'm going to try.
Not on your life.
What do you mean?
I'm staying right here till I get the car out of the ditch. You get pneumonia walking in this storm.
But I'm
Let's see. Where's that flashlight? Ah, here we are. Got some tools in the trunk compartment. You stay put. Stay right where you are.
I heard him open the trunk in the back. I listened for further sounds, but there was nothing. I didn't hear him moving there. I didn't hear any tools. I had to find out what he was doing. Slowly, carefully, I got my door open. I stepped out into the ring and sneaked back toward the rear. I saw him there, not moving, in front of the open trunk compartment, bending over with a flashlight in his hand. The ray of light was focused on something curled up inside. It wasn't baggage or tools. It was a woman's body. Just then he saw me. He snapped the flashlight off, but not before I caught a glimpse of red hair. Then I must have fainted. When I came to, I found myself seated inside the car again. My face and hair were wet. My clothes were dripping. John Taylor was driving. His face as he stared ahead through the night was dark and bleak. The storm was over. Night was quiet.
Oh, so you're awake again?
I don't feel well.
Is it because of what's in the trunk compartment?
She's dead.
I told you not to get out of the car.
What are you going to do with me?
What do you think?
Please.
Sorry, sister. Got to take your medicine.
Oh, no.
Better not make any trouble. I'll try to make it as easy for you as I can.
They say that when a person loses all hope, subconsciously he seeks refuge in sleep. That's what must have happened to me. I must have dozed or perhaps I fainted, I don't know. But I awoke with a start at the sound of brakes. I sat up straight and saw that we stopped in front of a small fieldstone house. Why are we stopping here?
I'm out of gas.
Oh.
Come on. We're going in.
Sign on the door said Roger Bryce, M.D. A doctor's house. I began to feel a spark of hope. There might be a chance.
I'll do the talking. Is that clear?
Yes.
Where's the bell? Oh. Must be awake. There's a light in the parlor.
How do you do?
Good evening. Dr. Bryce?
Yes. Can I help you?
I'm terribly sorry to disturb you, Doctor, but my sister and I were heading for Carstairs, and we seem to have gotten lost. And we're out of gas.
His sister. He was passing us off as brother and sister. Now I knew why he hadn't cut my throat as he had that service station man's. He was carrying me for protection. I was his passport through the police cordon. His sister.
I'm afraid I can't be of much help to you. I'm 7 miles from the nearest town, and I haven't any spare gasoline. Come in, won't you?
Why, yes, thank you, we will.
I wonder if I could offer you my hospitality for the night.
Oh, that would be imposing.
Not at all. I have 2 rooms that aren't being used.
Really?
Oh, come. I insist.
I'd hoped for a chance to talk to Dr. Bryce alone. Just a word to warn him. But Taylor never left us alone for a minute. He insisted on coming into my room. To make sure, he said, that it was comfortable enough for me. Then he took the doctor by the arm and went out with him.
Good night, sis. And sweet dreams.
I was alone, free of the presence of John Taylor. I had another lease on life. I waited, my heart pounding, to give them both a chance to retire. Then I slipped off my shoes, and in my stocking feet, I stole across the room and inched my door open. Slowly, carefully, I stepped out into the corridor and turned right toward the doctor's room.
What's the matter, sister? You weren't thinking of going anywhere, were you?
I wanted a drink of water.
A drink of water, huh? In case you didn't know it, there's a water pitcher on your dresser.
Oh, I didn't see it.
Good night, sister.
I turned around and went back into my room. It was no use. If I attempted to warn Dr. Bryce, Taylor would probably kill us both. I turned out the light in my room. I knew he was watching my transom. Then I lay down on the bed. How long I lay there, I don't know. Perhaps I slept, perhaps not. But I heard that slight creak as my door began to inch open. The blood chilled in my veins. Slowly the door came open. I lay fascinated, unable to move. Vaguely I saw the outline of the hand and the knife it held. I wanted to scream, but I couldn't. Slowly he came toward the bed. Now he stands over me. He raises the knife. I screamed! I rolled over on the bed just as the knife flashed down. I rolled off the bed and cowered in a corner. That horrible figure came around the bed after me with a knife, a brain. Help! Dr. Bryce, help me! All I cowered there in the corner. They fought all over the room in the dark. I had no strength to move, to think, not even to hope. All the life seemed to have gone dead in my veins. And then it was over. But who had won? In the dark, I strained my eyes to see. There was a vague shape on the floor, and another weaving around the room. Who? Which one was it? Dr. Bryce, is that you?
No, Linda. It isn't Dr. Bryce. It's I, John Taylor.
John Taylor. Standing there at the light switch. And on the floor lay Dr. Bryce unconscious, with a long gash in his head.
I had to hit him with a water pitcher.
My eyes turned to Dr. Bryce. I saw the knife still gripped in his right hand.
That's Hartley, Linda. Lee Hartley, the killer.
It was he who came in here with a knife?
Right, I was down the cellar just now. The real Dr. Bryce is down there, dead. And this fellow posed as Bryce when we came to the house.
Then you're not Hartley.
No, that rich. All the time you thought I was Lee Hartley, and I thought you were Helen Hearn. On account of your red hair.
But the red-haired woman.
That's Helen Hearn. This fellow must have killed her back at the service station and stuffed her body in my trunk compartment while I was inside.
That all happened last summer. In time, I think I'll manage to forget that night of horror. But it won't be Sometimes in the night I dream that I see that awful figure with knife poised above my throat. And I wake up screaming. But then John takes me in his arms and holds me tight and tells me that everything's all right. You see, I'm Mrs. John Taylor now.
Well, what do you know? A happy ending. As for Mr. Hartley, that pleasant killer, he got what he deserved. Yeah, some people never know when they're well off. He should have stayed in jail, where they never raise your rent, where they make no charge for meals or for electric current. You see, when you're in jail, everything is free, except you.
You know, Mr. Host, that's the first happy ending we've had in a long, long time. And I must say I enjoyed it.
Ah, those lovebirds shouldn't have gotten married. It's bad for business, Mary. Now, when she wakes up screaming from a nightmare, she reaches for her husband instead of a hot cup of a Lipton tea.
Well, I'm glad she has a husband to comfort her. There are plenty of other occasions, Mr. Host, when Lipton's tea is welcome. And I don't mean just at meal times either. Lipton's is grand between meals. And, of course, it's the perfect beverage to serve when friends and neighbors drop in to visit you. Yes, I guess that's why more people serve Lipton tea than any other brand.
And now a word of caution to all amateur detectives. They say that if you give a criminal enough rope, he'll hang himself. But if you give some criminals enough rope, they might tie you up. Oh, by the way, this month's Inner Sanctum mystery novel is Puzzle for Wantons by Patrick Quentin. Yes, and next week's Inner Sanctum story, directed by Hyman Brown, and brought to you by Lipton Tea and Lipton Soup. Next week's story is about a lonely man who falls in love with a mannequin in a store window. Oh, gee, fellow wants a real girl. So he tries to make her come to life. And what do you know? He finds he has to kill her first. Well, now it's time to close the squeaking door, so good night. Pleasant dreams.
Folks, these busy days, we all want to save time when we prepare meals, and yet we don't want to sacrifice that good homemade taste. Well, the answer to that is Lipton's Noodle Soup. You see, Lipton's takes no time to prepare, and yet it has a real fresh-cooked chickeny flavor. Yes, it tastes just like the chicken noodle soup you'd make right in your own home. Lipton's is economical, too. It costs less and makes more than canned soups. So, folks, don't forget to serve Lipton's Noodle Soup. And don't forget to tune in next Tuesday night for another Inner Sanctum Mystery.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
From the sea.
Sorry, Mr. Hedges. This is all we can dig up on that story about the missing Hollywood people.
Well, we can't wait any longer. We got to go to press. Let's see what you got. Story from the film Capital. More than a week ago, November 20th to be exact, Philip Hayward, young cinema star of Yesterday's Bread, and the popular actress Judith Johnston set sail for New Zealand aboard Hayward's private yacht. As chaperone, Miss Johnston's movie director father accompanied the pair, and it's reported that Johnson Sr. is taking advantage of the sea voyage to complete his original cinema yarn, a story of the strange creatures who live beneath the surface of the sea. That was more than a week ago. Word's been received from New Zealand that the Hayward yacht's more than 2 days overdue. A careful check gives evidence that there have been no disturbances on the Pacific throughout the time the party's been aboard. Special searching parties fail to discover the whereabouts of the boat. The question in Hollywood tonight, the question everywhere is, what's happened to the trio aboard the Dolphin? Where are they? Have they become victims of the fantastic creatures created in the imagination of the author-director aboard the yacht? That is this week's Unsolved Mystery. Will it ever be? Oh, that's all right. Boy. Right. Get this down to makeup. Let's get rolling. Right away.
Come on, Hayward. Stop that fool noise, will you?
Oh, take it easy, Johnson. No reason to start shouting at each other, you know.
Now, look here. We've been becalmed for 2 days and a night now. We haven't moved a knot one way or the other.
I assure you there's nothing wrong with the motors. I've been over them myself. For some fantastic reason, they just refuse to start again.
Why? Why won't they start?
I don't know. Why did they stop in the first place?
Oh, it's weird. It's like some strange spirit has descended upon the boat.
Oh, nonsense.
Is it nonsense? There are many terrifying legends about sea spirits, fantastic adventures that have happened to sailors at sea.
Just a lot of myths.
Who knows what strange creatures lurk beneath the sea's surface? Who can tell what might come up out of the depths at any moment?
Oh, stop it. You're talking like a superstitious old fool. You made too many goofy movies. Just because you won an Academy Award is no sign I'm going to swallow the tripe you dish out in those 8 real clam bakes of yours.
No.
Judy.
You can't.
Hey, what's the matter with you?
You can't. No. I won't let you.
Daughter, here, wake up.
No, you can't do it. No. No, I can't. No. No.
Judy, darling. What in the name of heaven?
Judy. Are you all right?
Oh, I was asleep. Dreaming. Oh, it was horrible.
I'd say it was a nightmare.
I dreamed I was talking to a young girl. Yet, she didn't seem like a girl at all. She looked more like a mermaid.
A what?
She was like a nymph from the sea. I thought she stood looking at me. She told me she'd been dead for centuries, and yet not really dead. I couldn't understand what she meant. She said something about her body being dead, but her mind being free to wander about the world.
Fantastic.
Oh, Dad, it was ghastly. She kept trying to convince me that I should let her mind enter my body.
Well, what did she say she wanted to do?
She said the entire civilization of the earth depended upon the task she had to perform. Oh, Phil, she seemed to be actually trying to force me out of my body so she could enter it.
Judy, what did this creature look like?
Oh, she was awful looking, Dad. She had long hair. Green and slimy like seaweed. Her teeth were brilliant red. They were long and pointed. She kept staring at me with her little beady eyes. They were horrible, for there were no eyelids. She never blinked once. She just stared and stared.
Yes? What else, Judy?
It was horrible when she touched me. She had long, narrow fingers with no nails on them, and they were covered with fish-like scales.
That's positively the most amazing thing I've ever heard of.
Mr. Hayward. Oh, yes, Ned. What is it?
Oh, I say, look at the lad. Why, what's wrong, boy? You're pale as a ghost.
Mr. Hayward. The Dolphin. She's moving. The boat's moving. Good. The men got the motor started.
No, sir. That's just it. The motors aren't running, and there's no wind. But the boat's making about 20 knots an hour.
Oh. Why, this boat couldn't possibly move without motors.
That's not all. There's a man at the helm steering the boat. And he's a man none of us have ever seen before.
Ned, are you sure?
Sure as I'm standing here, sir. And he's the strangest thing I've ever seen.
Well, let's go have a look at him.
Hey, come on. Judith, you'd best stay here.
Oh, no. No, I'm not going to stay here by myself.
All right, come along, all of you. Follow me.
standing up there at the helm, singing.
Some sort of an ancient sea chanty.
Easy now. Maybe trouble.
There he is, sir. You see, Mr. Hayward?
Oh.
Yeah.
I say, Hayward, that's no man. It's some sort of a sea monster.
Look at his hands, Mr. Hayward.
The lad's right. Long, narrow fingers with webs between them. And no fingernails.
Dad, they're like the hands of the girl in the dream. Oh, where's he taking us?
Yes. I wonder.
Behind us, sir.
Oh, good Lord. A huge wall of water rising out of the sea.
Get down those steps, everybody. Get down, everybody. Down the steps. Here, into the cabin. Hang on, Judy. Hurry.
Everybody all right? Yes, I am. Did Judy get down in the cabin?
Yes, she made it. Just managed to close the door before the wave hit.
Are you all right?
Yes, okay. You, Judy?
Oh, what in the world caused that?
Yeah, what? No wind. And a wave of water, hundreds of feet high.
It's a miracle we didn't capsize.
Look, sir. To the port side. Yes, Ned?
It's land. Land, by heaven.
It can't be. Not in these waters. There's no land for 500 miles.
And what's that over yonder? Mirage?
No, sir. That's no mirage. It's land.
It certainly is. Long, low coast, extending north and south as far as you can see.
A low, steaming land. Look at the heavy vapors rising from it.
You're right, Judy. It is steaming. That must explain the sultriness that's been round us these past 2 days.
Why, I've been in these waters a dozen times. This has never been here before. It's an entire continent, where there ought not to be anything but empty sea.
Land from the sea. That explains the wave that swept over us. A wave that high could only have been caused by an undersea disturbance.
Oh, nonsense, Johnston. You're trying to say an underwater convulsion forced this vast expanse of land up to the surface.
Precisely. A land called Iban.
Now, I'll have to have a better explanation than that. Things like entire continents rising up out of the ocean just don't happen.
Well, then, if Dad's not correct, what is the explanation?
There is no other. A land called Iban did exist at one time, nearly 10,000 years ago. Ruled by a man named Boole and a woman named Lana. They both possessed wonderful powers and knowledge. Boole, the emperor, destroyed the continent of Iban.
How?
By releasing vast, unknown forces beneath the continent. Forces that only he and Lana knew how to control.
But why did he destroy it?
I don't seem to recall. I read the legend once, doing research for one of my pictures. It seems that for some reason or other, Boole and the girl were to release their spirits from their bodies, and those spirits were to have the power someday of recalling the sunken land from the sea.
Then if such a story is true, that must be the land of Iban we're approaching.
Not at all impossible. And if it is true, couldn't that monstrous chanting thing at the helm be Boole himself, taking us with him back to his long-lost kingdom?
You don't actually believe that, do you, Johnston?
Why not?
Well, I certainly don't.
Well, Phil, what else can we believe?
That wave couldn't have swept us off our course enough to put us in sight of this land. Besides, look at it. Steaming. And that sultry, foul odor. Land covered with seaweed.
There's no one at the helm, sir. That monster's disappeared.
Oh, but look. There's someone lying on the deck beneath the wheel.
It's a man.
Yeah, maybe that thing's met with a bit of hard luck. Now, careful, Hayward.
Right.
He's breathing. Only slightly.
I say, who is he? Not a member of the crew.
Well, hard to get on board. Why is he lying here on deck?
What's happened to him?
Oh, he's conscious. He's trying to tell us something. Look here. Who are you?
Stowaway. Hid in supply room. Went to sleep. I don't remember anything.
Stowaway, he says. Hid in the supply room and went to sleep. Wait a minute. He's dead. Hayward, I'm going to have a look over here.
Oh, Judy.
Oh, Phil, I feel so strange.
Oh, dear, you look ill.
So very strange.
You'd better go below to the cabin, dear.
Yes, I'd better. I'll lie down for a while.
Shall I go with you, dear?
No, I'll be all right if I rest a little while.
All right, dear. Be careful going to your cabin. Oh, Ned. Get a tarpaulin and cover the body.
Right away, sir. Hayward, come over here a minute, will you?
Yes, Johnson. What is it?
Here. Have a look. See? Someone's climbed down that rope ladder and gone ashore through the mud and slime.
Whoever it was, he didn't sink in very deep.
Seaweed's too thick. Kept him from sinking. I wonder who it was.
I'm in favor of finding out. Oh, Ned.
Yes, sir?
We're going ashore. Watch out for Miss Blake, will you?
Right, sir.
And not a word of this to the rest of the crew, understand?
Yes, sir.
All right, Johnston. Down you go. Yeah. We'll follow those footprints and see where they lead us.
It's the most evil-smelling place I was ever in. Hold on. Look.
Yeah. I see what you mean. A city up ahead there.
A city. On the depths of the sea.
I see, Johnston. Isn't that Captain Webb going into that low-dome building over there?
Eh? Oh, yes. Yes, it is. So that's our man.
Ahoy, Captain! Captain Webb! Wait a minute, Captain. Hold up a bit.
Hayward. He's turned around. That snarl on his face. He's got a gun in his hand. Hayward. It isn't Webb. It's that thing.
What in the name of heaven is...
Stand back, the two of you. Stand back.
What? You're not Captain Webb.
I am Bull, Emperor of Eban, and I've returned to claim again my ancient kingdom. If you come one step nearer, I shall be compelled to slay you.
You dare not, Bull.
Lana! Judy!
You seem surprised, Bull. Did you think I would forget?
Lana! Judy, darling, what does this mean? Why do you speak so strangely? And why does this thing call you Lana?
I am Lana, Philip Hayward. I have borrowed for a while the body of your beloved Judy.
What?
My mind, my spirit has entered her body. You see me as Judith Johnston, but now I am Lana, Empress of the Kingdom of Eban.
I have returned to rule Eban.
And I have returned to prevent...
You cannot prevent it, Lana.
Look here. This quarrel is none of my affair. I demand that you release whatever power you have over my fiancée.
I have borrowed her body only for a little while, Philip Hayward. Just as Boole has borrowed the body of the captain of your craft.
Yeah. The body I first borrowed was a weak one, a sick stowaway. The captain's is a sturdy body. Now it is mine.
But you must return it to him, Boole. It is the law. You must return his body unharmed, just as I must return the body of Judith Johnson.
It shall be so. I am about to enter the temple now to regain my Ebonite body.
You cannot open the burial chamber unless I accompany you.
I realize that full well. I enter the temple now. I shall await you, Lana, beside the sepulchre.
Look here, Lana. Oh, whoever you are. Well, this is some horrible nightmare.
Philip Hayward, we must act quickly. I will try to explain. When Boole destroyed Eban 10,000 years ago, we sealed our Ebanite bodies in a vacuum chamber inside this temple. And our spirits left our bodies to roam the universe until Eban should be restored. Now Boole intends to re-enter his body and build a new Eban. Once he does reclaim his ancient body, all is lost. For no one save me can destroy him. And if I slay him, I too must die.
But what can you do?
I have a plan. Come with me into the temple where Boole awaits. There is Boole standing beside our ancient bodies, just as we left them so long ago.
All is ready, Lana. We will break the vacuum, permit our spirits to enter our sleeping bodies. Are you prepared?
I am prepared, Boole.
Then we begin.
Howard, look. Those bodies in the glass vacuum. They're beginning to move.
Yes. Slowly. Slowly. Look at them.
No. No, don't. Please, Lord.
Judy, darling.
Oh, no. Help me.
Judy.
He's here again. Where am I?
Judy.
How did I get here?
Judy, thank heaven she's left you. You're yourself again.
Look. They've left the vacuum. See? Up there.
Oh, there she is. She's the one in my dream.
You are free. All of you.
Not so. The three of you will remain here forever to help rebuild the populace of Eban.
You cannot, Boole.
Boole is all great, all powerful. Boole is the law. No one can defy.
No one, Boole. Save me.
You lack the courage, Lana.
Not now. I have the courage now. You are cruel and wicked, Boole. Your rule of ancient Eban ended in horrible tragedy. It must not happen again.
Put down the weapon, Lana. You dare not slay me. You'll die yourself.
Then I call upon death to claim me.
You dare not, Lana. You dare not slay the son of the Ancient One.
Yes, Boole, yes. It has been written by the hand of destiny.
Lana, think. Think before you slay me.
It is beyond the realm of thought, Boole. No. I destroy you, murder!
She did it. She did it.
That is the end. All is finished now. No, you must go.
Can you come with us, Lana?
No. But soon I'll perish also. You must hurry now. Leave Eban quickly. Go while yet you have time. Hasten. Before it is too late.
Well, Judy, darling, we're underway. Full speed ahead.
No trouble starting the motors, dear?
None at all. Your father and Ned are down with the crew. The men don't even suspect what has happened to us.
Well, just as well. They'd never believe it.
Well, take a last look, Judy. You'll soon be out of sight of the land.
Yes. Oh, I'm so glad it's all over, Phil. But poor Lana. She gave her life to save ours, Phil.
Yes, darling. She did.
What's that?
Look. Flames from the mainland, like a volcano.
Phil, the land's sinking.
It's Lana. Judy. She's released the forces. She's destroyed ancient Eban once again. Dark fantasy.
The Thing from the Sea, an original tale of dark fantasy by Scott Bishop. Eleanor Naylor Corrin was Judith Johnston. Ben Morris played Philip Hayward. Fred Wayne was heard as Johnston. Eugene Francis played Ned. Georgiana Cook was Lana. And Darrell McAllister was Boole, the Thing from the Sea. Next Friday night at the same time, the National Broadcasting Company will bring you another weird adventure thriller, The Demon Tree, another tale of dark fantasy, created by Scott Bishop and based upon the ancient legend of the strangling oak of Nano Woods in England. So, listen for The Demon Tree next Friday night.
Dark fantasy originates in the studios of station WKY, Oklahoma City. Keith Bainton speaking. This is the National Broadcasting Company. Mutual presents The Mysterious Traveler, written, produced, and directed by Bob Arthur and David Kogan. This is The Mysterious Traveler, inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and the terrifying. I hope you will enjoy the trip, that it will thrill you a little and chill you a little. So settle back, get a good grip on your nerves, and be comfortable, if you can. By the way, did you have a good vacation this summer? A nice, quiet time. No unusual excitement. No unpleasant events that shook your nerves so that you jump when a strange hand knocks on your window at midnight? Or slow, heavy footsteps come up to your door? That's good. Then you're in shape to go on another vacation with me tonight. It's the story I call Vacation from Life. The spot I have in mind for your vacation is a tiny harbor along the northern Maine coast. An isolated beach reached only by boat from the nearest town 2 miles away. And so lonely, there's only a single cottage. But it's going to be vacant soon. The present owner won't be needing it after tonight.
My name is Matthew Clark. I am 40 years old and I teach Greek in New York City. I suppose you could say I'm a typical professor since I wear glasses, stoop a little, am absent-minded at times, and as my wife has said so many times in the 10 years we've been married, I hardly know a screwdriver from a monkey wrench or how to replace a burned-out electric light bulb. A fumbler. That's her favorite word to describe me. Well, she's going to find out it's not true. But I mustn't get excited. I won't be able to finish this if I don't keep calm. I'm writing this in our cottage on Desolation Beach in Maine. It's almost dark, and the waves are pounding on the sand. The wind is rising. There's a real northeaster coming. But 4 days ago, when I came up here to open the cottage, the sun shone, the water sparkled, and except for the driftwood and seaweed along the beach, there wasn't a hint of the fierce storms that can lash this shore. I made sure that the cottage was in good shape, aired the rooms, and put away the stock of provisions that Seth Thompson had brought from me from the village in his boat. And then while I waited for Seth to call for me, I walked along the beach, poking into the piles of driftwood like a boy searching for treasure. And I found it. I found something that set my heart to pounding and brought a flush of excitement to my face. Something that roused my imagination to a feverish pitch. It was a mine. A naval mine torn loose from its moorings someplace in the Atlantic during the war and tossed ashore at last here at my feet. It was hidden under seaweed, a 3-foot steel ball with 500 pounds of TNT inside it, waiting for an incautious touch to set it off. When I saw it, I started back in alarm. And then in a flash, I knew what a treasure I'd found and what it was going to mean to me. I was gloating over it so that I didn't even hear Seth's boat arrive at my dock until he called to me.
Professor, you about ready to be heading for town?
I turned to see Seth stepping down off my dock. I hurried toward him. Yes, Seth, I'm ready. I was just stretching my legs while I waited.
Seen you poking around that driftwood. I figured maybe you'd found something worthwhile.
Seth, what I found was a very dead codfish, an extremely odorous one. Well, here's the boat. I'll get in.
Professor, for Pete's sake, don't never step right on the gunwale of a boat when it's rocking. You'll either fall into the boat and break a leg or go over the side and maybe drown.
Oh, yes, of course. You've told me that before, haven't you?
Not more than 11 times. Yeah, I'll hop in first. Now, give me a hand. That's it. Now, jump down here beside me. Look out. Ouch! Oh, Professor, when you lose your balance in the boat, don't ever grab the engine. It's usually hard. Let me see how bad you burned your hand.
Well, it's not too bad. It was clumsy of me, though, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. The burn ain't bad. Just a little engine grease and fix it up. There. Now, you sit down back there.
Very well, Seth.
Stay set down. Truth is, Professor, I don't trust you around machinery no more than I would a baby.
My hand burned painfully, but I was too elated to notice. All the way back to the village, and then by train to New York, thoughts and plans raced through my mind. I formulated and discarded half a dozen schemes until the right one came to me. So simple, it would be impossible to go wrong. And then I fell asleep as peacefully as a child. In New York next morning, I hurried down 10th Street to a tiny apartment 6 flights up and eagerly rapped on the brass knocker.
Why, Matthew. Matthew, it's you.
Yes, Ruth, I know you didn't expect me so early, but here I am.
Oh, I didn't expect you so early, but I am glad to see you. Won't you come in?
Thank you.
I'll make you some coffee. Sit down and be comfortable. I'll only be a moment.
As Ruth bustled around making coffee, I sat down and relaxed. The tiny apartment was soothing. There was an atmosphere of peace and quiet about it that delighted me, and Ruth herself delighted me even more. She was small, charmingly feminine. She was a teacher, too, of ancient history. We'd met during one of my summer lectures at the university and quickly found much in common. One of our favorite pastimes was to discuss the life of the ancient world. Perhaps the Punic War or the history of Greece. She from the standpoint of the historian, I from that of a student of the language and literature.
Here, Matthew. Drink this. It's hot and strong the way you like it.
Thank you.
Oh, look out. I almost dropped it. Why, Matthew, you've hurt your hand. What have you done to it?
It's just a little burn. Nothing to worry about.
Matthew, you must take care of yourself. I'm going to fix that burn. Have some lotion right here and bandages. You just sit and drink your coffee while I take care of it. And tell me all about the cottage and the trip and everything.
The touch of her fingers was amazingly soothing. And as she bandaged my hand, I told her of my trip, though I said nothing of the mine that I'd found on the beach. She listened to me as a woman should, with interest and appreciation. She made me forget my clumsiness, my awkwardness at conversation, I cannot deny it, my insignificance in the world. No wonder I loved her with a devotion that my friends would have thought impossible in poor, dull, dry Matthew Clark, professor of Greek. It was with reluctance that I said goodbye when I'd finished my coffee.
I know you have to go, Matthew, but sweet of you to drop in.
You know that I'd come oftener if I could, Ruth.
Of course, Matthew. I understand. Will I see you again before you take your vacation?
Of course, my dear. I'll stop in day after tomorrow. And, Ruth...
Yes, Matthew?
I hope to have some news for you then. Some good news.
Oh, Matthew, you mean...
Yes, my dear, I hope so. But for now, au revoir. How different it was when I reached my own apartment in Washington Square. Louise, my wife, greeted me with a brisk contempt, which has been her attitude toward me almost from the first week that we were married.
Is that you, Matthew?
Yes?
Oh, so you're home.
Yes, I'm home. Safe and sound, my dear.
Safe, but not completely sound, I see. That bandage on your hand, what did you do to yourself this time?
Oh, I burned myself slightly on the engine of Seth Thompson's boat.
Well, you wouldn't be you if you didn't hurt yourself somehow. Who put the bandage on? I see it's fresh.
A very nice young lady in the drugstore at the station fixed it. You see, I stopped by to buy some ointment.
Never mind the details. Now, I suppose you want me to drop everything and fix some breakfast for you.
Oh, no, my dear, no. I had a cup of coffee at the drugstore.
Well, thank goodness for that. Well, how's the cottage? I suppose it had been broken into and half our things stolen.
Oh, no, it was in fine shape. One of the shutters was blown off, that was all.
What about the electricity? I suppose you forgot to have it turned on.
No, my dear, I attended to that first thing. The place is ready and waiting for us.
Well, I can hardly believe you haven't forgotten something. But I can't stand here talking. I have things to do. I suppose you'll want to rest.
Yes, I would rather like a nap. I didn't sleep so very well on the train.
Very well. I'll see you at dinner. There's something else I want to talk to you about. But it can wait.
Something else she wanted to talk about. Well, there was something else that I wanted to talk about, too. I was sure it would do no good, but I had to mention it. I didn't see Louise again until dinner, and then she wasted no time in coming to the point.
Matthew, I wanted to speak to you about your insurance.
My insurance, darling?
I said insurance, didn't I? Wish you wouldn't repeat my words after me like a parrot.
Well, I'm sorry, Louise. It's just that I rather think I'm carrying all the insurance I can afford on the teacher's salary.
On a teacher's salary. That's exactly the point. Now, suppose something happens to you. What's to become of me? You certainly haven't been able to save anything.
There is my life insurance.
$5,000. A pittance in these times. No, Matthew, you must take out more insurance. With your ridiculous faculty for getting hurt, you might easily kill yourself at any time.
Well, that's a rather callous thing to say, Louise.
It's practical, that's all. Now look at your burned hand. You might just as easily have fallen overboard and drowned as fallen against the engine.
Louise, I'm not a child. Which brings me to something that I want to say.
Well, say it then.
Louise, for some time I've felt that you were dissatisfied with me as a husband.
Indeed. Go on, Matthew.
You seem to look upon me as a rather feeble-witted creature whom you must constantly admonish. I'm sure it can be no pleasure to you to be tied to such a man as you think me, Louise.
What are you driving at, Matthew?
Well, you have a very fine intelligence and great energy, and you deserve to be a free woman, able to carve a better place for yourself in the world.
Yes?
You're a handsome woman. You could easily find a husband more worthy of you. Someone like that insurance agent, Kurt von Walter, for instance.
And just why do you mention Kurt von Walter?
Well, it's just as an example. He's obviously attracted to you, that's all.
And so you think I should divorce you?
Well, I can't help feeling that you'd be much happier if you did, Louise.
Possibly I would be. But I know my duty. Without me, Matthew, you would be quite lost. I'm sure you'd manage to kill yourself somehow within a year. I'm your wife, Matthew. And your wife I shall remain until death, as they say, do us part.
Until death do us part. Well, I had tried. I'd done my best to save her. Now I had to go ahead with my own plans. After all, I had a right to some happiness, too. I may be a professor of Greek, but I'm also a man, with a man's ability to love and hate. Yes, to love Ruth and to hate Louise. I hadn't even known how fiercely I hated her until after I met Ruth. And then hatred had welled up in me with a violence that had astonished me. Some men might put up with such a woman for a lifetime, but I'm not one of them. They are the weaklings of the world. Men, real men, take what they want from life, and I was determined to be such a man. The next day, I did as Louise insisted. I called upon Kurt von Walter, the blonde, handsome refugee who has become so Americanized that he speaks better English than most Americans, and who sells life insurance to men by flirting with their wives. I don't like him. His easy self-assurance and blatant masculinity revolt me. But my business didn't take long.
There you are, Mr. Clark. An accident insurance policy for $20,000. Payable to your so charming wife without a fuss of red tape.
Yes, I think it's a waste of money, but Louise wanted it.
Who can say what will happen in this uncertain existence, my friend? Up there in Maine, the fierce tides, the slippery rocks, the great storms. At any moment, an accident may snatch a man's life from him.
Yeah, I suppose so, but I don't know why Louise looks upon me as such a child. She's just as apt to get hurt as I am.
Very true. So why not a policy to insure her life as well?
Court, I'm just an underpaid professor. I can hardly throw money around for insurance as easily as all that.
All the more reason you need it. If something happened to the lovely Mrs. Clark, if I say, well, the expenses would bankrupt you.
I guess they would.
So let me write a joint policy to cover both of you. The premium will only be a little more.
Well, all right. I suppose it is the practical thing to do, and Louise always likes to be practical.
Of course. When do you leave?
Tomorrow evening from Grand Central Station.
I'll give myself the pleasure of seeing you off. I may be able to help with the baggage. And for now, au revoir, my friend.
So that was that. A fumbler, was I? Incompetent, unable to plan, born to fail in anything. Louise would see her life was insured in my favor for $20,000, and Kurt von Walter would have to testify that he talked me into it. $20,000. What freedom that would give Ruth and me. We could travel, see Europe, Greece, visit the very spots where Socrates walked and Plato composed his immortal dialogues. But I concealed my jubilance, lest Louise notice it and suspect something. I paid a brief visit to Ruth to say goodbye and to tell her something of the wonderful future ahead for us.
Oh, Matthew, I can hardly believe it. Greece, Rome, Venice, all the famous spots of the old world. It'll be wonderful.
Yes, we'll live life for a change, Ruth, instead of just reading about it in books.
Then your wife, she has agreed to?
Yes, she's going to divorce me. I'm not the man for her, and we both know it.
Oh, I think you're a fine man, Matthew.
Thank you, my dear. But Louise looks at things differently. We'll be back soon and attend to everything then. Very soon. I promise you. Yes, very soon. much sooner than anyone but myself could guess. That night, Louise and I left on the main express. True to his word, Kurt von Walter, smirking and odious, was on hand to see us off, and Louise made a foolish fuss over him.
Oh, you really shouldn't have come to the train with us, Kurt. It wasn't necessary.
But of course not. It was a pleasure, dear lady.
And the way you carried all our bags. Poor Matthew could never have carried half of them, even if he hadn't burned his hand.
Well, on the other hand, I could never have learned Greek.
Greek? Oh.
Well, I hope you have a fine trip.
Thank you.
I shall be up there with myself next week. I'll drop in on you.
We'll be looking for you, Kurt. We'll never forgive you if you fail us, will we, Matthew?
What?
Oh, never mind. Oh, dear, it's train time. Goodbye, Kurt.
Goodbye, dear lady.
Oh, Kurt, you shouldn't have done that. I'm not used to having my hand kissed.
In that case, dear lady.
Oh, Kurt, you're a wicked man to kiss me like that in front of my own husband.
I could not help it.
In that case, I'll forgive you. Goodbye.
Goodbye. I shall be seeing you soon. Very soon.
Yes, Kurt. Very soon.
I pretended not to notice Louise's ridiculous flirting with Kurt von Walter, and we went to our drawing room. The trip passed quickly, and exactly on schedule, late in the afternoon of the next day, we were in Seth Thompson's boat, approaching our cottage on Desolation Bay.
There she be, Miss Clark. Cottage come through the winter that well.
Yes, better than I expected, considering that Matthew closed it up last fall. Oh, the beach is filthy, though.
Well, storms last winter piled up plenty of weeds and stuff.
Oh, really?
I expect you can burn it, though. Oh, speaking of burning, how's your hand, Professor?
It's getting well, Seth. I'm still clumsy with it, but it's healing.
Yeah, them burns can be bad business. I knowed a fellow 3 years ago burned his hand, died of it. Yes, sir. Lockjaw. Well, here we are.
At last.
I'll tie her up and help you unload. Then you folks are all set for your vacation. Only you're going to have kind of nasty weather the next 3 days.
Why? Is a storm coming up? Oh, goodness, the sky has gotten gray since we left the village.
And the wind's kicking up. Look at them whitecaps out there. Yeah, we're in for a real nor'easter. I hope you folks ain't forgot nothing, because I won't be able to make it here till the storm goes down.
A nor'easter? Well, that's most provoking.
Now be sure and lay in plenty of firewood.
Yes.
She'll be cold and damp till it's over. Well, I better be getting this stuff ashore. That there storm's blowing up faster than I figured.
Just listen to that wind. We might at least have had a few nice days to begin our vacation.
It is too bad, my dear.
Well, you don't seem very concerned about it. If anything, you seem to be quite happy that we're going to have a storm.
No, but I'm not.
Oh. Now, let's see, everything's put away. Matthew, why didn't you have the phone installed as I asked?
The price of running a wire out this far was prohibitive, Louise.
Oh, money. I'm so tired of not being able to do what I want because it costs too much. Oh, well. Matthew, we need firewood. It's getting very cold, and all we have is that big log beside the fireplace.
Yes, of course. I'll go pick up some on the beach. I'll be back in 10 minutes. I hurried out of the cottage. The wind howled and the waves were pounding on the beach, sending white foam flying. I strode along the hard, packed sand, exultant. Everything was working to help me. The storm, my burned hand, everything was combining to aid me, as if I'd planned it so. 100 feet from the house, I found the mine, just as I'd left it, hidden beneath the seaweed. A 3-foot globe of concentrated death, nestling among the driftwood of seaweed and dead fish, covered with barnacles, so innocent looking, so deadly. Carefully, I lifted the seaweed I'd placed on top of it and exposed the detonating horns, those deadly knobs of metal sticking up from the mine and spelling death to any ship that touched them. Next, I found several pieces of wood nearby, just the right size for our fireplace, and pulled from the sand a length of rope, which once had anchored a fisherman's lobster pot. And now, came the dangerous part. I had to fasten several pieces of the firewood to the detonating horns of the mine, using the rope to tie them fast. With the wind blowing steadily stronger and the storm coming closer, I worked as delicately as a surgeon. A fumbler was I. Not now. In 5 minutes, the job was done. The driftwood tied securely to the detonating horns. A super booby trap for anyone seeking firewood on that beach. A strong pull on one of the pieces tied to the mine. And afterwards, what evidence would there be? It would be tragic, of course. But really no one's fault if Louise stumbled into a mine while walking on the beach. I'd mourn for a while, and then marry dear, sweet, adoring Ruth. I was finished. I put seaweed back to cover the mine, leaving the driftwood on top, where it'd be easy to see and pick up. And then I hurried back to the cottage, and my heart was pounding in my chest with a noise like the thunder of the waves as I flung the door open and entered.
Well, Matthew, where's the firewood?
I'm sorry, Louise. It hurt my burned hand. I couldn't carry anything back.
I might have known it. You can't even bring in firewood, you fumbler.
But I did gather some. I left it on top of a pile of seaweed down the beach, but I couldn't bring it any further.
Now I suppose I have to go get it.
Well, I'll help you, but I can't pick the sticks up alone.
Oh, no, Matthew. You stay here and get the fire started. Maybe you can chop some splinters off that log, even if you can use only one hand.
Of course. I'll have a fine fire going when you get back. I can handle the axe with one hand. You see?
Matthew. You're acting rather oddly. Your face is flushed. I wonder if you could be getting a fever.
I don't think so.
Well, then on top of everything else, I'd have to nurse you.
I'm perfectly all right, Louise. And I'll have this log chopped by the time you get back.
What have you done?
The axe slipped. I cut my leg. Help me to the chair.
Take my arm. Here. Now sit down. There. Now let's see.
Oh, my Louise. Look at all the blood. It's a deep cut, I can tell you.
Oh, sit still, Matthew. I can't tell a thing with you squirming so.
Oh, it's
now let me...
bleeding so. Look, it's coming out in little spurts. Louise, do something.
I'm very much afraid, Matthew, that you've cut an artery.
Huh? An artery? Oh, no.
I always knew something like this would happen someday.
Louise, don't just stand there. Do something. Put a tourniquet on my leg.
No, Matthew.
No? What do you mean?
I mean that fate has obviously intended you to die, and I don't propose to interfere.
Louise, I don't understand you. What are you saying?
Matthew, listen to me. When you said the other day that I should be married to someone like Kurt von Walther, you were perfectly right. I love Kurt, and he loves me. He said so.
Louise, you're joking. Now do something about my leg. I'm bleeding to death.
Yes, Matthew, you are. But I was talking about Kurt von Walther. If I were free, he'd marry me. I know he would. But not if I were penniless. He's European, and they're practical about such things.
For the love of heaven, Louise, put a tourniquet on my leg.
I know it's hard for you to grasp, Matthew, but I'm not going to lift a hand to help you.
Well, but you've got to. You're my wife.
I won't be for long. Soon I'll be your widow. And I'll have a dowry of $25,000 to bring to court.
You're mad. He's not really interested in you. You don't know what you're doing.
I do. I'm being completely practical. When I urged you to take out that insurance, Matthew, I think I was hoping something like this would happen. Maybe I was even planning to make it happen. I'm not sure. But now it has happened with no help from me. I have a right to love and happiness with a real man, and I'm taking it.
Louise, please help me.
Matthew, I'm going outside now. I'm going to watch the storm come up. I'll be gone at least half an hour. Then I'll bring back some firewood. If when I come back I find you beyond help, I'll be terribly shocked and distressed. But there won't be a thing I can do about it.
Oh, no, Louise, wait. I have something to tell you.
I'm not interested in anything you have to say
but
now.
It's important. You mustn't go out. You mustn't pick up any firewood.
Goodbye, Matthew.
Louise, come back. Come back. That was just a half an hour ago. Louise is out there on the beach now, watching the waves pound on the sand and waiting. And I'm sitting here getting weaker. I tried to put a tourniquet on my leg, but it only slowed the bleeding. It didn't stop it. I never was good at first aid. I never was good at anything. Just a fumbler all my life. Too late now to help me. In a few moments, Louise will start back. She'll pick up some firewood on the beach. Probably the firewood that I left so cunningly placed because it'll be convenient. She'll pull hard. The jar will set off the detonating mechanism of the mine. Yeah. That is the explosion then. Broke the window of the cottage. My scheme worked. It worked. So I'm not such a complete fumbler after all. But I'm getting weaker. I can't write anymore. I just want to say that this is my last will and testament. $25,000 from my insurance policies I leave to the Handicraft Foundation for Boys, to be used in teaching boys how to do things with their hands. I especially direct that it be used in teaching first aid and the use of tools, especially axes. Every boy should know how to use an axe without cutting himself.
This is the mysterious traveler again. So that cottage is empty now. There's really nothing wrong with it. Just a broken window and a few shingles torn loose by the explosion of that drifting mine that washed ashore down the beach. You could fix it easily.
If you'd like to know where it is, I could...
Oh, you have to get off here. I'm sorry. But I'm sure we'll meet again. I take this same train every week at this time.
You've just heard The Mysterious Traveler, a series of dramas of the strange and terrifying. All the characters in today's story were entirely fictitious, and any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, was purely coincidental. In the cast today were Maurice Toplin, Eric Dressler, Vicky Vola, Helen Titus, and Stefan Schnabel. Original music was played by Paul Taubman. The Mysterious Traveler is written, produced, and directed by Bob Arthur and David Kogan. Listen next week to a tale titled The Big Payoff. Another strange and shivery tale of the Mysterious Traveler. The Mysterious Traveler has come to you from our New York studios. This is Carl Caruso speaking.
We now present George Edwards in Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde.
You have no idea at all of his whereabouts?
Absolutely none. Didn't even know he was away till I called at his house 2 days ago, and Poole told me he'd gone.
And he left no address?
None at all. I gathered from Poole that there was nothing out of the way in that. He often disappears for days at a time.
Yes, but he's gone over a week now. This is disastrous. The latest news of his father is that he's not expected to live more than a few days. We simply got to get in touch with him.
What is it? A stroke?
Yes, he had the first seizure yesterday morning. He may go at any moment. He's barely conscious and keeps asking for Henry all the time. What on earth are we going to do? Isn't there anyone you know of who might be able to tell us something?
Let me think now. Wait a minute. I wonder...
Yes? What is it?
It's just a faint possibility. There's a friend of his, an Edward Hyde.
Edward Hyde?
Yes, do you know him?
Know him? I've had an encounter with him. I'd be very reluctant to repeat the experience.
Why, what's he like?
He's without doubt the most loathsome and degenerate specimen I've ever set eyes on. What his association with Henry can be... well, let's forget that. What were you going to say?
The last time I saw Henry, he gave me his address. It was in connection with a will he made. He told me where to find Hyde if ever he should be needed.
Why should Hyde be needed?
I don't know more about that than you do. But it's obvious that Henry sees a good deal of him. You might even know where we can find him now.
You may be right, though I'd hate to have to go and ask him.
Then I'll go. As a matter of fact, I'd rather like to have a look at him.
If you're anything like me, you won't want to look a second time. I never met anybody in my life who roused sheer murderous hatred in me like that creature did.
In you? Why, it hardly seems possible.
Wait till you've seen him. I wasn't the only one. There were others with me as well, and I could see by the look on their faces that they could hardly keep their hands off him.
Why, is he some sort of demon?
Well, he may well be. The thing I saw him do was nothing short of the act of a fiend.
What was it?
I saw him trample a little child down in the street, grind it with his heel, and beat it with his stick.
What?
Every word of that is true. It was the most horrible and revolting thing I ever set eyes upon, and committed by the one who is claimed as friend by the man my daughter proposes to marry. I won't attempt to disguise the fact that the thought of such a thing sickens me.
Yes, I think I understand. But there must be some sort of explanation. I know Henry very well. Always regarded him as a sort of a saint compared to myself. He's been wrapped up in his work, never gone in for the sort of things that I have done. You know, getting tight and larking around with women and all that.
I hope you're right. And in the meantime, we've got to find him. The thought of that old man dying without seeing the son he loves so much is more than I can bear.
Well, I'll go at once and see Hyde. There may be something he can tell us. I'll come back here as soon as I can.
Very well. I'll make what inquiries I can think of. Goodbye for the present.
Who's there?
Is Mr. Edward Hyde at home?
Who are you? What do you want with him?
I'm Dr. Hugh Lanyon. I want to see him urgently.
Dr. Lanyon. Oh, come in. Margaret, I'm glad to see you.
Hetty, what on earth are you doing here?
I've been here for ages. Ever since that day you and Dr. Jekyll hid me in the boat and helped me get away from those men.
But I thought you were in the country. Henry told me you'd gone away from London.
Did he? Well, this is as far as I ever got.
And doesn't Hyde live here?
Yes. He lives here.
Then...
Yeah, you've guessed it right off.
I see. May I sit down and talk to you for a while?
Of course you can. I'm that glad to see someone. I've been shut up here by myself, afraid to show me nose out the door in the daytime. It's been so lonely, I think I'd even be glad to see Hyde come in.
Where is he?
He's gone away. Been gone almost a week.
Away?
Yeah. Why?
Henry's father is very ill. We can't find him anywhere. He's away, too. I was hoping Hyde might have some idea where he is.
I can tell you that.
You can?
Yeah. Let me see now. He said they were going to a place called Coravina.
Coravina?
Yes.
Hyde told you that?
Yes. He said he and Henry were going together.
Are you sure?
Of course I am. I remember his very words. He said, he won't be seen with me, but we'll be together for all that. He'll not get away from me for a moment.
And they've gone to Coravina. Why on earth didn't Henry tell me?
Do you know where it is?
Of course I do. I was there last year. It was I who told him about it.
Perhaps he was trying to steal a march on you.
Henry was.
Don't you think he would?
Coravina. All places. It's miles away from any telegraph line.
Perhaps his father will be dead by the time he gets back.
What makes you say that?
I don't know. Perhaps I hope it'll be that way. I'd like to think that something happened to him. Something that'd hurt him. Something that'd make him pay a little for the things he's done to me.
Betty.
Shocks you, does it? I sit here all day thinking of ways to get back on him. Him and Hyde. What a pair they are. So different. Yet somehow, underneath, they're the same. Both cruel as the devil.
Dead. He's dead. Yes. I had a telegram not 10 minutes after you left. He died at 6 o'clock this morning.
This will be a terrible shock to Henry. He's devoted to his father.
I know. The loss is a very great one to me, too. We were lifelong friends. The finest man I ever knew.
What do you think we'd better do? There's no means of telegraphing him. Corabina's about 100 years behind our times. Tiny place that lives in a world of its own.
Whatever possessed him to go there?
I told him about it. I had a very pleasant time there last year. I suppose it made some sort of impression on him, and he suddenly decided to go there himself.
Well, I'll write a letter to him. Perhaps that's better than a telegram. The shock will be bad enough as it is.
Do you know, I think I might go over and tell him myself. I could get away now. Take me about 4 days to get there. If we return at once, we could be back at the end of next week.
But why should you go to all that inconvenience?
Oh, it's just that I feel the news of his father's death is going to be pretty hard to take. We're rather close friends, you know. Might be glad to have me around.
Yes, I think perhaps he would. When will you go?
I'll try and catch the Dover Express tonight. I've got 4 hours.
Very well. I'll write a letter for you to take. Oh, you'll have to pass through Paris, won't you?
Oh, yes.
If you can manage it, will you try and see Margaret? I imagine this will mean a postponement of their wedding. It was to have been in 6 or 7 weeks' time.
Oh, I say that. That's going to be another blow for Henry.
Do you think so?
Think so? Why, Mr. Utterson, don't you realize what Margaret means to him?
She doesn't mean enough for him to be willing to give up his friendship with this beast, Hyde. He told me he need never see him again. And now they've gone away together, secretly, as though on something that won't bear the light of decent scrutiny. What am I to conclude from that? Is that the kind of man you'd wish your daughter to marry?
Hello there. Anybody home?
Who is there?
Come out of the kitchen, you old rascal, and see.
Why, Dr. Daniel, what brings you here?
Well, have you got a friend of mine, Dr. Jekyll, staying here?
Dr. Jekyll, here's your friend. Oh, Herr Doctor, it is terrible.
What is it?
They are lost out in the mountains since yesterday. All night we've been searching for them.
Who?
The Herr Doctor and Gretel. They went out yesterday morning to climb the Straitlich Pass, and they haven't come back.
Oh, good Lord, what's being done about it?
All our young men are away with the flocks, taking them to the summer pastures. Only us old ones are left. We've sent word to them. They'll be coming back this morning. Oh, here they come now. Look, they're racing down the glacier on skis. They're coming like men possessed. There's Franz in front. I can tell by the red scarf he's wearing, the one that Gretel made for him. Oh, Gretel, my little daughter. And you so soon to be married.
Oh, come along now. Everything may be quite all right. Dr. Jekyll's an experienced mountaineer, and Gretel's born to the mountains.
She didn't want to go. I got angry with her. All this is my doing.
Why didn't she want to go?
She didn't like the Herr Doctor. It was very strange. Such a quiet, pleasant gentleman.
Oh, by the way, where's his friend?
His friend?
Mr. Hyde. I understand they're traveling together.
There's been no Mr. Hyde here, Herr Doctor. Only Dr. Jekyll.
Oh, that's good. I'm glad of that. Oh, look. The men are nearly here now. Another minute or two, they'll be on the slope just above the village.
Come, let us meet them. There are the other people running out. It's good to see our young men back. Now the search will really begin. Papa Shop, what is it? What happened? Oh, Franz, my boy. They went away yesterday, and when evening fell, and no sign of them. Have you got food ready for us, and ropes, and alpine stock? Yeah, everything waiting. Oh, why should she go with him? Couldn't he have gone alone? She went to show him the way. Oh, it was my doing, Franz. I confess it. Why, what do you mean? Didn't she want to go? No, she went unwillingly. She must have known. If anything has happened, how shall I ever forgive myself? If anything has happened because of him, I will smash him in two. She feared him. She knew. Franz, my son, what are you saying? I shouldn't have left her. She begged me not to go. Come along, men. Let us get going. We've got to find him before another night comes. Do not waste any time. Go.
Unsolved Mysteries. Down the ages, man has been seeking the answer to the riddle, what happens in the unseen realm beyond? With all our science, we're as far from answering that question as man was in the beginning. But with the accumulated records of the past, the conviction is borne strongly upon some that there is a link joining us mortals with those who have passed this way before. The scene is the famous American newspaper correspondent's home. It is evening, and a group of guests are seated around the table enjoying their after-dinner coffee and cigars. The log fire casts a ruddy glow over the room, and the soft candlelight throws grotesque shadow shapes on the walls and ceiling as the guests settle themselves more comfortably in their chairs.
But seriously, Bert, well, that was a good story, well told. You don't really believe in ghosts?
Before I answer that question, let me ask you one.
Go ahead.
Do you completely, wholly, and absolutely disbelieve in them?
Joe, when you put it that way, I'm not sure that I can answer you, Bert. I suppose in their heart of hearts, most men, while they won't admit it, do have a secret belief in ghosts or something similar.
Well, what do you say, Jackson? You're a newspaper man of wide experience. Have you ever run into what you might call a true ghost story in your newspaper work?
Yes, I have. An experience of my own, and one, in fact, to which I owe my life.
Exactly, Jackson. It was that experience of yours that I had in mind.
What is that, Jackson? Something we haven't heard about? I don't tell it to many people, but you will tell it to us.
Why don't you, Jackson? It's going to be published next month anyway.
All right. As you fellows know, I was foreign correspondent for the Sketch Mirror Group. And one of my assignments was to interview celebrities before they became celebrities. Well, I had to make a quick trip to England. It looked very much as if the Asquith government was about to fall, and
but Lloyd George would be in the saddle. So I had to interview Lloyd George before the news broke. I concluded my interview and was all ready to leave when I met an old friend. He had become a lord since I first knew him, but that made no difference to him. And the result was that I found myself in their Northumberland home, being greeted by her ladyship and her very charming daughter.
Cheerio there, Major. Hello, sis. I want you both to meet a very old friend of mine, Jackson.
Well, not you, Mr. Jackson.
The very same.
I'm so glad to meet you, Mr. Jackson. Keith has spoken of you so much.
And I'm delighted to meet Keith's mother and sister.
Oh, come, Evelyn, dear. We mustn't keep Mr. Jackson standing in the cold.
We shan't want to carry any more tonight, Dobbs.
Very good, sir. All right.
Jackson will take your caps up. Come right into the hall and get your bones torn out.
Thanks, old man. It is a bit chilly out.
Riding up to the house here in a carriage is an experience to one accustomed to riding in a closed car. We don't use the car much up here, and tonight Arthur has it down in the village, getting in some supplies.
It was charming, even if chilly. But then this open fire makes up for all the cold.
Drink, Jackson?
Well, thanks, yes.
Say when?
Thanks.
Oh, here's how.
Oh, did you boys have dinner tonight?
Thank you, we did, on the train. And by the way, I take back all I've ever thought or said about dinners on an English train. That was one of the best meals I ever had.
Possibly you were more hungry than usual.
There's something I must say, even if all the books ever written on etiquette say that it's contrary to good taste.
What is that, Mr. Jackson? I'm sure we'll forgive you.
Your home. It is without question the most beautiful place I've ever seen. Why, when we were driving up the hill, it looked like some picture out of a children's storybook. A picture of an old medieval castle. The drawbridge, the portcullis, the moat, the towers, and the turrets.
It is somewhat of a medieval castle. The north wing was built in the days of Henry II, and each generation since has added its little bit. And we added electric lights and plumbing.
The plumbing was the devout approval of the family. The electric lights against my own most ardent objection.
Well, with electric lights and plumbing, I can't think of anything more to be desired.
We even have one of the best ghosts in all England.
Yes?
By Joseph, you might at least give a chap time to warm his feet before you drag out the family skeleton.
Our ghost is not a skeleton. You shouldn't say things like that. You must forgive Evelyn, Mr. Jackson. But Lady Evelyn's ghost is almost an obsession with Evelyn.
Well, I'm sure that if Lady Evelyn's ghost is half as charming as you are, Miss Evelyn, and she's a ghost I'd like very much to meet.
Oh, thank you. Let's go to the gallery and show Mr. Jackson Lady Evelyn's portrait. No, my dear.
I'd be delighted, really, if it isn't too much trouble.
No trouble at all, Jackson. In fact, we're all tired, since the gallery's on the way to the bedroom.
Come along, Mr. Jackson. You come with me. You see, Mr. Jackson, Lady Evelyn's ghost is a very special ghost. She always warns us of any impending disaster.
And do you always heed her warning?
We do now. And she warned Mother about Father. Father paid no attention. He was killed. Just as the ghost warned Mother he would be.
Is that the only instance?
Oh, no. It's a family tradition dating back several hundred years. Here's the gallery. I'll switch on the light.
No need to tell me which one. There she is.
Yes.
Why, it could be a portrait of you.
I say, old man, don't pay too much attention to what Evelyn tells you about the family skeleton, you know.
Keith is quite right, Mr. Jackson. Evelyn is unduly enthusiastic.
She's not any more enthusiastic than I am. I'm enjoying the whole thing immensely. Fact is, I'd rather like to meet this ghost, Lady Evelyn.
Then why don't you sleep in the haunted wing? No, my dear, my dear.
Yes, by Jove. Invite a fellow up here, and the first night you want to stick him in the haunted wing.
But Jackson did sleep in the haunted wing. The wind howled dismally among the turrets and along the roof leads. The oak-paneled walls creaked as night wore on and the cold became more intense. One by one, the sounds in the old castle died away, and soon Jackson fell into a sound sleep. He wakened with a feeling that someone was in the room. Sat up in the big four-poster bed. A woman stood against the far wall.
Miss Evelyn, dressed in old-fashioned clothes, playing the part of the ghost.
But the figure shook its head, turned a pair of luminous eyes on him, and started to write on the wall. For a moment, the warning message blazed out in letters of fire. Jackson closed his eyes and looked again.
A trick. She's writing with phosphorus or something.
Again, the figure shook its head, gave him a searching look that went right through him,
and turning, walked out of the room through the 3-foot stone wall.
By George, 8 o'clock. I didn't realize I was taking so long to tell this story. We'll be late for the theater.
Oh, hang the theater. Finish the story.
Yeah, sure. Well, I did my best to disregard the ghost warning. His lordship drove me to the boat. Or I should say he tried to, but the car broke down. I missed the boat. And 2 days later, Keith, with a face as white as a sheet, handed me the morning paper. In glaring headlines, I read, "Steamship Titanic sunk. All on board lost." Of course, that was an exaggeration. But I might have been one of the more than 1,000 who were lost.
Good Lord. What did the warning that was written on the wall say?
Beware of the Titanic. Nothing more. I told her ladyship next morning, and she was the one who instructed the chauffeur when she found I was determined to sail. She instructed him to break the car, if necessary, to prevent my sailing on the Titanic.
Now, do you fellows believe in ghosts?
Imagination and objection, old boy. We're glad you missed the Titanic. And we're darn glad you're here to be our host at this dinner party. Well, we've got time for one toast and off to the theater.
Out of deference to people who are still alive, character names in these unsolved mysteries have been changed. Inasmuch as any solution must of necessity be supposition, liberties of time, place, and character exist in the solution that will be presented after you have heard from your sponsor. Ladies and gentlemen, the solution for which you have been waiting.
Of course, I don't blame you for believing in ghosts after an experience like that. But just the same, you can't really explain it.
I think I can.
I'd like to hear you.
Have you ever met a perfect stranger and had the strange sensation of having met him somewhere before?
Yes, certainly.
Well, the same thing applies to buildings. And the older these buildings are, the more vibration of previous happenings there will be to make their effect upon you.
You mean to say that if I go into a building where a murder has been committed, I'll be aware of a strange feeling?
You will, if you're sufficiently sensitive.
I'll agree there, but that doesn't explain actually seeing what is generally called a ghost.
If you've ever tried lying down in perfect ease and comfort, allowing your imagination to drift back to some particularly memorable scene, the picture will come to you as vividly as if it had happened yesterday. Or take an author writing a story. The characters are just as real in his mind as any group of living people about whom he has only read.
I'll agree to all that.
Very well. Don't you think that if, over a period of centuries, people living in a certain house are all agreed that the ghost of a beautiful woman haunts the house, don't you think that that impression will impress itself very strongly upon a stranger who sleeps in the so-called haunted room?
Yes, I think that's perfectly reasonable. I really do think that if a sufficient number of people all think along one line, something is going to result. And, of course, you were thinking of your trip on the Titanic as well as the ghost.
So you're willing to admit that concentrated thinking will produce a manifestation. Then if that's the case, why deny that an extremely emotional incident would produce a similar manifestation?
Hey, there's something to that, isn't there?
Yeah, you've got me almost convinced. But just the same, I'll have a stronger belief in ghosts when I meet one face to face.
Well, if I ever meet a ghost, I hope it will be like the ghost of the Lady Evelyn. One that will have such good intentions bred in it that even if I'm a stranger, it will warn me of any impending disaster. Of course, the ghost of Lady Evelyn would have warned anyone who had been in the room, whether or not they had had any intention of sailing on the Titanic. That part of it, I think, is coincidence.
Do you?
Autolite and its 96,000 dealers present Suspense. Tonight, Autolite brings you Love, Honor, or Murder, a suspense play produced and edited by William Spear and starring Kathy and Elliot Lewis.
Hello, Alice. Yeah, this is Helen. Look, kid, I'm not going to be able to go to the dance after all. Well, Harry works the late shift with that taxi of his, so I've got to stay home and look at the four walls again. Oh, I'm so fed up, sometimes I feel like leaving this house and Harry and the whole works. Believe me, the only reason I haven't is because I need the money to do it. 7 years of wedded bliss. Only thing to show for it is this stinking place. If I ever get my hands on $1,000, I'd get out of here so fast it'd make it... I said if I had $1,000, I'd kiss off Harry so fast it'd make it... Hold it a minute, Alice. Somebody came in. Hold. Is that you, Harry?
Yeah, it's me. Came home early.
Well, if you expect to find dinner at this hour, you're going to be disappointed. It's Harry, Alice.
Honey?
What was I saying? Oh, yeah. The same old
Honey, cut the
thing.
conversation. Something's happened.
What?
I said cut the conversation. Here, give me that phone.
Well, the phone...
Alice, Helen will call you later. Goodbye.
Big man.
Baby, you know what I got here? $12,000.
Yes, in a moment, Kathy and Elliot Lewis, and a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Wilcox, where'll you spend your summer vacation?
On the open road, Hap, my hapless pedestrian, enjoying the remarkable performance of my Autolite Stay Full battery, the battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use. Ah, what sweet stay fulfillment.
Correction, Wilcox. You mean sweet fulfillment.
Ah, you walked into a trap, Hap. My lad, the Autolite Stay Full battery brings sweet stay fulfillment because it has 3 times as much liquid reserve as batteries without stay full features. That's why it needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use.
A man who puns like that won't live long, Wilcox.
Ah, but Hap, the Autolite Stay Full battery lives an incredibly long life. According to tests based on SAE life cycle standards, for example, this famous battery gave 70% longer average life than batteries without stay full features.
I shouldn't have started all this.
Oh, and speaking of starting, my friend, the Autolite Stay Full battery has plenty of starting stamina and dependability. So, friends, see your friendly Autolite battery dealer tomorrow and ask for an Autolite Stay Full battery for your car. And remember, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, with Love, Honor, or Murder, and the performances of Kathy and Elliot Lewis, Autolite hopes once again to keep you in suspense.
That's what I said, baby. $12,000.
Are you out of your mind, Harry?
Helen, I found this wallet in my cab just a few minutes ago.
Wallet?
Here, look inside. Open it up.
Harry. $100 bills.
And 50s and 20s and 10s. More than $12,000.
$12,000.
Now, is it all right to come home early?
Why, gee, I don't know what to say.
Take it easy, baby. Don't get too excited. I got to give it back.
Give it back?
Well, yeah. Look at the name inside the wallet.
Well,
belongs to a regular customer of mine, Sidney Walker, the news commentator. I take him around town every afternoon. He calls up for me personally.
$12,000.
Yeah. But as far as we're concerned, it's not worth 12 cents, huh? If I don't turn it into the company before Walker calls about it, they can throw me in the pen for 5 years.
Then why did you bring it home?
Oh, I don't know. I guess I shouldn't have at that. It's just that I never saw so much money before. I wasn't so far away. And I just had to bring it home and show it to you.
You had to bring it home and wave it under my nose. That's like you.
Oh, now, Helen.
That's just like you, Harry.
No, give me the money, Helen. Walker's going to remember leaving the money in my cab. He'll call up the company.
Wait a second. How long ago did you find the money?
20 minutes ago. I came straight home.
So what's the hurry?
What?
Well, as long as you're home, why don't you wash up? I'll fix you some supper. I'll make you a good supper.
Well, I don't know. I ought to get back.
Go on, honey. Go on. Wash up. Go ahead. Give us a chance for a little while to kind of pretend the money belongs to us.
This coffee really hits the spot. Why didn't you eat, honey?
I was thinking.
About the $12,000? Well, someday we'll have it too, baby.
We got it right now, Harry.
Well, yeah, for about 5 more minutes. Well, I guess I better report in now. It's been almost an hour. Walker will be calling the company pretty soon. I want the money to be in the safe when he does. You give me the wallet, Helen?
How do you know Walker will call the company?
Oh, we've been through all of that. He'll call because he'll remember the ride with me. We went over a bumpy stretch. Easy for his wallet to pop out then. He'll probably remember that.
He could have lost it in so many other places. He may not even think of the cab ride. And if he doesn't, won't you feel like a fool?
Well, it's better than cooling my heels in some jail.
I know what I'd do if I were you.
What?
I'd take the chance that Walker wouldn't remember, that he wouldn't call. I'd keep the money.
Oh, Helen, stop that.
That's what I'd do, but not you. You've always been afraid to take a chance. You'll always be content to be nothing.
I'm sorry I ever came here with the money. Now, give it back to me. I'm turning it into the company.
You love me, Harry.
Well, that's got nothing to do with it.
No, it has everything to do with it. If you leave this house with the money, when you come back, I'll be gone.
Now you're talking like a sap.
I mean it.
Come on, give me the wallet.
Here it is, Harry. When you come back, I'll be gone.
Yeah, I'll bet you will. Well, I gotta be going. I'll see you later, honey. I'll be home later.
Doesn't matter when you come home. You won't find me here.
You stop talking like that. So long, Helen.
It's really goodbye, Harry. I mean it.
You. The first day we were married, you've been twisting me around your little finger. Only 'cause you know how much I love you, how much I need you. I guess you'll never stop doing that, will you, Helen?
Well?
What do you want me to do?
Nothing. Leave everything to me.
Fearless Cab Company.
This is Mr. Sidney Walker's personal secretary calling.
Don't tell me that cab Mr. Walker ordered hasn't got there yet. I sent it out hours ago.
Oh, no, it got here all right. It's not that. We're trying to locate Mr. Walker, and I just wondered if by any chance you might have heard from him.
What? Well, no, if he got his cab all right, why should he have called us?
Oh, of course, you're right. Well, thank you very much.
Well?
He hasn't reported anything yet.
That don't make sense. $12,000 is a lot of money, even for Walker.
Give me the phone book.
Who are you going to call now?
Mr. Walker, of course. We got to find out why he hasn't reported losing his wallet.
What? Oh, look, why don't you let me bring the money back? Maybe he'll give me a good reward. He might even
You're not going to do anything. Let me see now where we are. Here it is.
You're going to get us in trouble, Helen.
I know what I'm doing.
Hello?
Hello? I'd like to speak to Mr. Walker, please.
Well, he's not in right now. This is Mr. Walker's housekeeper. Could I take a message?
No, this is a personal matter. Where could I be certain of reaching him?
Nowhere until 10 o'clock.
10 o'clock?
Yes, that's when he does his nightly broadcast, you know.
Oh, yes, of course. And what time does he reach the station?
5 minutes of 10.
Uh-huh. You're quite sure he'll be there then?
Oh, my heavens. You could stake your life on it. That's been his schedule for a good many years. Who's this talking? Are you a friend of Mr. Walker's?
Oh, yes. My husband and I have known Sidney for a long time.
Well, as long as you're a friend, I can tell you. Mr. Walker has a busy evening ahead of him.
Oh?
He lost his wallet an hour or so ago. It contained a lot of money, enough for a payment on a house he's wanted.
That's too bad. I do hope he finds it.
Oh, he'll find the wallet all right. He's out looking for it right now.
Do you have any idea where he might have lost it?
Oh, yes, he certainly has, and he's mighty disappointed it hasn't been returned.
He knows who found the wallet?
Not exactly. The way he told it to me, he knows who should have found it. But that is, he didn't tell me the rascal's name.
I see.
He's too kind and easygoing, that's what he is.
He's always been that way.
I'd have called the police right away.
Why hasn't he?
Oh, he doesn't want to cause any embarrassment or hard feelings, you know. So first he's going to look everywhere else he's been this evening.
And if it still doesn't turn up?
Well, he says that this fellow he suspects hasn't come by the apartment to return the money by the time he gets home. Then he'll report it all right. And, oh, but my gracious, here I am gabbing away a mile a minute. I'm sure all this doesn't interest you.
Oh, it does. Of course it does. Now, if we want to reach Sidney before he gets home, you say he will arrive at the radio station just before 10.
At 5 minutes to 10, on the dot.
Well, then we'll contact him there. Thank you. Harry.
Yeah?
That was his housekeeper. By what she said, he knows he left the wallet in your cab.
See, I told you.
Yeah, but he hasn't reported it yet. Mr. Walker is a very fair man.
Oh, well, I'll have time to bring it down to the company.
Harry, how many times do I have to tell you we're not going to bring it down to the company? Now, come on, we got to decide what we can do between now and midnight to keep Walker from reporting his loss.
There's nothing we can do. You just said he knows he left the money in my cab.
That's right.
Well, then what is there to decide? Smiling about.
Was I smiling? Thinking of something.
Of what?
You know, there is really only one way in all the world to keep Walker from telling about that wallet.
What are you talking about? The only way to keep Walker from telling would be to kill him. Now, look. We got to decide what we're going to do, so let's stop the jokes.
Do I look like I'm joking?
No. No, you don't.
There's that gun in the dresser drawer. Never been used. They could never trace anything to you.
Oh, Helen, what are you talking about?
You've got to kill him. It's simple arithmetic.
But how can I? He's never done me any harm.
If he lives, he'll call the police and tell him you've stolen his money.
Well, that's why I got to return the money.
If you do that, you'll lose your wife.
No, but Helen, look.
Listen to me. Look how simple it is. At 5 minutes to 10, you can be absolutely certain that he'll be entering the broadcasting studio. If you were waiting outside for him, there are so many quiet places you could take him with a gun.
Yeah, but Helen, listen to me. Even if I wanted to kill him, I couldn't. I have no nerve.
Oh, yes, you have.
What?
You see, Harry, there are some men who can kill 100 times. It doesn't bother their appetite. They still get a good night's sleep.
Yeah, but not...
No, I know. No, not you. Not you, Harry. But every man, even a weakling like you, can kill once. He's got to kill to get rid of the thing that'll destroy him.
Oh, Helen, please, I can't.
You can. Harry, you can do it for me.
Oh, why don't you let me just bring the money back? It'd be so much better that way.
Harry. What time is it?
What?
What time is it?
It's 9:10.
You couldn't bring the money back now even if I let you.
But why?
What time should you have reported in with your cab?
Well, 8:30. What the... Oh. So that's it.
See what I mean? If Walker reports his loss now, you're in trouble no matter what you do. They'll know you were thinking of keeping the money. In their eyes, that's almost as bad as really keeping it.
Yeah, but I...
You know the rules of that company. You're supposed to inspect your cab after every fare. If they don't arrest you, they'll fire you. They'll blackball you. You'll never get another job.
That's why you kept me here. Ate supper for me, stalled around. You figured that one out, too, didn't you, Helen?
Yes, I figured that one out, too. Walker will get to the station at 5 to 10. You've got 45 minutes. Start out and act as if you're on a regular run. That'll be your alibi later. Just stop at all the usual places and talk to the boys and act as if it were just another night.
What about my schedule? I was supposed to be in at 8:30.
You can always tell them that business was so good you couldn't come in. Shall I get the gun, Harry?
Yes.
Autolite is bringing you Kathy and Elliot Lewis in Love, Honor, or Murder. Tonight's production in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Say, Wilcox, if you drive across the Arizona desert, take special note of the barrel cactus.
What? Why, Hap?
It's a desert phenomenon. Holds water like a well.
Well. That reminds me of the Autolite Stay Full battery, the battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use.
I was afraid it would.
No need for fear, lad, because the Autolite Stay Full battery has plenty of starting stamina and dependability. You see, this super battery has a fiberglass retaining mat, protecting every positive plate. That keeps the power-producing material in place and means extra long life.
The little cactus lives a mighty long life, too.
Now, pardon me, Hap, but SAE Life Cycle standard tests show that the Autolite Stay Full battery gives 70% longer average life than batteries without Stay Full features.
Oh, there's no use talking.
You're so right, Hap. The thing to do is see your friendly Autolite battery dealer tomorrow. Ask for an Autolite Stay Full battery, the battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use. And remember, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage our stars, Kathy and Elliot Lewis, in Love, Honor, or Murder. A tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Harry, is it you?
Beg pardon?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was my husband. What do you want?
Well, you must be Mrs. Blake, Harry's wife, huh?
Yeah, what do you want?
Say, have I talked to you on the phone before?
Why?
Your voice sounds kind of familiar.
You may have. Who is this?
This is Dave Harris over at Peerless Cab Company.
Peerless Cab Company?
Yeah. Say, have you seen Harry in the last couple hours?
No, he's out working.
Well, he should have been through with his shift at 8:30. It's 25 to 10 already. That's not like Harry.
25 to 10. Is there something wrong?
Well, I don't know. One of Harry's regular customers, Sidney Walker, called up a few minutes ago from a restaurant on the way to that broadcast of his.
Yeah?
He thinks he left a wallet in Harry's cab. I said he thinks he left...
I heard you.
Well, there was $12,000 in the wallet, Mrs. Blake. Walker says he looked everywhere, else that he might have lost it and it hasn't turned up. He just wants me to contact Harry as soon as possible and tell him to look in the back of his cab.
Yeah, well, if Harry should call, I'll tell him to get in touch with you right away. What did you say before?
Huh?
Walker called and told all this before he started for the station?
What are you talking about, Mrs. Blake?
Nothing. Walker called before he reached the station. Harry will be waiting at the station to kill him. But now Walker's already told him that maybe Harry took the wallet. Everything will point to Harry. They'll arrest him 10 minutes after he's killed Walker. Harry will tell him everything. He's weak. He'll try to blame me. He'll tell him I made him do it. I gotta call him back. I gotta stop him before he kills Walker. 25 to 10. 20 minutes to reach him. I've got to reach him. "20 minutes to reach Harry. 20 minutes to call him back. I told Harry to make all the regular stops so everybody remember him. Oh, let me think. He'll stop for gas at the taxi garage. Yeah, I reached him there before. Her number's written down someplace. There's that little book. I'm shaking so I can't. Here it is. 126552.
Bailiff's Garage, Max speaking.
This is Mrs. Blake calling. Harry Blake's wife?
Yeah, Miss Blake?
Has Harry been there yet? To get his gas, I mean.
No, he hasn't been here all night. Say, what's he been up to?
What do you mean?
Well, I just got a call from the main office to hold him here when he does show up.
Look, Mac, Harry always told me you were his friend.
Well, sure.
Well, he's in trouble, terrible trouble. I haven't got the time to explain, but if I don't reach him right away, I don't know what'll happen.
Well, I don't know what I can do, Miss Blake.
Well, you can tell me the names and the telephone numbers of some of the places that cabbies like Harry stop off at. While they're on the run.
Well, sometimes the boys stop at Gus's coffee shop on 6th Avenue for coffee.
What's their number?
Wait a minute. It's State 8570.
Yeah, State 8570. All right. Where else?
Oh, maybe if he had a few minutes to spare, he'd go into Frank's Tavern on Washington Boulevard. I don't know the phone number there.
I'll look it up. Where else?
Of course, he might go up to Union Headquarters to chew the rank with the boys.
Union Headquarters. Yeah, where else?
Look, there's lots of places he might stop off at. You gotta reach him by 10 o'clock, huh? Well, that doesn't leave you much time.
No, it doesn't leave me much time. I'm trying to locate Harry Blake. Has he been there tonight? He hasn't. Well, if he does show up, will you tell him to call his wife? Tell him it's very important. You're sure Harry isn't in? Could you just kind of look around again? All right. If you're sure, but listen, if he does drop in, tell him to call home right away. Harry Blake. Yeah, the cab driver. He was in your place? Just a few minutes ago? Can you call him back? Please, it's terribly important. I know you're awful busy and everything. Hello? Hello? What am I going to do? I got to stop him. How? 15 minutes to 10. 10 minutes. Only 10 minutes. I got to think. Radio station's on 6th and Main. That's 2 miles away. Maybe I could get to Harry before Walker reaches there. I've got to try. I've got to stop him. Driver.
Huh?
When I got in your cab, you told me you could get me to the radio station in 10 minutes.
I didn't give you no guarantees, lady. I'm doing the best I can.
But I've got to get there before 5 or 10. You told me you could make.
It don't do no good to holler in my ear, lady.
There must be some way to make better time. Can't you take side streets or something? Again, you're stopped.
It's the traffic, lady.
But you told me.
I know what I told you, but I didn't figure on so much traffic.
Please, hurry.
Yeah.
I'll pay you anything if you get me there.
Oh, dang. Oh, hurry. Oh.
Now, what's wrong?
I told you, lady, the traffic is lousing us up.
What time is it now?
Oh, about 10 minutes to 10.
Don't tell me about. I want the exact time.
Exact time, 7 minutes to 10.
7 minutes to 10? How much farther is it to the station?
Well, I can tell you this. We're not going to make it in 2 minutes.
And there's no need to make it at all. Take me home. Just a minute or two before 10. He'll be coming home soon. Wanting to hide under the bed, whimpering like a dog. I'll trace the killing to him fast enough. They'll come here. They'll take us both away. And the money, too. The money, too. should they come here? Why should they get the money? Why do I have to take the blame for what he did? I didn't commit the murder. That money I could get away. They would look for me too hard. Yeah, why should I take the blame for what Harry did?
Police Department, Sergeant Graham speaking.
I want to report a murder.
What's that?
You're too late to stop the murder, but you can still catch the killer.
Wait a second. Now, just who is this killer?
His name is Harry Blake. Drives a taxi cab. Taxi number is 365. You should find him somewhere around the radio station. 6th Avenue.
Just who did he kill?
He killed Harry.
Evening, Helen. Go on, finish your conversation.
How did you get back here so soon?
Good cabbie can make time when you ask him.
You killed him?
It's just after 10 o'clock. Turn on the radio and find out. Oh, you're talking on the phone. I'll turn the radio on for you.
Harry, the police will come here and look for you. They'll catch you, Harry. Did anybody see you do it? Did they try to...
Brilliant analysis of foreign affairs, Mr. Sidney Walker. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Sidney Walker. Tonight I'm going to bring you a report on a recent interview I had with one of the most prominent industrialists in
that's all I
America.
want to hear.
I tell you his name.
You didn't kill him after all. I should have known. I should have known. I actually thought you went through with it. You didn't have the nerve.
No. I didn't kill him. But I did have the nerve.
What?
Yeah. You gave me the nerve. That pep talk before I left, it was very true, you know.
What are you talking about?
You remember? Even a weakling like me can kill once if he's got to kill to get rid of the one thing that'll destroy him. Those were your very words.
Then why didn't you kill Walker?
Because I got to thinking about what you said and how right you were. And the more I thought about it, the more I realized.
Realized what?
That I was headed in the wrong direction.
What do you mean by that? Put that gun away, Harry.
In order to rid myself of the one thing in the world that can destroy me, I had to come back here to you. Helen.
Hello, what happened there? Hello?
Hello. This is the police department, isn't it? I heard her speaking to you as I was opening the door.
Yeah. Sure, it's the police department. What's going on there? What were those shots?
Wasn't my wife reporting a murder?
Yeah, she was. She gave us all the information, except she didn't tell us who was going to be killed.
Oh. Well, you see, officer, until this very moment, she really didn't know.
Suspense, presented by Autolite. Tonight stars Kathy and Elliot Lewis.
Well, Harlow, I hope you and your Autolite Stay Full battery have a wonderful vacation together.
Thanks, Hap, and the same to you. See you August 31st, when Suspense will return to the CBS airways, same time, same stations. Until then, we'll say so long for Autolite, makers of more than 400 products for cars, trucks, planes, and boats in more than 28 plants coast to coast. Now, if you're planning a vacation motor trip, be sure to have your car carefully checked at your neighborhood service station, car dealer, garage, or repair shop. And if your Autolite-equipped car needs replacement parts, ask for and insist on Autolite original factory parts. Because they're engineered to fit together perfectly, work together perfectly, because they're a perfect team. Best wishes for a happy, carefree summer. And remember, friends, you're always right with Autolite. Remember, Thursday, August 31st, Suspense returns to the air with the first of a series of stories that is, as we say,
a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Tonight's suspense play was produced and edited by William Spear and directed by Norman MacDonald. Music for Suspense was composed by Lucien Moraweck and conducted by Lynn Murray tonight. Love, Honor, or Murder is an original play written for radio by Larry Marcus. Kathy and Elliott Lewis can be heard in their new Columbia record albums, Happy Anniversary and Happy Holiday. Don't forget, Suspense returns to the air Thursday, August 31st.
You can buy Autolite Stay-Full batteries, Autolite standard or resistor spark plugs, Autolite electrical parts at your neighborhood Autolite dealers. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Autolite and its 96,000 dealers present Suspense. Tonight, Autolite brings you True Report, a suspense play starring Pat O'Brien.
Go right in, Lieutenant. Captain's waiting for you.
Thank you, Bert.
Oh, it's you.
Hello, Captain.
All right, Ben, have you got it?
Yeah, here it is.
Mm-hmm. Good. Everything here?
Everything.
Sorry it had to be this way, Ben.
Yeah, so am I. But it couldn't have come out any other way, so take it. This is what you wanted. This is my true report.
In just a moment, Mr. Pat O'Brien in the first act of True Report. Well, hi, Hap. Welcome back.
Why, if it isn't the spark plug of Autolite Alley, Harlow Wilcox.
Say no more, Hap. Got to get proclaiming after my summer siesta. Proclaiming that when you replace worn-out spark plugs in your car with new ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs, you get smoother performance, quick starts, gas saving.
Don't forget, Harlow, Autolite spark plugs are ignition-engineered.
Right, Hap. Ignition-engineered by the same Autolite engineers who design the coil, distributor, and all the other important parts that go to make up the complete ignition system used on many of America's leading makes of cars and trucks.
That's why you can't buy better spark plugs for your car than Autolite.
So, friends, have the spark plugs in your car checked before you start on that long Labor Day weekend drive. And if replacements are needed, insist on smooth, snappy, ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs. And whether you choose the resistor type or the standard type, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, with True Report and the performance of Pat O'Brien, Autolite hopes once again to keep you in suspense.
August 31. To Captain Walter Josti, Commander, Accident Investigation Division, City Police Department. From Lieutenant Ben J. Kennedy, hit and run detail. 3, Lawrence Danker, deceased. Attached fine supplementary traffic accident report completed this date. Disregard other file concerning same now in your possession. 2 days ago, 9 a.m. I went to your office for the day's assignment. I didn't know what it was going to be, and neither did you. Hello, fella. How are you?
4266. This date. Repeat. Black convertible. Year unknown. Make unknown.
Oh, Ben, who do you make for the World Series?
Oh, give me the Phillies in Cleveland. Hello, Al, Sam.
Hi, Kennedy.
Anything up?
Anything up? Anything new? That's a good one. Hi, Ben. How you feeling?
Like asking if anything's up, Dagger. So...
Nothing, Ben. All routine. Sometimes I think I never should have been a cop.
Yeah. So does a hit-and-run artist named Edward Franken, right?
Yeah.
Bulletin board says you pulled him in last night. Good job, Geiger. Took a long time, huh?
Too long, Ben. Would you believe I used up 385 probable witnesses to that accident, came out with just 2 who knew what they were talking about? Listen, I'm going to figure out a system for questioning. Oh, here we go.
Lieutenant Geiger, Kennedy, all sub-neutral.
Yeah.
Right. Captain Justy's waiting for you.
Oh, good morning, men. Sit down, please. Make yourselves comfortable.
Here, Captain.
No calls for the next half hour, Bert.
Right, sir.
Well, there they are. Initial traffic accident reports, 22 of them. 22 traffic accidents in our city in the last 12 hours, 3 of them fatal. Accidents. Most of them weren't accidents. Most of them could have been avoided if people had just realized that an improperly handled car is as dangerous as a loaded gun. Routine for us, but not routine in the lives of the citizens involved. So let's get busy. Sam?
Yes, sir?
9 different people wound up in emergency hospital last night. Police agent says 4 of them look like they won't make it. Here's the list, Sam. I hate to hand out things like this, but hop over there and see if you can get any statements from them before they... Well, you know.
Right, sir. Get right on.
Oh, Newt. Late last night, a woman went through a boulevard stop, hit a bus and 2 parked cars at Harper and Calgary Streets. Extensive property damage. She was all right, but her 6-year-old daughter was injured critically. The woman failed the sobriety test flat. With a child in the car, and she couldn't even walk to the police cruiser without stumbling. Report says under attitude, abusive. Claims she was under drugs.
Why do they always pull that tired drug routine?
Because people are afraid to face the truth. One thing I know, phenobarbital doesn't smell like scotch. Look into it, Newton. Don't pull any punches.
Don't worry, Captain.
And you, Geiger. Hit and run on Center just off 12th about 3:30 this morning. Victim unidentified. I think... Hey, wait a minute. You've been up all night working on that Franken thing, haven't you?
That's all right, Captain. I can take another one.
No. You better knock off and get some sleep. Ben.
Yeah, Chief?
This'll be your baby. Here. Find the ginzo who ran that poor devil down and didn't even stop to see if he was alive or dead.
And that's the way I got the assignment. It was just a statement of 2 patrolmen and a witness to me, nothing else. And I went to work on it. Like any other case, it started with the initial accident report and a statement of a witness. Her name happened to be Thurston.
Yeah, I'm Jenny Thurston.
Police.
They were here once.
They're here again.
Where's your uniform? How do I know?
Traffic investigator, Lieutenant Ben Kennedy.
Seems to me to wear a uniform. Come in.
3:05 this morning, you reported a hit-and-run accident in front of this address.
I live here. I own this place. I've seen it. I've gone over all this stuff with them officers that showed up right after I called in.
The man who was run over died in receiving hospital without regaining consciousness. We're trying to find out who was driving that car. I want you to tell it again. Well?
I was sleeping. It got hot, and I woke up. I decided to fix myself a glass of iced tea, so I did. I was sitting there by the window drinking my tea and cooling off when it happened.
What happened?
The accident. Car turns off 12th Street. I can see 12th Street from here.
Next corner, 12th Street?
Yeah.
2 doors or 4 doors on the car?
No, I don't know.
The officer's report, you saying it was a sedan. 2 doors or 4 doors?
I don't know. You're trying to tie me out?
What color was the car?
Black.
Couldn't have been maroon, blue, green? It was nighttime, no moon. Streetlights go out at midnight. You sure it was black?
Well, it looked black. I don't know. It was a dark color anyhow. It was shiny.
Yeah. All right, go on.
Well, this car's doing a lot of speeding, heading that way.
North.
Yeah, north. And it goes right by this window. And I'm looking when it hits the man. I don't know where he came from, but there was a big noise like glass breaking, and this poor man's lying half on the street and half in the gutter, and the car's gone out of sight.
You go down and try to help him?
No, I called the police. That's your job.
Traffic accidents have become everybody's job. Did you get a look at the driver of the car?
I got a good look. There's a woman in dark clothes.
The officer who interviewed you says you didn't see the driver at all.
I know. I was going to call up about that. When I concentrated later, I remembered it was a woman. It was a young one. One of those kind all painted up. You know the kind I mean. What she was doing out at 3 a.m. was no good at all.
All you could possibly have seen from this window was the top of the car and not the person driving it.
Well, why'd you ask me then?
Try to get the license number?
It's too dark to see. I did my duty as a citizen. I reported what I saw.
Yeah. Thanks, Mrs. Thurston. Jenny Thurston wasn't a very reliable witness, but she was the only one outside of the usual group of dream witnesses who have a lot to say about something they didn't see. She gave me enough to start on. I gave up after I'd talked to 30 people or so in the neighborhood and dropped by the morgue to look at the victim.
There he is, Lieutenant. What's left of him. Unidentified. Unclaimed.
Hey. What'd the doctor say?
Among other things, both legs fractured, as well as the skull, as well as 5 ribs, as well as the neck, as well as a number
of impact?
Glass particles and clothing near the hip. Both hips broken. Doc figures waist-high contact.
High bumpers. That'd make it something before 1939.
Of course, trucks have got high bumpers, Lieutenant.
Big ones. But no big truck scrambles around a narrow street like Center.
All right. I'm just trying to be useful.
Internal?
Both lungs collapsed.
High rate of speed. Anything else?
Glass they took out of him. It's with the technicians now.
How about paint?
Not on the body. Maybe on the clothes. Technicians have got those, too.
Okay. It's about all I need from this witness. You can wheel him into the lineup now.
This guy is still a John Doe. We've got his prints on the wire, hoping he'll be recorded somewhere.
He's recorded somewhere. Right downtown. Change that tag to Lawrence Danker.
Lawrence Danker?
That's his name. I arrested him in 1936 when I was on robbery detail. Small-time grifter. Jackrolling, bookmaking, breaking and entering. 13 previous arrests when I picked him up.
You identifying him?
I'm identifying him. At least I knew my victim, and though my witness hadn't been too good about the details, I knew that the piece of broken glass and the chip of paint found on the victim would tell a better story. The shortest route to hit-and-run killers is through the crime lab. They don't miss a thing. Kennedy.
This is the lab, Lieutenant. We got the dope for you.
All right, let's have it.
The glass splinters came from a headlight lamp used on 4 different makes of cars between 37 and 39. I'll send you the list.
How about paint?
Maroon. Also very pre-war stuff. There's a bump on a fender and a broken headlight somewhere in town, that's for sure. Maybe a sprung door.
Yeah. And it's a jalopy over 12 years old that probably can't travel 20 miles without breaking down. So my hit-and-runner's in town somewhere trying to get a new headlight and the fender straight.
If you say so, then he probably is. See you.
Yeah. Yellowtown. You can cancel that Unit 1 that went out for a black sedan this morning. Direction goes like this. Dark maroon sedan, year 37, make unknown. Right front headlight shattered. Right front bumper dented. Got it?
Got it.
I want every garage, auto parts, junk dealer, and repair shop in town contacted on this. Somebody's going to try and take the bumps out of an old car and buy a new headlight, and they shouldn't be hard to spot.
Got it.
By 4 o'clock that afternoon, the bulletin was out. We knew what kind of car we were looking for, and I had 8 pairs of officers out doing the legwork. With luck, I expected a pickup in a matter of hours.
Hi, Ben.
Oh, Geiger, hi.
Had a tough one this time?
No, not too tough. Say, I thought you were home sleeping.
Oh, you know me. Got nothing else to do but be a cop. Need any help?
No, thanks. Just a matter of time.
Mm-hmm. How are things at home?
Good.
Charlie?
It was last year. He goes into internship next April.
Nice kid. You're lucky. Alice all right?
Yeah, she's fine, thanks. When are you coming over for dinner?
Soon, I hope, Ben. I don't know what's with me. Even when I have time off like now, I come sniffing around. Can't seem to stop being a cop. Well, so long, Ben. I'll see you.
Okay, Geiger. August 29, 10:30 a.m. There was a pile of reports 10 inches high on my desk from garages, junk dealers, and auto repairmen. And not one report meant a thing. My tip-off finally came from a phone call placed by a man named Loper who runs an auto repair shop on Crestville Street, and I went down to see him.
I don't know if it's what you're looking for, Lieutenant, but it might be.
All right, let's have a look.
A guy brought it in yesterday. Said he broke the lamp and dented the fender on his garage. It seemed funny. He only wanted that right front straightened. The rear one's in a lot worse shape.
This it?
Yeah.
No registration tag.
This the car you're looking for?
Maybe.
Gonna make a stakeout, huh? Pick him up when he comes back to get it, huh?
All right, Mr. Loper. Thanks for your help.
Gonna look up the serial number, huh?
We'll handle it. Thanks. I didn't need to look up the motor serial or the license plates, Captain. I knew who it belonged to, all right. I knew everything about it. From the chimney in the right front wheel to the windshield wiper that squeaked. I bought it for Charlie his first year in college. It was my own son's car.
Autolite is bringing you Pat O'Brien in True Report, tonight's production in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. Friends, tomorrow starts the long Labor Day weekend. I hope that you'll make sure that your car is running right before starting on long trips, that you will have worn-out spark plugs replaced with new ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs. So drive carefully, won't you, today, tomorrow, and always, because the life you save may be your own. And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Pat O'Brien in Elliott Lewis's production of True Report, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Routine. You start with things you know for sure, like a traffic accident report and a statement of a witness. Like glass particles from a headlight and the smear of dark maroon paint, and you work with the medics and the crime technicians. All routine. And pretty soon you know what the car looked like and you start looking for it. But what do you do when you're a cop and you find the car and you're supposed to arrest your own son on a manslaughter charge? What do you do? I drove up to the State University that afternoon to have a talk with my suspect.
Rex. Oh, Mr. Kennedy.
Hello, Rex. How are you? Seen Charlie around?
No, I haven't.
I went over to the room. The landlady said you were here in the recreation hall. I thought maybe Charlie was with you.
Sorry. Rooming with that guy's like rooming with a ghost. I never see him.
You didn't see his jalopy around anywhere, did you? Suppose
No, I
he
didn't.
was taken out of town or anything?
Well, sometimes they go over to the county hospital for surgery classes. Maybe he drove over there.
Did I call him there?
No, not in class.
Oh, well...
But stick around, Mr. Kennedy. You can probably pick him up at the hash house around dinner time. Anything wrong?
No. Say, shouldn't you be studying or something instead of playing that thing?
I'm majoring in the piano. Piano and law, Sergeant.
Lieutenant.
That'd be 5100 per annum, right? Civil service.
You seem to know all about it, Rix. Maybe you should be a cop.
Nope. I'm like Charlie. I want something better.
What?
No offense, Lieutenant, but... Well, I mean, it's hard going to college.
You didn't answer me.
All right. He didn't go to college. Charlie's put in 6 hard years already and still a couple to go. Plenty tough. I live with him. I watch him go through it all. He's building something good here, something important.
Kids sometimes get the wrong idea of how important they're going to be.
Yeah.
They forget about right now. They run around making mistakes and getting themselves into a lot of trouble they can't handle.
Yeah.
Take all their work and study and throw it right out the window when they get in that kind of trouble.
Yeah. Well, we've sort of rung out the philosophy today, haven't we, Mr. Kennedy?
Tell Charlie to call me at home, will you? If I'd waited for him, I don't know what I'd have said or done. As it was, I felt like a rookie with his first corpse blowing my top in front of a punk kid. So I just got out of there and drove back to the city. Lieutenant Geiger was sitting at my desk.
Oh, Ben.
Oh, you want something, Geiger?
Been waiting for you.
What for?
Ever hear of a mechanic named Loper? Oh, Ben, don't look like they caught you with a dead body. This Loper called here a while ago. I took the call for you. Said you were in to see him at his garage today. Wanted to know if the car he had turned out to be the one you were looking for.
No, it wasn't.
Oh, sounded good the way you described it. Maroon coupe, headlights gone, bent.
Well, it wasn't the one. Don't you think I know what I'm doing on this case?
Sure, Ben. You know what you're doing. Can I see the file?
I haven't made it out yet.
You kidding?
No.
Come on, give me the file. Captain might put me on this with you.
I've been with the department 14 years. Don't you think I can handle a simple hit-and-run case alone?
Sure, Ben. I know you can handle it alone. Haven't lost one yet. I just want to help you keep that perfect record. Perfect.
I took the file home with me. I didn't want Geiger to see it until I was good and ready for him to see it. I couldn't believe that my son Charlie, a kid I'd taught to drive myself, I couldn't believe that he'd ever kill anyone with his car. But there was the evidence in an auto body shop on Crespo Street, and I've been on too many cases and dragged too many hit-and-run criminals in to start fooling myself now. And trying to tell Alice about it was like trying to tell her that Charlie had suddenly died. I just couldn't do it.
Potatoes? Ben, potatoes?
Oh, yeah, thanks.
Miss Jennings came over today. She's in charge of the church bazaar. She told me my quota is 6 pies. You know, I think I'll make up some of those graham cracker pies. The ones you always start eating before they even cool. Ben, you're not even listening to me. I can tell when you get that not listening look. Ben?
What? Oh, I guess I've still got my mind on some things.
You don't look well to me. You don't look at all well. Let me look at your eyes. They're bloodshot. You've got a nervous twitch at the corner of your mouth. Your arthritis isn't hitting again, is it?
I'm all right.
I think you better have a doctor look at you. The next time Charlie comes home, I think he should give you a checkup from toe to tonsil. Well, don't give me that kind of a look. He's as good as a doctor already, only 2 years to go.
I don't want Charlie checking up on my health.
Oh, dear. You are upset. Work. It's going badly. Another hit and run?
Yeah, 12th and Center.
I wish you weren't on that detail anymore.
I wish I'd never been on it.
Ben. Why, Ben, dear. If it weren't for men like you, it wouldn't be safe to walk on a city streets these days. Every time you arrest a lawbreaker, you protect somebody's life.
What do you know about it? Sometimes people just get panicky and forget what they're doing.
Then,
Besides, the victim in this case was an old ex-con, a bum. Nobody cared whether he was alive or dead.
That doesn't sound like you, Ben. He was a human being. Whoever struck him down should be found and punished to the limit of the law.
Alice, suppose I had been driving that car.
Darling, that's the most foolish thing I ever heard you say. It takes a certain kind of person to do something like that. A thoughtless, selfish person. You're not the kind. Nor am I, nor Charlie, nor anybody we know.
Anyone's capable of doing it.
Oh, anyone's capable of driving thoughtlessly. Passing red lights, speeding just a little, even having an accident. Any of them are bad enough. But to run away is criminal. I hope you get whoever did it, Ben. I hope you get him quick, too. Because as long as that kind of person is free to drive a car, he's free to kill someone else.
I couldn't sleep that night thinking about the case, Chief. Charlie had a full, useful life in front of him. As a doctor, he could save hundreds of lives and pay back the one worthless life he took hundreds of times over. Justification? Maybe. But by midnight, I decided what I had to do. I stayed up all night and worked on my report. And I brought it down to your office the next morning.
Is everything, Ben? Incomplete? No finish, huh?
Finished as far as I'm concerned.
Mm-hmm. Bird, is Geiger out there?
Just walked in.
Well, I want him right now. Ben, it's sometimes better if you talk it over with a couple of guys.
Maybe.
Oh, come in, Geiger. It's about that hit and run, the Danker case Kennedy's handling.
All about that case, Captain.
And you know more than I do.
Kennedy's bogged down.
I'm not bogged down. This case will never pan out. I only had one witness, and all she could tell me was the car hit Danker. All the lab reports were guesses.
We had paint and glass.
Paint and glass that could belong to 10,000 cars in this area.
What about this garage man, Loper? Did that car...
He was just looking for free publicity. He had a car and figured he'd get some message in the papers.
Well, if that wasn't the car, Ben, just keep looking. Maybe 1,000 cars later you'll find the right
Fed
one.
up with it.
Well, Ben, we all get that way once in a while. Now, suppose we take you off the case.
You're the captain.
And, Geiger, I'm giving it to you. Here, you can take Ben's report and work from it.
And that's just what I was waiting for you to do. Turn the whole thing over to Geiger. Didn't make any difference who you turned it over to. The phony clues I'd planted in it the night before would take 10 years to run down. And then I remembered Danker. Criminal, yes. But run down and left to die on the street. And I remembered my oath. Captain, that report...
Oh, excuse me, Ben. Yes, Sergeant?
Someone to see you, Captain Justy.
Oh, who?
Charles Kennedy, Lieutenant Kennedy's son.
Send him in.
No, tell him no.
Ben, what's the matter with you? What goes on?
Oh, Dad. I'm here.
Come in, Charlie. What can I do for you?
It's about a hit-and-run case. Charlie. I've got to, Dad. Captain, it's that Danker case. I would have come in sooner if I hadn't been up at the county hospital.
What do you know about the Danker case, Charlie?
It was my car that hit him.
Did you know this, Ben?
I found it out yesterday morning at the garage.
It was my car that did it. But somebody else was driving it.
You weren't driving it?
No.
Uh-huh. Suppose you tell us who was driving it, Charlie.
My roommate, Rich Blakey. I loaned him the car a couple of days ago. When he didn't come back with it, I found out he left it in a repair shop in town. Well, I went down to take a look at it, and my dad's a cop, and I guess I picked up a few things. I got him right outside. I dragged him down here myself.
All right, Geiger. It's your case. Take over and book him. Thanks for coming in, Charlie. Ben, what are you going to do?
I guess, Captain, I guess I'd better go and make out my report. So here it is, Captain. My true report. And my resignation. I just want to ask you one question. If it had been your kid, could you have done any differently?
Suspense, presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Pat O'Brien.
Friends, Autolite has again opened Suspense's new season with a story that shows how unnecessarily tragic bad driving can be. Pat, that was a grand performance.
Harlow, you know how much I wanted to play Sergeant Kennedy. I sure liked the role, but I also wanted to do my part to help prevent highway accidents this Labor Day weekend. Driving accidents are horrible to the man, woman, or child injured or killed, and they're doubly horrible to their families. Death also always cheats each one of his greatest right in the world, the right to live. Now, tonight, on behalf of Ned Dearborn, President of the National Safety Council, it is my special privilege to present the National Safety Council's Public Interest Award to Mr. Royce G. Martin, Chairman of the Board and President of the Electric Autolite Company. Autolite, sponsor of Suspense, has won this distinguished Service to Safety Award for the second straight year.
Thank you, Mr. O'Brien. Safety is as much our business as manufacturing, automotive, aviation, and marine products in our plants throughout the world. Autolite has always assisted all efforts of the great automotive industry to make America a safe driving nation. Tonight, on Suspense, Autolite repeats a message that can never be repeated enough. Drive carefully. The life you save may be your own. So let's all be interested this Labor Day weekend in 2 driving lives, our own and the other fellows. A lot of lives will be saved if we are.
Thank you, Mr. Martin.
Next week at the same time, Autolite will bring you Miss Ida Lupino in The Tip, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Tonight's suspense play was produced and directed by Elliott Lewis with music composed by Lucien Morawek and conducted by Lud Bluskin. Parts of this program were transcribed. To Report is an original play written for Suspense by E. Jack Newman and John Michael Hayes. Pat O'Brien may now be seen in Johnny One-Eye.
Autolite and its 96,000 dealers wish you all a happy, safe Labor Day weekend. Good driving, good night. You're always right with Autolite.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.